Welcome to the Audio Renaissance presentation of Robert Ludlum's The Paris Option. Written by Robert Ludlum and Gail Linz. Adapted for audio and produced by Tony Hutz. And read by Paul Michael.
On Sunday evening, the 4th of May, the first warm winds of spring gusted along Paris's streets and boulevards, calling out tourists and winter-weary residents alike. They thronged the sidewalks, filling the chairs at outdoor cafes, smiling, chatting. The celebrators on the bustling Rue de Vaugirard did not notice the large black van with darkened windows that left the busy street for the Boulevard Pasteur. The van rolled to a stop outside l'Institut Pasteur, cut its engine, and turned off its headlights. Its doors clicked open, and 4 figures emerged clothed in black, their faces hidden behind balaclavas. Carrying Uzi submachine guns and wearing backpacks, they slipped invisibly through the night onto the grounds. The sprawling Pasteur Institute was home to more than 2,500 scientists, technicians, students, and administrators, and many still labored into the night. Among them, Dr. Émile Chambord, who sat working alone at his computer keyboard in his large second-floor lab. At his side was a spiral-bound notebook, open to the page on which he was meticulously recording data. His fingers paused on the keyboard, which was connected to an odd-looking apparatus that appeared to have more in common with an octopus than with IBM or Compaq. Its nerve center was contained in a temperature-controlled glass tray, and through its sides one could see silver-blue gel packs immersed like translucent eggs in a jellied, foam-like substance. Ultra-thin tubing connected the gel packs to one another, while atop them sat a lid. Where it interfaced with the gel packs was a coated metallic plate. Above it all stood an iMac-sized machine with a control panel on which lights blinked like impulsive little eyes. From this machine, more tubing fed into the gel packs, while other wires and cables connected both the tray and the machine to the keyboard, a monitor, and a printer. Dr. Chambord keyed in commands, closely watching all his apparatus, recording data in his notebook as he worked. Finally, he gave an abrupt nod and typed another paragraph of characters. His printer came to life and spat out a sheet of paper, and he snatched up the printout. He smiled. Mais oui. Dr. Chambord took a deep breath and furiously typed small clusters of commands. Sequences appeared on his screen so fast that his fingers could not keep up. He leaned closer to the monitor and whispered, "One more. One more. There." He laughed aloud, triumphant, and turned to look at the clock on the wall. 9:55 p.m. His pale face glowing, he stuffed a stack of files and his notebook into a battered briefcase. With a final short series of commands, he shut everything down. He walked briskly to the door, opened it onto the corridor, observing that it was dim and deserted. Smiling broadly, he stepped into the shadowy hall. Before he could close the door, 4 black-clothed figures surrounded him. 30 minutes later, the leader of the intruders stood watch as his 3 companions finished loading the black van. As soon as the side door closed, he hopped in, nodded to the driver, and the van glided away toward the crowded Rue de Vaugirard, where it disappeared in traffic. The light-hearted revelry on the sidewalks and in the cafes continued, until the building that housed Dr. Chambord's laboratory exploded in a rolling sheet of fire. The earth shook as flames seemed to burst from every window up toward the black night sky in a red and yellow eruption of terrible heat, visible for miles around. As bricks, sparks, glass, and ash rained down, the throngs on the surrounding streets screamed in terror and ran for shelter. At 06:54 hours, at the vital U.S. military installation on Diego Garcia Island in the Indian Ocean, the officer commanding the shift at the control tower was gazing out the windows at the warm blue waters of Emerald Bay, contemplating a long ocean swim the moment he was off duty. The U.S. Navy Support Facility, the host command for this strategically located base, kept all its occupants busy with its support of sea, air, and surface flight operations. At 06:55 hours, the control tower lost contact with the base's entire airborne fleet of B-1B, B-52, AWACS, P-3 Orion, and U-2 aircraft. The tropical lagoon vanished from the officer's mind. He bawled orders, pushed a technician from one of the consoles, and started diagnostics. Everyone's attention was riveted on dials, readouts, and screens as they battled to regain contact. Nothing helped. At 06:58, the officer alerted the base's commanding officer. At 06:59, The commanding officer informed the Pentagon. Then, oddly, inexplicably, at 0700, 5 minutes after they had mysteriously disappeared, all communications with the aircraft returned at the precise same second. On Monday morning, May 5th, the rustic foothills campus of Colorado State University glowed with the golden light of sunrise. Here, in a state-of-the-art laboratory, John Smith, M.D., peered into a binocular microscope and gently moved a finely drawn glass needle into position. Trim, athletic, somewhere in his early 40s, he looked military through and through. He had a handsome, high-planed face, dark hair, and startling navy blue eyes. He placed an imperceptible drop of fluid onto a flat disc no larger than the head of a pin. The plate bore a striking and seemingly impossible resemblance to a circuit board. An expert in virology and molecular biology, Smith was also a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Army, temporarily stationed here at this Centers for Disease Control, or CDC, facility at Fort Collins. On unofficial loan from U.S. AMRID, the U.S. Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases, he was assigned basic research into evolving viruses. Except that viruses had nothing to do with this delicate procedure. The work being done in this laboratory had only a peripheral connection to medicine. Smith was part of a research team in a worldwide race to create the world's first molecular or DNA computer, therefore forging an unprecedented bond between life science and computational science. DNA circuits could render silicon, the key ingredient in the wiring of current computer circuit boards, obsolete, and DNA computers would be vastly powerful, which was where the Army's interests came in. "Hey, John," Larry Schoenberg, a cell biologist, rolled into the laboratory in his wheelchair. "Did you hear about the Pasteur?" "No, what's happened?" "Some kind of explosion. It's bad." He peeled a sheet from the stack of printouts on his lap. John grabbed the paper. "My God, a lab accident?" "The French police think maybe a bomb. Figured you'd want to know." "Thanks." As Larry left, Smith quickly scanned the story. Massive explosion. Killed at least 12 people, shattered a building housing offices and laboratories. Evidence of explosives. No group claims responsibility. 4 survivors in critical condition, including... And John's heart seemed to stop. Including Martin Zellerbach, Ph.D., a computer scientist from the United States who suffered head injuries. Marty Zellerbach? His old friend's face flashed into John's mind. The crooked smile, the intense green eyes that could twinkle one moment and skitter off, lost in thought or perhaps outer space, the next. A small, rotund man who walked awkwardly, tended to avoid people, and was terrified of strangers. Marty had Asperger's syndrome, a rare form of autism. His symptoms included very high intelligence, a crippling lack of social skills, and an outstanding talent in mathematics and electronics. He was, in fact, a computer genius. He and Marty had grown up together in Iowa, where John had protected Marty from his fellow students and even a few teachers who had a hard time believing anyone so smart was not being intentionally rude and a troublemaker. John had often seen him when he was off his medication and in his manic state, displaying insights and leaps of creativity that were dazzling. But John also knew that if Marty stayed off his meds too long, he bordered on incoherence, and eventually he simply started raving. The medicine allowed him to function normally, but he once told John that it felt as if he were underwater, and his thinking, while still brilliant, was slow and painful. Marty did not leave his cozy Washington, D.C. bungalow for years at a time. There he was safe, with the cutting-edge computers and the software he was always designing, and his mind and creativity could soar, unfettered. So what was the shy computer wizard doing in Paris? Smith pulled out his cell phone, which had special scrambler capabilities, and dialed a Washington number. But he hadn't even finished dialing when the door opened and Nathaniel Frederick Klein entered. "Fred, I was just calling you. I should have guessed I'd see you here. Come in. What do you know about the Pasteur?" The chief of the extremely secret Covert-One intelligence and counterintelligence organization stepped into the laboratory, quiet as a ghost. Around 6 feet tall with a receding hairline and wire-rimmed glasses, he was dressed as usual in a rumpled suit, this one brown. His skin was pale. It rarely saw the sun for any length of time. The great outdoors was not where Fred Klein operated. "Your friend's alive, John, but he's in a coma. The doctors are worried." "What the hell was he doing at the Pasteur?" "Yes, we wondered about that too." Only the White House knew of Covert-One's existence. It worked totally outside the official military intelligence bureaucracy and far from the scrutiny of Congress. Its shadowy chief never appeared unless something earth-shaking had happened or might happen. It had no formal organization or bureaucracy and no official operatives. It was loosely composed of professional experts in many fields, all with clandestine experience, most with military backgrounds, and all unencumbered by family, home ties, or obligations. Smith was one of those elite operatives. "What's going on, Fred?" "Let's take a walk outside." He followed the intelligence master into the hall and out into the sunlight. The aromatic scent of pine filled the air. "How's it going? Are you close to creating a molecular computer?" "I wish. The research is going well, but it's slow, complex." Governments around the world wanted to be the first to have a working DNA computer because it would be able to break any code or encryption in a matter of seconds, a terrifying prospect, especially where defense was concerned. All of America's missiles, the NSA, spy satellites, defense plans, anything and everything that relied on electronics would be at the mercy of the first molecular computer. As they strolled, Klein asked, "How soon before the planet sees an operational one?" "Several years, maybe more." "If I said someone had already done it, who'd you guess?" Then Smith knew. "Émile Chambord." "There's talk, John. There's always talk. This is different. It comes from top French military circles, his colleagues, his superiors. He claimed he was no farther along than anyone else, but what about his notes, records, reports? Nothing from the last year. Zero. No records? There have to be. They're probably in the Pasteur's databank. We checked. He hadn't entered any data in the mainframe for more than a year. He was keeping longhand records? If he kept any at all. He had to keep records. You can't do basic research without complete data. Every bit of progress, every blind alley, every mistake has to be chronicled. If he wasn't saving his data in the computer, he had to be keeping it longhand, that's certain. Maybe it is, John. But so far, neither the Pasteur nor the French authorities have found any records at all, and believe me, they've been looking. He was working alone? He had a lab assistant who's on vacation. The French police are searching for him, and we think Dr. Zellerbach was working with him too. You think? Whatever Zellerbach was doing appears to have been completely unofficial. He's listed only as a general observer with Pasteur security. After the bombing, the police went to his hotel room but found nothing useful. They were surprised by how few people actually recalled him. Smith nodded. That's Marty, anonymous and reclusive. When he wakes up, he'll tell you what Chambord's progress was. If he wakes up. Even then, it could be too late. He will regain consciousness. All right, Colonel, but when? At 7:55 Washington time last night, Diego Garcia Island lost all communications with its aircraft. Every effort to revive them or trace the source of the shutdown failed. Then, precisely 5 minutes later, communications were restored. There were no systems malfunctions, no weather problems, no human error. Conclusion was it had to be the work of a computer hacker. But no footprints were found, and every expert says no existing computer could have pulled it off without leaving a trace. Was there damage? To the systems, no. To our worry quotient, one hell of a lot. How does the timing compare to when the Pasteur was bombed? Couple of hours later? Could be a test of Chambord's prototype if he had one. If someone stole it. Yeah. The way it stands, Chambord probably died in the explosion. His lab was completely destroyed. His car was in the Pasteur's parking lot. They've looked everywhere, but they can't find him. He's dead or missing. And his work is destroyed or missing. You're thinking the bomb was planted to hide his murder and the theft of his records and prototype? An operational DNA computer in the wrong hands is not a pretty picture. I was already planning to go to Paris because of Marty. I thought so. It's a good cover. John, you've got to find out what happened to Chambord's notes, reports, and data, and whether there really is a functional prototype out there somewhere. I'll be your only contact, night or day. Whatever you need from any part of the government or military on both sides of the pond, ask. But you must keep a lid on it, understand? We don't want any panic. Worse, we don't want an eager second or third world country cutting a unilateral deal with the bombers. Right. When do I leave? Now. In the southern French city of Bordeaux, a few hours after the bombing, the telephone rang in a shabby rooming house on the banks of the Garonne River. The room's occupant was Jean-Luc Massenet, a small, pasty-faced man in his mid-20s, who sat on the edge of his cot, staring at the ringing phone. He did not pick it up. His eyes were wide with fear, his body trembling. He sat thinking. No, there was no other solution than to run away again. Sweating, he grabbed the briefcase and hurried toward the door. But before he could touch the knob, a knock sounded. He froze, watching the door handle turn slowly right and left, the way a mouse watches the swaying head of a cobra. Jean-Luc? Captain Darius Bonnard here. Why don't you answer your phone? Jean-Luc shuddered with relief. He unlocked the door and flung it open. Bonjour, mon capitaine. How did you... But with a gesture from the blonde-haired officer who strode into the room, he fell silent, respectful of the compact, vigorous man who wore the uniform of an elite French paratroop regiment. He closed the door. You appear frightened, Jean-Luc. What's this all about? You're supposed to be on vacation, right? So why are you here now? Hiding, sir. Some men came looking for me at my hotel. They knew my name, where I lived in Paris, everything. One of them pulled out a gun and threatened the front desk man. They looked as if they'd come to kill me. I sneaked out to my car and drove away. On the radio, I heard the news about the Pasteur, that Dr. Chambord is presumed dead. Do you have any news? Captain Bonnard shook his head sorrowfully. Poor Dr. Chambord. He was so good to me, always saying I was working too hard. I hadn't had a vacation. He's the one who insisted I go. The captain nodded. But tell me, why do you think the men wanted you? Once I knew about the Pasteur and Dr. Chambord, it all made sense why they were after me. So I ran away, and I didn't stop running until I found this boarding house. No one knows me here. And that's when you called me? Oui. I didn't know what else to do. But they came after you because Émile Chambord was caught in the explosion? That makes no sense, unless you're saying the bombing was no simple matter. Jean-Luc nodded emphatically. I think the bomb was intended to murder him. Why, for God's sake? Because of his molecular computer. He was 99% certain he'd made an operational one. You understand how significant a machine like that would be? A lot of people would kill him, me, and anyone else to get their hands on a real DNA computer. We found no evidence of such a success. Are you sure of what you say? Bien sûr. As his laboratory assistant, I was with him every step of the way. But you say his computer was destroyed? You didn't find his notes, the proof? The lab is rubble, and there was nothing on the Pasteur's mainframe. There wouldn't be. He was worried it could be accessed too easily, so he kept his data in a notebook, locked in his lab safe. That means we can never reproduce his work. Maybe we can. What? What are you telling me, Jean-Luc? That perhaps we can build a DNA computer without him. I think that's why those armed men came looking for me. You have a copy of his notes? No, I have my own notes. They're not as complete or detailed as his, certainly. I didn't understand everything he did, and he'd forbidden either me or the strange American helping him to make notes. But I secretly copied down nearly everything from memory up to the end of last week. That's when I left for vacation. I think I have enough for another expert in the field to follow. You took your notes with you? You have them now? Yes, sir. Jean-Luc patted the briefcase at his feet. I never let them out of my sight. Then we'd better move, and fast. They could have tracked you and be only minutes away. We must go, before the thugs can find you. My jeep is around the corner. Merci. Jean-Luc grabbed his briefcase and rushed toward the door. But as soon as the young man had faced away, Bonnard grabbed a thick pillow from the cot with one hand, while with the other he reached for the holster at the small of his back and slid out a Le Français militaire pistol with a silencer. He called out softly, Jean-Luc. Jean-Luc turned and saw the weapon and the pillow. Surprised, still not quite understanding, he reached out a protesting hand. Captain? Sorry, son, but I need those notes. Bonnard clamped the pillow around the back of Jean-Luc's head, pushed the silenced muzzle against his temple, and pulled the trigger. There was a popping sound. Blood, tissue, and pieces of skull exploded into the pillow. The bullet burned itself through and lodged in the plaster wall. Using the pillow to protect the room from blood, Captain Bonnard supported the corpse to the bed. He laid the body out, the pillow carefully arranged just so beneath the head, and removed the silencer. He pressed the gun into the lab assistant's left hand, put his hand over Jean-Luc's, and squeezed the trigger once more. The noise was thunderous, shocking in the tiny room. This was a rough area, but still a gunshot would attract attention. He had little time. First, he checked the pillow. The second shot had been perfect, going through so closely to the first hole that it looked like one large perforation. And now there would be powder burns on Jean-Luc's hand to satisfy the medical examiner that he, distraught over the loss of his beloved Dr. Chambord, had committed suicide. He quickly searched the room, finding nothing of concern. Then he dug the first bullet out of the wall and moved a battered bureau 6 inches to the left to hide the hole. As he snatched up Jean-Luc's briefcase, he heard the rise and fall scream of an approaching police siren. As Captain Darius Bonnard stepped out of the room and vanished into the gloom of the upstairs hall, the police car screeched to a stop in front of the rooming house. Early Tuesday morning, a C-17 cargo jet from Buckley Air Force Base in Colorado landed in Paris. Its only passenger was John Smith. He carried an overnight bag and a laptop computer in a heavy-duty aluminum case. Under his sports jacket, he wore a canvas holster with a 9mm Sig Sauer pistol. Quickly clearing customs, he climbed into a waiting limousine and an hour later was standing at the reception desk in the intensive care unit at the ultramodern European Hospital Georges Pompidou. 2 gendarmes stood outside the door into the unit itself. Smith identified himself to the nurse as the American medical representative of Dr. Martin Zellerbach's family. "I'll need to talk to Dr. Zellerbach's lead physician." "That's Dr. Edouard Dubois. He's already seen your friend this morning. I'll page him." "Merci. Will you take me to Dr. Zellerbach? I'll wait there." "Bien sûr." She took him inside the heavy swinging doors. Instantly, the hospital noises vanished, and he was moving in a hushed world of soft footsteps, whispering doctors and nurses, and muted lights, bells, and winking LEDs of machines. In an ICU, machines owned the universe, and patients belonged to them. Smith anxiously approached the cubicle where the comatose Marty lay motionless on a narrow bed, helpless among the tubes and wires and monitors. His round face was waxen. Smith went to the end of the bed and read Marty's chart. His other injuries were minor, mostly scrapes and bruises. It was the coma that was worrisome. But there were good signs, too. He was breathing unaided, occasionally coughed, yawned, blinked, and showed roving eye movements, which indicated that the lower brainstem was still functioning. "Dr. Smith?" A small man with gray hair and an olive complexion walked toward him. "I am Edouard Dubois." "Thank you for seeing me so quickly, Doctor. Tell me about Dr. Zellerbach's condition." "Our friend here seems to be doing better. This morning he spoke a few words and moved his arm. He was responding to stimulation." "So it's possible he'll awake and be fine?" "Oui." "You'll put in an order to have the nurses work with him? Ask him questions? Try to get him to move more?" "Already done. Don't worry, we know what we're doing here. Your friend is in excellent hands. With luck, a week from now he'll be complaining about his aches and pains, the coma completely forgotten. Now, please stay as long as you like, but I must continue my rounds." Smith sat beside the bed, took Marty's hand, and squeezed it. "Did you hear your doctor? He thinks you're going to be all right. Mart, can you hear me? What in God's name happened at the Pasteur?" Marty stirred, and his lips trembled as if he were trying to speak. "What is it? Tell me, Mart, please. This is a hell of a way for us to meet again, but you know how it is. I need you. So here I am asking you to lend me that extraordinary mind of yours once more." Talking and reminiscing, he squeezed Marty's hand, rubbed his arms, and was massaging his feet when a tall man in a hospital orderly's uniform appeared in the opening to Marty's cubicle. He was dark, swarthy, with a huge black mustache and intelligent, deadly, cold brown eyes. In the split second when Smith's gaze and his connected, he seemed briefly startled, and then, just before the man turned and hurried away, there seemed a hint of mischief or amusement, or perhaps malice, somehow familiar. That flitting sense of familiarity stopped Smith for a heartbeat, and then he was up and rushing after the orderly, snatching his Sig Sauer from its holster. It was not only the man's eyes and expression that had been wrong, but the way he had carried the folded linens that were draped over his right arm. He could be hiding a weapon beneath. All eyes were on Smith as he furiously burst through the large swinging doors. Ahead, the orderly knocked people out of the way as he put on a burst of speed and tore off down the corridor, escaping. Pounding in pursuit, Smith shouted, "Stop that man! He's got a gun!" With that, all pretense was gone, and the orderly flourished a mini-submachine gun. He turned, expertly trotting backward, and raised the weapon without panic or haste. He swung it back and forth, as if to sweep the corridor clean. The fellow was a professional, letting the threat of his gun do the work without having to fire a shot. Screams erupted as nurses, doctors, and visitors dove to the floor. Smith hurled breakfast carts out of the way and thundered on. Ahead, the man rushed through a doorway and slammed the door. Smith kicked it in and raced past a terrified technician, through another door, and past a hot therapy tank in which a naked man sat. "Where is he?" The man pointed at a door, his face pasty with fear. Smith tore onward, punched open the door, and skidded into another corridor. Terrified people were gazing right, pressing themselves against the walls, as if a deadly tornado had just swept past. Smith ran in the direction they stared. Without a backward glance, the man slammed through yet another door. It had an exit sign above it. The fire stairs. Smith hurtled in after him, but from the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of someone hiding to the left of the door, behind it, as he swung it in. The orderly sprang out and crashed into him. He smashed his shoulder into the orderly, sending him reeling back toward the stairs. The orderly staggered, hitting the back of his head against the steel balustrade. He muttered an oath at the pain, but he had given way to John's thrust and quickly regained his balance, while Smith, meeting less resistance than he had expected, dropped his Sig Sauer and lost his footing. He stumbled and crashed to the cement floor, taking a hard blow to his back where it struck the wall. He was stumbling to his feet, grabbing for his weapon, when a searing pain exploded in his skull, and blackness and silence descended. When the morning express train from Bordeaux pulled into Paris, Captain Darius Bonnard was the third passenger off. As he walked, he pulled his cell phone from his pocket, dialed a number, and announced, "I'm here." Then he dialed a second number and repeated the message. Outside the station, he bypassed the ranks of taxis. A car pulled to the curb beside him. The door opened, and Bonnard climbed in. "Salam alaikum," the voice greeted him from the back seat. As the vehicle pulled away, Captain Bonnard turned to the man who had spoken, a man of satin-black skin and hooded green-brown eyes that trusted no one and nothing. He was garbed in the voluminous white robes and gold-trimmed keffiyeh of a desert Bedouin. His name was Abu Auda, and he was a member of the Fulani tribe from the southern edge of the Sahara. "You've brought them?" "Naam." Bonnard unbuttoned his tunic, opened his uniform shirt, and took out a letter-sized, zippered leather portfolio. "Chambor's assistant is dead. What of the Americans, Ellerbach?" "We found no notes, although we searched thoroughly." Abu Auda pushed the portfolio inside his robes. "He's expecting you." "I'll see him soon. Stop the car." Auda gave the command, and the vehicle pulled to the curb. Bonnard stepped out, and the car peeled away. 30 seconds later, a large black Citroën with darkened windows pulled up and slowed beside him. Its rear door opened, and the captain stepped inside. The car would take him to his office, where he had phone calls to make before he met with Abu Auda's boss. As John Smith regained consciousness in the stairwell at the Pompidou Hospital, he heard voices above and around him. "Are you all right, monsieur? How do you feel? Who was the man who attacked you? Stand back. Give me room so I can examine." He was lying on his back on hard concrete. A ring of concerned faces peered down. Nurses, a doctor kneeling over him, a gendarme and security people. Smith sat up, and his head swam with pain. "Damn!" "You must lie back, monsieur. You've had a nasty blow to the skull. Tell me how you feel." "Great. I feel absolutely great," which was a lie. His head pounded as if someone were in there with a sledgehammer, but he did not lie down again. "The orderly. Where is he? Who was he?" "Must have been Farouk Al-Hamid," a security guard said. "This is his section." A nurse disagreed. "I know Farouk. That wasn't him." The doctor shone a penlight in one of Smith's eyes, then the other. "I'm okay, doctor," John said, and this time meant it. His head was clearing, the pain subsiding. "Are you dizzy?" "No." The doctor shrugged and got up. "I understand you're a physician, so you know the dangers of head injuries. You may have a concussion, but your eyes are tracking, your skin color's good. If you start feeling worse, come back straight away." John struggled to his feet. "Thanks. I appreciate your concern. Now, where's the hospital's chief of security? A guard led Smith down to a tucked-away office of several rooms equipped with electronic surveillance and computers. The guard explained, "Chief, this is the gentleman who tried to stop the armed orderly. Lieutenant Colonel John Smith, U.S. Army. Pierre Girard. Have a seat, Colonel." Girard did not get up from behind his desk, but nodded to one of the straight chairs. A thick, burly man, he wore a stained gray suit and loosened tie. Smith sat. The orderly, or whatever he was, came to the ICU to kill Martin Zellerbach, I think. Girard glanced toward the guard. "The man wasn't an orderly?" "It was Farouk Al-Hamid's station, but witnesses say it wasn't him." The chief reached for his telephone. "Get me personnel." He waited, his face neutral. "You have an orderly named Farouk Al-Hamid who works the ICU." "He did?" "I see. Thank you." Girard hung up. "He wrote a note saying he was sick. His cousin would do his job, and he sent the note with the cousin who, it seems, was our tall orderly with the gun. And who was no orderly, and maybe not even Algerian." Girard nodded. "May I ask why someone would want to assassinate Dr. Zellerbach?" "He's a computer scientist. He was working with Dr. Émile Chambord at the Pasteur the night of the bombing." "Then it's possible your Dr. Zellerbach saw or heard something incriminating there. Perhaps now the bombers are trying to stop Dr. Zellerbach from awakening and giving us the information." "I'd say that it was more than possible. I'd appreciate you or the police doubling the guard on him in the ICU and, if he's moved, posted wherever he's sent." "I will contact the Sûreté." Once out of the hospital, Smith activated his cell phone and dialed. "Someone tried to kill Marty," he reported. Fred Klein answered. "Do we know who?" "Looks like a pro. It was a good setup. The guy was disguised as an orderly, and if I hadn't been there, he could have gotten away with it. There's something else. He had a mini submachine gun." The gun changed the picture. It turned what had appeared to be a straightforward assassination attempt into something far more complex. "Meaning what exactly, Colonel?" "He had the firepower to kill Marty from where he was standing. My being there would have been no deterrent, if he'd been willing to shoot me and maybe everyone else in the ICU, too. His initial plan was probably to go in with a knife, something quiet so he wouldn't attract attention. The submachine gun was only for last-ditch protection." "And?" "And that suggests he knew if he opened fire, his escape from the hospital would have been far more difficult. And that means he didn't want to take any chances that he might be captured alive or dead, which in turn suggests that the bombing was part of a careful plan by people with a specific goal." Klein sighed. "I agree. But so far, everyone else is hoping Dr. Chambord's death was collateral to the bombing, an accident. Dig deeper. Turn up Chambord's notes and any type of prototype computer he developed, and if you can't grab them, destroy them. We can't run the risk of that kind of power staying in the wrong hands." "How's Zellerbach doing?" "Better, but still comatose." "Then we'll hope. What do you plan next?" "I'm going to the Pasteur. There's an American biochemist I've worked with there. I'll see what he can tell me about Chambord." "Okay, another thing. I want you to meet General Carlos Henze, the American who commands NATO forces in Europe. He's the only person over there who knows you're assigned to investigate, but he thinks you're working for Army intelligence. The President called him personally to set this up. Henze will fill you in on what he's found out. He doesn't know anything about me or Covert-One, of course. Keep it that way. Pension Cézanne, 2 p.m. sharp. Ask for Monsieur Werner. The password is Loki." A spring breeze blew the scent of cherry blossoms in through the open French doors of the Oval Office. But President Samuel Adams Castilla was too distracted to notice or care. He was a big man with thick shoulders and a waist that had spread as wide as Albuquerque. He stood up behind the heavy pine table he used as a desk and glared at the three people who sat waiting for him to continue: National Security Advisor Emily Powell Hill, his Chief of Staff Charles Ouray, and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Admiral Stevens Brose. "So this is the situation, people. We haven't got enough evidence yet to determine whether a molecular computer actually exists, and if it does, who has it. But there's no other good explanation for what happened on Diego Garcia. We all know terrorist attacks tend to be by people whose main goal is to get attention for their cause and expose what they consider evil. But this attack wasn't against the usual symbolic target, an embassy, a military installation, and it wasn't some lone suicide bomber taking out a nightclub. The target was specifically the building where a molecular computer was being built. Emily Powell Hill raised her perfect eyebrows. In her 50s, she was slender, long-legged, and highly intelligent. With all due respect, Mr. President, the information you have about a DNA computer's being completed appears to be largely speculation. Is it possible your source's disaster scenario comes from paranoia? My science people assure me a functional DNA computer isn't expected for at least a decade, maybe 2. The President nodded. But I suspect you'll find your scientists also agree that if anyone could make such a leap, Chambord would be at the top of the list. Charles Ouray was frowning. Can anyone explain in words I can understand exactly what makes a DNA machine so special and such a big threat? Emily Powell Hill turned to him. It's all about switching from silicon, the foundation of computers, to carbon, the foundation of life, using DNA molecules in place of microchips. Machines are slavishly fast and precise, while life is ever-changing and subtle. DNA computers will integrate both worlds in a technology that's far superior to anything most people can even imagine today. Ouray grimaced. Sounds like something you'd read in a comic book. At one time you probably did, the President agreed. Here's the thing, Chuck. Say you want to mow a lawn like the one on the mall. The electronic solution would be to use a few giant lawnmowers, and each would cut thousands of blades of grass every second. That's the way supercomputers operate. The DNA solution would use billions of tiny mowers that'd each cut just one blade, all at the same time. That's the key. Nature's massive parallelism. A molecular computer is going to dwarf the power of today's biggest supercomputer. Plus, it'll use almost no energy and be a lot cheaper to operate. Swell, growled Admiral Brose. If that DNA thing exists and is controlled by someone who doesn't like us, I don't even want to think about the future. Our military moves, fights, lives, and breathes on electronics, command codes, and communications codes. Defense implications are your responsibility, Stevens, the President said. So, of course, that's what you'd think of first. Me, I've got to take civilian situations into account, too. Like what? Ouray asked. A DNA computer can shut down oil and gas pipelines, and there goes our fuel supply. It can cut off air traffic control operations. It can access funds transfer networks at the Federal Reserve, which means our treasury could be emptied in a heartbeat. It can also open the gates to the Hoover Dam. With that, we could expect the drowning deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Tell me you're not serious. Even the Hoover Dam's floodgates are accessible? Yes, they're computerized, and the computer's connected to the Western Utilities power grid. There was an appalled silence in the room. But let's take it one step at a time. Chuck, see what the CIA and NSA can tell us. Contact the Brits and find out what they know, too. Emily and Stevens, get the latest from your people. We'll meet again later today. As soon as the door closed behind the trio, the side door that led into the President's private study opened, and Fred Klein stepped into the Oval Office. The President sighed and returned to his big leather desk chair. Sit down, Fred. Bring me up to speed. Klein told the President about the attack on Martin Zellerbach that Smith interrupted. When we hung up, Smith was going to the Pasteur to interview a colleague. After that, he'll see General Henze. Smith's good, but a few more people over there might be better, yes? Klein shook his head. A terrorist cell is small and moves fast. It'll spot a large effort, which means that if the CIA and MI6 kick up any dust, their usefulness is over. We designed Covert-One for surgical situations just like this. Let's give Smith a chance. Meanwhile, I've got other Covert-One operatives on special leads and tasks. If he needs help, we'll act accordingly. We need something from him. From someone. Soon, damn it. Before we get a taste worse than Diego Garcia. Private and non-profit, l'Institut Pasteur was one of the great scientific centers of the world, with some 20 branches located on 5 continents. The institute stretched into the distance on both sides of the Rue du Docteur Roux, named for one of the institute's earliest researchers. The whole leafy place gave off the feel of a gracious college, except for the ruins of the once spacious building that had housed Dr. Chambord's lab. It was now only large, haphazard mounds of blackened brick and debris, above which 3 exterior walls towered precariously. Dogs sniffed the ruins, rescue workers and firemen dug grimly, and armed soldiers patrolled. The charred remains of 2 cars stood at the curb. A ghostly blanket of pewter-gray ash and soot covered buildings, trees, bushes, signs. Nothing was spared. John saw there was nothing he could learn here. He turned and walked to the Jacques Monod building, which housed the Department of Molecular Biology, and the office and lab of his old friend and colleague, Michael Kearns. Michael's door was open. When Smith stepped inside, Mike looked up from his paper-covered desk and jumped up, gleefully shouting, "John, what are you doing here?" A few inches under 6 feet and sturdy, he came around his desk and pumped Smith's hand. "Damn, John, how long's it been?" 5 years at least. How's the work going?" Kearns laughed. "So near and yet so far, as usual, right? What brings you to Paris, U.S. Amrid?" "No, it's my friend Marty Zellerback. He was hurt in the bombing." "I'm so sorry, John. How is he?" "In a coma." "Damn, what's the prognosis?" "We're hopeful, but—" Smith glumly shook his head. "Is there any news about Chambord?" "They're still looking. They found some body parts that they're trying to identify. Very sad." Mike returned behind his desk, and John took a chair. "Did you know Marty was working with Chambord?" "No. In fact, I never even heard he was here. He had no official appointment, and I never saw his name listed as being on loan or visiting. It must have been some private arrangement with Chambord. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, but I was getting concerned about Emile." "In what way?" "Well, he used to be a happy guy, a hard worker but convivial, outgoing. Then, last year, it was almost as if he vanished. From meetings, the cafes, staff parties, all that. He cut us all off. As far as most of us were concerned, he disappeared." "You know what he was working on?" "Of course, a molecular computer. I heard he was making big strides, too, that he might even get there first in under 10 years. It was no secret, so—" "So?" "So why the secretiveness? That's what was so different about him. Secretive, withdrawn, distracted. Come to work, go home, return to work, nothing else. Sometimes he was here for days in a row." "What's your theory?" Mike chuckled. "In my wildest moments, stolen research. Spies, industrial espionage, maybe. Some kind of cloak and dagger." "Did something actually happen to make you think that?" "You know, I wondered sometimes about a few of the people I spotted Chambord with, once or twice, outside the Pasteur. Also about a car that picked him up here some nights." "What kind of people?" "Ordinary enough. French, well-dressed. They were always in civvies, or I might have said they were military. But I guess if Chambord were making progress on his DNA computer, that'd make sense. The military would want to keep tabs on everything he was doing." "Natural enough. What about the car?" "A Citroen. Big, black, tinted windows. I'd see it when I was working late. I'd be heading for my car, and a few times it'd drive up. The rear door would swing open, Chambord would climb in, and it'd drive off. It was odd because he had his own little Renault." "You never saw who was with him?" "Never." "Did the Citroen bring him back?" "I wouldn't know." Smith thought it over. "Thanks, Mike. I don't want to take any more of your time. I'm just looking into Marty's activities here in Paris to get an assessment of his health before the bombing. Sorry to get so far off track with Chambord. What can you tell me about Chambord's family? They might know more about Marty." "Emile's wife died about 7 years ago. I heard it hit him hard. He has a grown-up daughter." "You have her address?" Kearns turned to his computer and soon provided it. "Her name's Thérèse Chambord. She's an actress and a stunner from what I've heard." As he left Mike's building and re-emerged onto the Rue de Docteur Roux, he suddenly had a feeling he was being watched. Call it what you will, training, experience, a sixth sense, but there was that tingle on the back of his neck, the slight shrinking of the skin. They were out there, the eyes observing him. It had begun the instant he had stepped out onto the sidewalk. Captain Darius Bonnard was now wearing a civilian suit, lightweight but still too heavy for the hot apartment where he had just arrived. The place looked like the inside of every Bedouin tent in which he had sat miserable and cross-legged in all the God-forsaken desert outposts where he had served in the French Foreign Legion. Moroccan rugs covered every window and the floor. The leather and wood furniture was low and hard. As he lowered himself to a chair, he warned, "Sending that man to kill Martin Zellerbach was a stupid move, Monsieur Mauritania. How did you think he'd pull it off and escape successfully? They'd have caught him and flayed the truth out of him. Merde! Now it'll be 10 times more difficult to eliminate Zellerbach." The second man in the room, Monsieur Mauritania, the only name by which he was known in the international underworld of spies and criminals, was expressionless. He was a stocky figure with a small, round face, bright blue eyes, and soft, well-manicured hands below the cuffs of an impeccable white shirt and pearl-gray English suit. When the captain finished, Mauritania answered in a voice as hard as his hands were soft. "You underestimate us, Captain. We're not fools. We sent no one to assassinate Dr. Zellerbach at the hospital or anywhere else." Bonnard was taken aback. "But if you didn't send that assassin, who did? And why?" "Yes, that is a concern. And we'll discover all we can in the matter. Meanwhile, we've studied the notes of the research assistant. We find they coincide precisely with Chambour's own data and reports. Nothing appears to have been forgotten or lost. They've already been destroyed. Now, how is the probe into Massenet's death proceeding? After the assistant ran away when he spotted your men, he stopped for petrol. The people at the station reported the assistant had heard about Émile Chambour's death and was highly distraught, actually in tears. That should give the motivation. He couldn't go on without his mentor. You've heard nothing more? Not even from your French army headquarters?" Bonnard shook his head. "No news is good news. That's a Western proverb, as dangerous as it is stupid. Silence in a matter such as this is far from golden. A suicide is difficult to fake well enough to fool police detectives with any brains or experience, to say nothing of the Deuxième Bureau. I suggest you or your people find out what the police and Secret Service actually know about the assistant's death and find out quickly. I'll look into it. One more thing, Captain Bonnard. This friend of Zellerbach's, what do you know about him?" "Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith is a medical doctor and was sent here by Zellerbach's family. At least that's what Smith told the hospital, and from what I've been able to learn from my other sources, it's accurate. Zellerbach and Smith grew up together in some place called Iowa. They're old friends. But I understand this Dr. Smith acted more like a man with combat or police experience. You say he came to the hospital armed?" "He did, and I agree his actions were far from medical." "Possibly an agent? Placed in the hospital by someone who is unconvinced by our charade?" "My sources within American intelligence say he's simply an Army research scientist assigned to a U.S. military medical research facility. He's in none of our files." "Could he be an agent from an organization you don't know, or don't have sources to?" "Impossible. If the Second Bureau doesn't know of any such organization, it doesn't exist." "Very well. Still, we'd better continue to watch him. Your people and mine." Leaving the Pasteur Institute on high alert, John Smith strolled toward the Boulevard Pasteur. He kept turning his head left and right, pretending to look for a taxi to hail, but really probing for whoever was out there, watching him. He settled on 3 potentials: a shapeless young woman in a dull black skirt and cardigan, mid-30s or so, dark-haired, lumpy face. A middle-aged, equally colorless man wearing a dark blue sports coat and corduroy jeans. The man stood before a street vendor's cart, poring intently over the items. Finally, a tall, old man, leaning on a black ebony cane, standing in the shadow of a tree near the curb. Smith had close to 2 hours before his meeting with General Henze, the NATO commander. It would probably not take that long to lose whoever was interested in him, which meant maybe he could get some information first. He gave up his pretense of looking for a taxi and walked onward toward the Boulevard Pasteur. At the intersection, he turned right and stopped at a cafe, where he chose an outside table. He ordered a demi, and when the beer arrived, he sipped and apparently casually watched the passing parade. The first of the trio to appear was the tall old man. He passed Smith's location on the opposite side of the street and walked on, without even looking Smith's way. The second to arrive was the nondescript young woman, who was suddenly walking past the cafe not 5 feet from where Smith sat. She glanced directly at him. and continued on without showing the faintest interest. The third person, the man who had been shopping with such concentration at the street vendor's cart, did not appear. Smith paid for his beer and moved briskly back along the boulevard toward the Pasteur metro station at the intersection with the Rue de Vaugirard. He ducked into the metro, watching, waiting until a train pulled into the station, and then he joined the stream of passengers that was exiting back to the street. Good. None of the three were anywhere to be seen. Then, with a sinking feeling, he felt the hairs on the back of his neck rise again. Someone was still nearby, studying him. He stood outside the station and gazed all around. Nothing. He had to lose his tail. He could not lead them to his meeting with the general. In a doorway partially shielded by a bush, the lumpy-faced woman in the black outfit scrutinized Smith as he carefully surveyed the area. He looked uneasy and suspicious. She remembered he had very dark blue eyes. Right now, they were hidden behind black sunglasses. But she remembered the color. At last, he hurried back into the metro. He obviously knew he was being followed, but he did not know it was she, or he would have followed her after she passed his table outside the cafe. She pulled out her cell phone and dialed a number. He figured out he was being tailed, but he didn't make me. Otherwise, he appears to be here really because he's worried about Zellerbach. Everything he's done since he arrived is consistent with that. No, that's your call. If you think it's worthwhile, send someone else to tail him. I've got my own assignment. No, but Mauritania wouldn't have come here unless it was imperative. Yes, if he's got it. Smith made 4 changes of trains, returned rapidly to the street, and plunged back down again at 2 of the stations. After an hour of this, he was confident he had lost his tail. He caught a taxi to the address Fred Klein had given him, a private pension in an ivy-covered 3-story brick building on a small secluded courtyard. At her post inside the elegant front door, the concierge was as discreet as the building itself. A matronly woman with steel-trap eyes and a face that revealed nothing, she showed no reaction when he asked for Monsieur Werner, but she led him up the stairs with decidedly unmatronly movements. He suspected that more metal than just her house keys was hidden under her apron. The concierge led him to a bantamweight sitting on a chair in the second-floor corridor and vanished back down the stairs. The man studied Smith's ID without getting up. He wore a dark business suit, and John noticed a large bulge under his armpit. He returned Smith's ID and said, "What's the word, Colonel?" "Loki." "The general's waiting. 3rd door down." Smith knocked, and when a guttural "come in" sounded, he opened the door and stepped into a sunny room with a view of tangled, blooming gardens that Monet would have liked to paint. Standing inside was another bantamweight, but 10 years older than the one in the hallway. "So what's going to happen with this new technology, Colonel? What are they planning? Are we looking for a result on the order of a nuclear bomb, or more like a pea shooter, or maybe nothing at all?" "I've been in Paris just a few hours. A would-be assassin has threatened me and Dr. Martin Zellerbach, who worked with Dr. Chambord. I've also been tailed by someone who knows their job. Plus, of course, there's the incident at Diego Garcia. I'd say it's definitely not nothing." General Carlos Henze, U.S. Army, was the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, or SAC-EUR, for NATO's combined forces. As wiry as a coiled spring, Henze wore his graying hair short. He wore his immaculately tailored charcoal brown suit, like the CEO of a Fortune 500 corporation. "All right, Colonel. The President said I was to extend all help and keep mum about you. What say I tell you what I know? Have a seat." As John sat, Henze dropped into a brocade chair. "The night of the explosion, a black van was seen parked behind the Pasteur. Just minutes before the explosion, it left the area. You know Chambord had a research assistant?" "Yes." "He's dead. He killed himself last night in a little hotel outside Bordeaux. He'd been vacationing in a village on the coast. Chambord had apparently told him he was working too hard. Take a vacation. So, what was he doing in a flea bag on the wrong side of the Garonne?" "They're sure it was suicide?" "So they say. The owner of the flea bag remembers the assistant, who checked in alone, by the way, was carrying a briefcase. If he was, it's missing now." "You figure the bombers hit again? Made the murder look like a suicide and then took the briefcase?" "The CIA is of the opinion the suicide has a rank odor, even though the Sûreté seems satisfied." Smith pondered. The research assistant would have known Chambour's progress, but that alone wouldn't necessarily have been enough reason to kill him. So I'd say there had to be more reason, most likely the briefcase. The assistant's notes may be Chambour's own notes, something that they considered dangerous or critical. Yeah. So because Diego Garcia happened, it looks like the bombers have the data for whatever Chambour created, which you think's an honest-to-God working molecular supercomputer? Sure looks like it. I'm going to have my deputy commander at NATO, General Laporte, get in touch. He's a Frenchman. Their military is naturally concerned. Since this is their country, the White House wants to keep them feeling happy but not give them any more than we absolutely have to. Laporte's already been sniffing around about you and Dr. Zellerbach. I told him you're here as a friend of Dr. Zellerbach, but I can see he's skeptical. Henze crossed to the door, opened it, and held out his hand. Keep in touch. Whatever you need, call. He gestured to the bantamweight. Sergeant Matthias will walk you out. Out on the sidewalk, Smith paused beside a tree and gazed all around at the thick traffic, the few pedestrians, and his heart seemed to stop. He whirled as he caught a glimpse of a face in the back seat of a taxi when it turned from the street to the courtyard. Smith slipped back around to where he could get a view of the pension's entrance. And who he saw there was the fake orderly who had gone to the hospital to kill Marty. Sergeant Matthias stepped politely aside to let the killer enter, stepped back, and closed the door. A heavy spring twilight settled on Seine-Saint-Denis on the north side of Paris. Smith paid his taxi driver and got out. The warm air was close, almost stifling with humidity. Pausing on the sidewalk, he studied a narrow 3-story beige brick apartment building, the home of Thérèse Chambord. He turned and cautiously surveyed the street. He saw nothing suspicious. In the recessed entryway, there was a white calling card with her name engraved on it, slid into the address slot for the 3rd floor. He rang her bell and announced his name and purpose. He rode the elevator up, and when it opened, she was standing in her open doorway, dressed in a slim white evening suit, an off-white silk blouse, and high-heeled ivory pumps. Her hair was satin black, an ebony cloud above her shoulders. A large black handbag hung over her left shoulder, as if she were about to go out. "I don't know what I can tell you about my father, or your friend in the hospital, Mr. Smith." "Can you give me just 10 minutes? Dr. Zellerbach is a very old and close friend. We grew up together." "I have a performance tonight, but... All right, 10 minutes. Come in." The apartment was not what he expected. 2 walls were composed entirely of glass, giving it a very modern feel. On a 3rd wall, tall glass doors opened onto a wraparound balcony. The rooms were furnished with elegant period furniture. A regal, warm, comfortable, and contemporary home. As they sat, he asked, "Did you know Dr. Zellerbach was working with your father?" "No. My father and I were close, but we didn't see each other very much. We talked often on the telephone, though, and he mentioned once he'd gotten the oddest and most wonderful collaborator, an eccentric recluse from America. But the fellow was also a computer genius. He implied that this Dr. Z, as he called him, had simply walked in one morning and volunteered to be part of the research. When Dad realized what he could do, he showed him everything. Dr. Z was soon advancing Dad's work with the most original innovations, but that's all I know. I'm sorry." "It's a lot harder for you. At least Marty has a chance." "Yes, I suppose that's true." "Did your father say anything that led you to think someone might have wanted to murder him? Someone whom he was afraid might try to steal his work?" "No." "Did you know what he was working on?" "Yes, the DNA computer. Everyone knew." "What about new friends? Women? Envious colleagues? A need for money?" "Women? No, I think not. My father barely had time for my mother when she was alive, even though he was devoted to her. Dad was, as you Americans would say, a workaholic. He had no need for money. He had few friends, only colleagues. None was especially envious that I knew about." She glanced at her watch and stood up. "I'm afraid I really must go." She smiled, a bold, direct smile. "Would you like to come to the theater tonight? See the performance and perhaps talk over a late dinner?" "I'd like nothing better, but not tonight. Rain check, as we Americans would say." She chuckled. "Of course." She locked the apartment door behind them, and they rode down in the elevator together. Smith watched her step out into the dark night, elegant and composed. He started to follow. He felt the motion before it actually registered. The door slammed back into him hard. Caught completely off guard, he skidded back and landed awkwardly on the floor. Outside, in the night somewhere, Thérèse Chambord screamed. He yanked out his Sig Sauer, jumped back to his feet, and rammed the door open. He hit the dark sidewalk running. Beneath his feet, glass crunched. Above him, the building's entry lights were shattered, and the street lamps had also been shot out. Whoever they were thorough. As his heart thudded against his ribs, Smith spotted 4 figures some distance down the street, clothed completely in black. They were heaving and wrestling Thérèse Chambord into an equally black van. She was a streak of white, tape across her mouth, as she valiantly tried to fight them off. He put on a burst of speed. Faster, he told himself. Faster! As he neared, a single silenced gunshot made a loud pop in the quiet night. A bullet whined past his cheek. Now Thérèse was inside. He ran, his feet pounding, fury shaking him. He raised his Sig Sauer and fired a warning shot into the pavement. Stop! 2 of the attackers spun expertly, crouched, and squeezed off rounds, forcing Smith to hit the ground. As he raised up, aiming the Sig Sauer, the pair leaped into the back of the van, while the third jumped into the passenger seat, struggling to close the door as the van gained speed. The side door was still open. The 4th man was running alongside the van, preparing to leap inside through the open sliding door. Smith fired. His bullet hit the man in the back. Blood sprayed out into the dark air, and the man's body arched in a bow. He fell, screaming, as the rear wheel powered over him. Tires screeching, the van sped away, its red taillights the only sign that it existed, and had not been part of some twisted nightmare. Smith got up, gasping for breath. He hurt all over. He ran to where the 4th attacker lay face down, dead, on the dark Seine-Saint-Denis street. He searched the man's pockets. No wallet, no identification. The dead man's Glock pistol lay on the pavement near the curb. He examined it and saw a leather skin had been shrunk around the grip. A design was tooled into the leather. A spreading tree with 3 points of flame rising over the base of the trunk, consuming it. Police klaxons began to wail in the distance. He must not be found here. Pocketing the dead man's Glock, he hurried away. The Hôtel Gilles was on the left bank. A discreet little hotel, it was where he had stayed many times when visiting Paris. The manager was his friend, and would hold a room for Smith as long as he wished, and keep his presence secret from outsiders. In his room, he slung his bag and laptop onto the bed, and using his cell phone, he dialed Fred Klein. So? They've kidnapped Thérèse Chambord. I just got the news. One of her neighbors saw quite a bit of it, including some crazy man who tried to stop it. Fortunately, the neighbor didn't get a good look at the man's face. The French police have no clue who the kidnappers are. But why kill Chambord and only kidnap his daughter? If the bombers have full data for the molecular computer, why kidnap her at all? Was she taken by the same people who blew up the Pasteur, or by some other people entirely? Are there 2 groups involved? One that has the data and another that wants it, so they've snatched Mademoiselle Chambord in the hope she has something to tell them? That's an unpleasant thought. A second group? Damn. Hope I'm wrong, John. So do I. Okay, Fred, I need some help with a symbol. It's a tree with a broad canopy, and there are 3 flames burning at its base, as if fire is about to consume it. He explained how he had found the picture on the kidnapper's pistol grip. I'll check on it. How did your meetings with Mike Kearns and General Henze go? Smith relayed what he had learned from both men, and he told Klein about the hospital orderly who had been welcomed into General Henze's pension. John, what the devil's going on? It can't mean the General's mixed up in anything, not with his record. But it's got to be looked into. I'll handle it from my end. Could the sergeant be a security problem? A mole? That's unthinkable, too. You stay away from it. I'll also have Sergeant Matthias investigated, and I'll find out about that tree symbol. Klein clicked off. Smith stripped off his clothes and plunged into a long, hot shower. He wrapped himself in a terry-cloth robe, sat at the window, and pushed open the shutters so he could gaze out across the steepled rooftops of Paris. He dialed the hospital. The ICU nurse told him Marty's condition was basically unchanged, but he was still showing small signs of progress. Feeling grateful, he said bonsoir and hung up. He was about to climb into bed when his cell phone gave off its low buzz. He answered it. Fred Klein reported, The tree and fire are the emblem of a defunct Basque separatist group called the Black Flame. They were supposedly broken up years ago. They haven't been heard from for a long time. Thanks, Fred. And one more favor. Dig deeper into Émile Chambour's past, will you? His whole history? I've got a hunch something's missing somewhere. Therese might know it too, without realizing it, and that could be why she's been taken. It's worth a shot. The hypnotic rhythms of a classical Indian raga floated on the hot, heavy air, trapped by the thick carpets and wall hangings that lined Mauritania's apartment. Seated, cross-legged, smiling, his eyes closed, he swayed like a sinuous Buddha to the gentle sound. He sensed rather than saw the disapproving look of his lieutenant Abu Auda, who had just entered. Auda was still wearing his white robes and gold-trimmed keffiyeh he had worn in the taxi when he met Captain Bonnard. Now he pushed back his keffiyeh to reveal his long black face, strong bony chin, small straight nose, and full mouth set in stone. "Do you wish my report, or are you going to continue to waste my time with that distracting noise?" Only then did Mauritania chuckle and open his eyes. "Forgive me, Abu Auda. Yes, your report, by all means. My watcher at the Pasteur Institute reports Smith appeared there. He spoke to Dr. Michael Kearns, apparently an old comrade. After that, Smith left the Pasteur, drank a small beer at a cafe, and then took the metro, where our miserable incompetent lost him. We didn't find Smith again until tonight, at the daughter's home. Smith was upstairs in her apartment nearly 15 minutes, and then they rode down in the elevator together. As soon as she stepped outside, 4 assailants attacked. Ah, the fine quality of their work. Would to God they were ours. Smith killed one, but the rest escaped. He took the dead man's pistol and left before the police arrived. Our man trailed him to the Champs-Élysées, where he also lost him." Mauritania nodded. "This Smith doesn't want to become involved with the police, is suspicious of being followed, skilled at eluding a tail, is calm under attack, and can use a pistol well. I'd say our Dr. Smith is more than he seems. But is he our main concern? What of the daughter? Who kidnapped her? What do they want? What danger are they to us?" Mauritania smiled. "Allah has answered your wish. The men were ours. I'm glad you approve of their skills." Abu Auda frowned. "You didn't tell me?" "Calm yourself. This was no reflection on you. If you'd known about these men I hired, you would have wanted to be with them, not with me. I need you, as you well know." Abu Auda's frown disappeared. "I suppose you're right." "Of course I am. Let's return to John Smith. If Captain Bonnard is correct, Smith belongs to no known secret service. For whom, then, does he work? Could our new allies have sent him? Some plan of their own they haven't bothered to tell us? I don't trust them. And there's another thing. The man I assigned to watch the Pasteur Institute says there may have been someone else watching not only Smith but him, a woman, dark-haired, young, but unattractive and poorly dressed." Mauritania uncoiled and stood up. "Watching both Smith and our man? It's time to leave Paris. Relocation is the best defense. Don't worry about Smith. If he's actually searching for us, we'll deal with him on our terms. Report to our friends that Paris has become too crowded, and we're moving early. It may be necessary to adjust our timetable forward, beginning now." The attack began at 6 p.m. in the headquarters of the California Independent System Operator, the Cal-ISO, in the small town of Folsom, east of Sacramento. Cal-ISO was integral to the movement of electricity throughout California. One of the operators stared at the dials of the big grid. "Jesus Christ," he breathed. Another glanced his way. "What is it?" "The numbers are spinning south, into the toilet. The grid's going to crash." In a secret installation in Arlington, Virginia, the elite computer specialists of the FBI cyber team quickly determined the catastrophe to be the work of a hacker, country of origin still undetermined. Now they battled to bring the California power grid back online and stop the hacker's progress. But it was already too late. The hacker had written software that allowed him or her to shatter their tough firewalls and decipher codes. He had bypassed tripwires and logs that pinpointed intruders and opened closed ports. Then he moved on, invading one power supplier after another, because Cal ISO's computers were linked to a system that controlled the flow of electricity across the entire state. In turn, the California system was tied into the transmission grid for the whole western United States. The invader hacked from system to system with phenomenal speed. Lights, stoves, air conditioners, computers, ATMs, breathing devices, any and all machines that required electricity went dead, as power to Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, San Diego, and Denver suddenly ceased. Defeated, the FBI experts watched helplessly as switches flipped and the violent mischief continued. The worst aspect of the nightmare was how quickly the hacker could adjust his access code. In fact, it seemed almost as if their counterattacks caused his code to evolve. The more they fought him and his computer, the smarter his computer became. It was impossible, horrifying. A machine that could learn and evolve far faster than a human thought. The cyber sleuths scanned their screens as their state-of-the-art software analyzed for footprints and fingerprints, the trail of hits and misses all hackers left behind. There were none. But as they labored, without warning, power returned. The FBI team watched their screens with disbelief and relief as the western state's massive complex of power plants and transmission lines throbbed back to life. Then the chief of the cyber team swore at the top of his lungs. "He's breaking into a telecommunications satellite system." Early on Wednesday morning, May 7th, a harsh buzzing shattered John Smith's sleep. He snatched up the phone. Only one person would call at this hour. "I thought you told me to get some sleep." "Sorry," but Fred Klein didn't sound at all sincere. "John, we've been hit again." "When?" "It's still going on." He told Smith everything that had happened since Cal ISO went offline. "Has the FBI traced the attack back?" "Couldn't. The hacker's defenses were so swift it seemed as if his computer was learning and evolving." John's chest tightened. "A molecular computer. Can't be anything else. What about Chambord and his daughter? Do you have anything for me?" "His bio, but it doesn't seem useful." "Give me the highlights." "Very well. He was born in Paris. His father was a French paratroop officer killed at Dien Bien Phu. His mother was Algerian and raised him alone. He showed a genius for math and chemistry, went through all the best French schools, did his doctoral work at Caltech, postdoctoral at Stanford and the Pasteur Institute. He worked in Tokyo, Prague, Morocco, and Cairo, and returned about 10 years ago to the Pasteur. His mother raised him as a Muslim, but he showed little interest in religion. Hobbies were sailing, single malt Scotch whiskies, hiking, and gambling. Not much of Islam in there. His daughter is an only child, unmarried. When she was about 20, she was bitten by the acting bug. She studied in Paris, London, and New York, and finally made a splash in live theater in Paris. That help? It doesn't explain her kidnapping. If she left science behind, and if, as she told me, she hasn't seen much of her father in months, then why did they want her? I'm not certain. Klein's voice abruptly vanished, cut off in mid-word. "Chief? Chief? Hello? Fred, can you hear me?" But the cell phone was silent. Smith examined the battery. The charge was full. He turned it off, turned it on, and dialed Klein's private number in Washington, D.C. The silence was profound. No dial tone, no static, nothing. When he tried other numbers and continued to be unable to get through, he powered up his laptop and composed an innocent-sounding email. Weather abruptly changing. Thunder and lightning so loud you can't hear yourself speak. How are conditions there? In moments, an error message stared at him from his screen. The server was down. Diego Garcia, the Western Power Grid, now the U.S. military's ultra-secret, ultra-secure wireless communications. Were these tests to make certain the DNA computer worked and that they, whoever they were, could control the machine? If those who had it were suspicious of him, then they might be able to track him here through his cell phone conversation with Fred Klein. He jumped up, dressed, and threw clothes into his overnight bag. He repacked his laptop, holstered his Sig Sauer, and left. A taxi delivered him to the Gare du Nord rail station, where he checked his suitcase and laptop. He took a different taxi to the Pompidou Hospital to visit Marty. As soon as the wireless communications were up and running again, he knew Fred Klein would be in touch. In her battered flat shoes and dowdy clothes, the dark-haired woman walked timidly along the Paris street. As she peered up, Mauritania stepped from his building's vestibule. He was dressed in a loose raincoat and light corduroy trousers, looking like any Parisian workman. He glanced at her, and in that glance was the eagle eye of 2 decades of on-the-run experience. It missed little. Since her clothes were properly faded and cared for, the flat shoes patched by a cheap repair shop, and the battered handbag that of a woman 3 times her age, Mauritania was reassured. In his usually cautious way, he rounded several corners and doubled back, but the woman never appeared again. Satisfied, he entered the metro. The woman followed Mauritania through the first few turns until his maneuvers convinced her he would be gone long enough for her purposes. She hurried back to his building and picked the front door lock, climbed the stairs to the 3rd-floor apartment where Mauritania was staying, and picked that lock as well. Then she methodically searched every square inch of the rooms. In the Pompidou Hospital, Smith sat beside the still unconscious Marty, who lay small and frail in the ICU. Outside his cubicle, a man in plain clothes had joined the pair of uniformed gendarmes. Marty was occasionally moving on his own now, and therapists were coming in regularly to work with him. Smith said a silent prayer of thanks that Marty was continuing to improve. His reverie was interrupted by a woman's voice behind him. "Monsieur Smith?" He turned. "Oui?" It was the nurse from the ICU front desk, and she held out a white envelope. "This is for you. It arrived not long ago, but I've been so busy I forgot you were here. I'm sorry. Apparently whoever wrote you has no idea where you're staying." Smith thanked her and took the envelope. The message inside was the invitation General Henze had told him to expect. "Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Smith, General the Count Roland Laporte will be at his Paris home this morning. He requests you report to him at your convenience. Please call me at the following telephone number to name the hour you will arrive. I will give you directions to the General's home." It was signed Captain Darius Bonnard, aide-de-camp to the General. A large part of the grandeur of Paris arose from its magnificent private residences, many of which were tucked on side streets under branching trees near the Boulevard Haussmann. One of those fine houses belonged to General Roland Laporte. Built of gray stone, it was 5 stories tall, fronted by a baronial columned entrance. John Smith used the old-fashioned knocker. The door was heavy and carved, the brass fittings gleaming. The man who answered the door wore a paratrooper's uniform with the rank of captain and the insignia of the French General Staff. "You must be Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith. Please come in. I'm Darius Bonnard." "Thank you, Captain." "The General is taking his coffee. He's asked that you join him." Bonnard led him up a graceful staircase to a large 2nd-floor room with a high ceiling. There were gilded cornices, handsome moldings, and slender, delicate Louis XIV furniture. The place looked more like a ballroom than a coffee room. A hulking man was sitting by the window. Nodding Smith to a chair with a brocaded seat, he said, "Sit over there, if you will, Colonel Smith. How do you take your coffee?" "Cream? No sugar, sir. Thank you." General the Count Roland Laporte wore an expensive business suit. Besides his great girth, he had a regal bearing, long, straight, dark hair, and a broad Breton face with piercing blue eyes, as immobile as a shark's. His hands dwarfed the sterling coffee service as he poured and handed a bone china cup to Smith. "Thank you, General." "Now, has there been any change in your friend's condition at the hospital?" "Not so far." "And what is your honest prognosis?" "As a doctor, I'd say that his coma indicates his prognosis must be considered guarded. As a friend, I know he will recover soon." "Your sentiments as a friend are, I'm sure, shared by all. But I fear it's your medical opinion we value most, and that doesn't give me confidence we can rely on Dr. Zellerbach to help us." "I think that's wise. Tell me, is there any news about Dr. Chambord?" "Unfortunately, they have found a part of his body. I understand there was an arm with an attached hand. The hand wore a ring his colleagues identified, and the fingerprints have been confirmed as a match with those on file at the Pasteur. I had the honor of meeting your Dr. Zellerbach. I'd be devastated if he doesn't recover." "May I ask how you met him, General? I wasn't aware myself that Marty was even in France or at the Pasteur." "Our military were intensely interested in Dr. Chambord's research. Émile introduced Dr. Zellerbach to me during my last visit to his lab. It's a pity about Émile's work being destroyed in that wretched bombing. Do you think any of it survived? I have no personal knowledge, General. Sorry. Two could play the fishing game. I suppose I'm surprised you'd directly involve yourself. After all, you've got a great many important responsibilities at NATO. I'm still French, no? Besides, I knew Émile personally for many years. And was he close to success? Laporte tented his fingers. That is the question, isn't it? It could be the key to who planted the bomb and why. No matter what happens to Marty, I want to do what I can to help catch the bastard who injured him. Laporte nodded. Yes, I'd like the miscreant punished too. But alas, I can be of little help to you there. If Émile had made a breakthrough, he didn't inform me. Nor did Dr. Zellerbach or poor Jean-Luc Massenet tell me, or anyone else, as far as we know. So what's your take on the bombing, General? Who knows what raving lunatic would do such a thing? Or perhaps it was some perfectly sane man with some personal hatred of science, or of l'Institut Pasteur, or even of France, to whom the bombing of a crowded building seemed a thoroughly reasonable response. The French police and Secret Service know no more than that? My aide, Captain Bonnard, heard rumors that our police have evidence that the attack on the Pasteur could have been the work of the Black Flame, an obscure Basque separatist group. As a rule, the Basques confine their events to Spain, but it was probably inevitable that something would spill over across the border, even to Paris, sooner or later. He picked up what appeared to be a TV remote control, pressed a button, and Captain Bonnard stepped into the room. Darius, would you be so kind as to prepare a copy of the file the Sûreté sent over about the bombing for Colonel Smith? It will be waiting for him when he leaves, mon général. Thank you, Darius. Saluting, but smiling, the aide left. Well, Colonel Smith, you've been most illuminating, but I have a meeting and must leave. Please finish your coffee. Then Captain Bonnard will give you that copy of the Black Flame file and see you out. As Smith watched the massive general leave, his gaze was drawn to the paintings, mostly of French landscapes, hung around the room. He recognized two fine late Corrots, but he had never before seen the large painting of a massive castle built of dark red stone. The painter had rendered it in intense and brooding shades of red and purple, where bright afternoon sunshine illuminated the angles in the stone walls and towers. He started for the doorway through which he had entered, but before he had taken 2 steps, Captain Bonnard appeared in it, file folder in hand. The captain's anticipation that he was leaving gave Smith a chill. Had Captain Bonnard been eavesdropping on the entire conversation? If so, he was a much more trusted employee than Smith had realized. Or he wanted to know himself what Smith told the general. From the high paned glass window of the general's study, Darius Bonnard watched Smith climb into a taxi. Then he walked to his ornate desk and dialed his telephone. A quiet voice answered. Nam? Smith's gone. He's got the file, and the general is off to one of his meetings. Good, Mauritania said. Did you learn anything new from the general's interview with Smith? He stuck to his story that he was here merely to take care of his friend. Is that what you believe? I know Smith's not CIA or NSA. Perhaps. Still, he's been a bit busier than that, wouldn't you say? He could simply be concerned about avenging his friend, as he told the general. Well, I suppose we'll know soon enough. By the time we've discovered the truth of John Smith, he will be irrelevant. Whoever he is, whatever he or any of them intend, will be too late. At a small, anonymous cafe, Smith unbuttoned his trench coat and sat alone at a small table in the corner, taking a long drink of his demi and eating a roast beef sandwich as he studied the dossier on the Black Flame. The evidence against the organization was that the 2e Bureau, acting on the tip of an informant, had picked up a former member of the terrorist group in Paris just an hour after the Pasteur's bombing. He was armed, but swore he was completely out of politics, working as a machinist in Toledo, Spain. He claimed he was in Paris simply to visit an uncle, knew nothing about the Pasteur's bombing, and had been with his uncle all day. There was a photo of him, shot when he was taken into custody. He had heavy black brows, thin cheeks, and a prominent chin. The uncle confirmed the man's story, and the police's subsequent investigation failed to turn up evidence that directly connected him to the bombing. As a movement, the Spanish Basque nationalists had only one goal: separation from Spain into a Basque Republic. Failing that, the more moderate groups had occasionally offered to settle for an autonomous region within Spain. Smith wondered how the bombing of the Pasteur Institute in Paris might figure into that long-standing goal. It could be that the point was to incite friction between Spain and France, which might ultimately make possible convincing the French government to pressure Spain to accede to Basque demands. But assuming the Black Flame had Chambour's molecular machine, why attack the United States? It made no sense, unless the Basques wanted to force the United States to support their objective and increase the pressure on Spain. But if any of that were true, there should be contact and demands. There had been none. He turned on his cell phone, hoping to hear a dial tone. There was one. He dialed Klein's secret secure number in D.C. "Klein here. Are all of the wireless systems back up?" "Yes, what a mess. Discouraging." "What exactly did he do?" "After he took down the Western Utilities grid, he got into the key code of one of our telecommunications satellites, then infiltrated the whole spectrum, dozens of satellites. He figured out every password, acted as if firewalls and key locks were jokes, and zeroed in on the Army's wireless transmissions. The speed was blinding. Unbelievable. He cracked codes that were supposed to be uncrackable." "What in God's name did he want?" "Our people think he was just playing, building his confidence. The Western grid came back on after a half hour, and so did the wireless communications. Precisely, as if he timed it." "He probably did. Which means you're right, it was all a test. Also a warning, to make us sweat." "He's succeeded, John. The best defense is to find him and that machine. Not just him. This isn't the work of a solitary hacker, not considering the attack on the Pasteur and the kidnapping of Thérèse Chambord. Fred, maybe they don't want anything from us. Maybe they're planning to simply do something no matter what we say or do." "I've considered that too. A straightforward, no-warning attack after they've finished testing the prototype enough to get the bugs worked out. It's my nightmare. What else have you got on your end?" "The police have matched Émile Chambord's fingerprints with a hand that came out of the rubble." "So, Chambord's really dead. Damnation. Well, that just makes Zellerbach all the more important. How is he?" "I think there's an excellent chance we're going to get Marty back whole. Anyway, that's the way I'm operating." "I hope you're right. And I especially hope he recovers in a timely fashion. I don't mean to be crass, Colonel. I know how fond you are of Zellerbach. But what he knows could make all the difference. Is the protection on him secure enough?" "About as tight as it can be. French Special Forces guarding, Sûreté watching." "I need a reservation on the next flight to Madrid." "Why?" "To rent a car and drive to Toledo. That's my best lead to pick up the trail of the Black Flame." He described the report Captain Bonnard had acquired from the Sûreté. "If the Black Flame really is responsible for Thérèse Chambord's kidnapping, then I'm hoping to use them to find her and the DNA prototype. Can you get me the Basque's home address and a detailed map of the city? Somebody at the Sûreté must have it." "I'll have the information, a map, and a flight reservation in your name waiting at de Gaulle." President Sam Castilla leaned back in his executive chair in the Oval Office, his eyes closed. By his own reckoning, the National Security Advisor, an admiral, and 3 generals had been talking, pointing at charts, and arguing for an hour and 26 minutes. He finally opened his eyes. "Gentlemen, is there anyone who can tell me in a few words, which I won't need the New York Times or my science advisors to interpret, what's happened now and what it means?" National Security Advisor Emily Powell Hill took the challenge. "Sir, after the break into the Western power grid and the shutdown of the Army's wireless communications system, the hacker went on to steal all of our command and electronic surveillance codes. Every one. Nothing is left for us to hide behind. Nothing is left to protect our hardware, software, or people. We can be paralyzed for God knows how long, completely unable to defend against attack. Blind, deaf, dumb, and toothless. So far, sir, what the hacker's done has been of relatively short duration. Hit and run, rather than a sustained attack. But by stealing the codes, he's proved he's capable of not only an attack, but of war. Until the codes are changed, we're no longer in a position to fight or defend. Even after we change the codes, he can steal them again. Exactly what did we lose while he was in our systems? Admiral Stevens Brose replied, all military wireless communication systems routed through Forts Meade and Dietrich, NSA's Worldwide Surveillance Center at Menwith Hill in Britain, FBI communications, and CIA's worldwide photographic and electronic surveillance. The silence in the Oval Office thickened. Powell Hill, the 4 military leaders, and the President sat contemplating their private arrays of dark thoughts. Stevens Brose said, "Sir, the questions are, why are they doing this? What are they planning? It seems to me there's no reason to hope they're simply applying pressure to make someone do what they want, because they haven't asked for anything. Considering the military and communications targets they've invaded, it seems clear they wanted that molecular computer for some kind of strike on someone or something. Since we've been the major target so far, then I'd say the odds greatly favor that they're after us." "We need to know who they are," NSA's Powell Hill decided. Admiral Brose shook his head. "At the moment, Emily, that's about the least important question. What matters first is to stop them. Later we can exchange calling cards." The President said, "This is all about the DNA computer, and it started when the Pasteur lab was bombed. Now we think there's going to be an attack on us, but we don't know what, when, or where." Admiral Brose said, "Right, sir." "Then we'd better find the DNA computer. We have no other option." The military men exploded in talk. Army Lieutenant General Ivan Guerrero in the lead. "People, we're not helpless. We command the most powerful military force on Earth." Air Force General Kelly agreed. "And the most advanced weaponry. We can give you 10 divisions to root those bastards out, for God's sake," Marine Lieutenant General Oda insisted. The President shook his head. "However, gentlemen, none of your divisions, ships, tanks, or aircraft can protect your electronic codes and systems. Fact is, anyone with a working DNA computer now, before we've had a chance to even begin developing adequate defenses, makes us impotent." Admiral Brose shook his head. "Not entirely, Mr. President. Each of us has developed backup systems for our services that operate outside normal command structures and electronics networks. We'll deploy them separately and install the most advanced firewalls. We're already changing all the command and communication codes. With the help of our British friends, we've got similar backups in place at NSA," Powell Hill added. "We can be operational within hours." The President gave a grim smile. "From what I understand, at best that will simply slow this new enemy of ours down. All right, change your codes. Military first. Make your tactical electronic systems as self-contained as you can. Also contact the other NATO governments and coordinate defenses and data with them. Finally, for God's sake, take our offensive missiles offline as fast as you can before they start launching them." With everyone agreed, they filed out of the Oval Office. After everyone was gone, Fred Klein stepped through the closed door that led into the study. The President heaved a worried sigh. "Tell me the truth, Fred. Will any of what they're planning help?" "Probably not. As you said, we might slow the attackers down. But once they know what they're doing with the DNA computer, there's little we can do. Our best chance is to find it. Once we have it, we'll have them. But we've got to do it before they put into effect whatever their master plan is." "How are they planning to hit us, Fred? How and where?" "I don't know, Sam. But you will, won't you?" "Yes, sir, I will." "And in time?" "I hope so." Smith drove out of Madrid on the N401 Express Highway heading south toward Toledo. As promised, the Basque's home address, a map, and directions had been waiting for him at de Gaulle Airport. He drove among green rolling fields drenched in the long shadows of afternoon. Sheep grazed in the lacy shade of poplar trees. As he wondered what he would find in Toledo, the ancient city came into view, rising on the plain ahead, the towers of its magnificent Gothic cathedral and the Alcazar standing majestically above the roof tiles of the rugged skyline. Surrounded on 3 sides by the Tahoe River, the city was perched high above it on a craggy outcrop. It was a natural fortress, needing only a pair of walls on its exposed north side to be all but impregnable. Smith headed through the streets, nearing the northern walls. Watching all around, at last he drove into the old city and plunged his car into the maze of narrow, twisting streets and alleys. He watched carefully for the markers that would lead him to the Basque's home address. He discovered many of the streets were so narrow that iron upright posts blocked vehicles from entering. Most were wide enough for a car, but only just. As he plowed ahead in his Renault, people stepped into recessed doorways to give him room to pass. The Basque's address was an apartment building in the shadow of the Alcazar, just below Toledo's summit. He parked 2 blocks away and walked, keeping to the deepening shadows. As soon as he saw the house ahead, he slowed. It was a typical flat-front brick structure of 4 stories with a red tile roof. The windows and door were unadorned square holes in the brick, set deeply in, only 2 windows to a floor. As he passed, he saw the front door was open. The narrow foyer was lighted, showing an enclosed staircase. The Basque supposedly rented a room on the 2nd floor. Smith continued on to the end of the block, where there was a small plaza rimmed with shops and bars. He stopped at an outdoor cafe and sat at a table where he could keep the Basque's apartment building in view. He ordered a beer and tapas. He ate, drank, and watched. No one seemed to show any interest in him. At last he saw 3 men enter the open front door of the apartment building. One of them was the man in the Sûreté's file. Smith paid his bill and returned to the dark, narrow street. As he moved quietly toward the apartment building, he again had the sense that he was being observed. He paused in the deep shadow of a tree. The gun seemed to come from nowhere, the cold muzzle pressed into the back of his neck. "We were warned you might show up." "You expected me?" "Interesting." The muzzle jammed deeper. "We're going to walk across the street and in through the door." He held up a small walkie-talkie and spoke into it. "Cut the lights. I'm bringing him in." At that moment, the terrorist's attention was divided. As he clicked off the walkie-talkie, Smith slammed an elbow back hard into the man's stomach and ducked. There was a quiet pop as the fellow jerked his weapon's trigger. The bullet shot harmlessly over Smith's back and pinged into the cobblestones. Before the terrorist could recover, Smith continued his lunge forward and kicked back with his left foot. He connected with the man's chin. There was a grunt, and the man went down, unconscious. He picked up the man's silenced Walther pistol and slung him over his shoulder. Because the terrorists in the apartment building had been alerted, it would not be long before they came out, looking. Smith quickly carried the dead weight back to his car. The terrorist shuddered and moaned as Smith dumped him into the front passenger seat, hurried around to the driver's side and got in, just in time to see a flash of light. The man was flourishing a knife, but he was weak, and Smith yanked it away and stared into the black eyes in the car's shadows. "Bastardo!" "Now we talk." "I don't think so." Smith studied him. He was a little over 6 feet and heavily muscled, thick black hair and beard. Smith guessed he might be 20, a young man in middle-class America, but in the world of terrorists, fully grown. He rubbed his chin. "Are you going to murder me too?" Smith ignored the question. "What's your name?" "Vicente." Holding his pistol in one hand, Smith moved the knife up with the other until the blade touched Vicente's chin. He flinched and jerked his head back. "A name's a good start. Now tell me about the Black Flame. I don't want to hurt you, I just want some information. How did you get mixed up with them?" "The civil guard killed my brother in prison." "Your brother was a leader of the Black Flame?" Vicente nodded. "So you want to be like your brother, a soldier for a Basque homeland. What are you, 19?
17.
Smith repressed a sigh. "Someday you'll be old enough to make stupid decisions about important matters, but not yet. They're using you, Vicente. You're not from Toledo, are you?" The boy named a remote village in the north of Spain, a Basque stronghold known for its sheep. "Are you a shepherd?"
"I was raised for it, yes. I liked it."
"All I want to do is talk to the men with you, nothing more. As soon as we're finished, you can head for home and be safe by tomorrow. When did the Black Flame start up again?" Vicente's gaze dropped, his face guilty.
"When Elizondo got out of prison. He's the only one of the old leaders who wasn't killed or still in jail. He got the old members back together and collected a few new ones."
"Why did Elizondo think the bombing of the Pasteur Institute was going to help your cause?"
"I heard them talking about working for someone who would give them a lot of money to fight again. Elizondo said it took money to fight a war, and that's why we lost the first time. If we wanted to fight, we had to have money. Besides, it'd be good for us to bomb a building in Paris because many of our people live in France now. That would tell our brothers and sisters that we wanted them with us, and we could win."
"Who hired Elizondo to bomb the Pasteur?"
"I heard a name. The Crescent Shield or something like that. I don't know what it means."
Did you hear anything about why they kidnapped the woman? Where they've taken her?
No, but I think she's somewhere around here.
And what about me?
I heard Zumaya say you'd killed Jorge in Paris, and they figured you might come to Spain because Jorge had made a mistake. Then Elizondo got word from somebody you might come to Toledo itself. We should be prepared.
Jorge's gun had the hand-tooled grip?
Yes. If you hadn't killed him, Elizondo might have. He wasn't supposed to put our symbol on anything. Elizondo wouldn't have known, except that Zumaya told him afterward.
How did you recognize me?
One of our people in Paris sent your photo. They're planning to kill you. You're too much trouble. I don't know anything more than that. Can I go now?
Soon. Do you have money?
Vicente looked up, surprised. No.
Smith took his wallet from his jacket and handed him $100 American. This will get you back to your family. Now think about this, Vicente. Because you didn't take me into that house, you've got a lot more to fear from them than you do from me. If you try to go back to them, they'll suspect you, possibly kill you. You've got to hide for a while.
I'll go into the mountains above my village.
Good. Smith took nylon rope and electrician's tape from his bag. I'm going to tie you up, but I'll leave the knife behind so you can cut yourself free. This is just to give you some time to think. Smith tied him up, taped his mouth, and buried the knife under the back seat. He locked the car, stowed his bag, laptop, and trench coat in the trunk, pocketed the keys, and moved quickly off. If Thérèse Chambord was somewhere nearby, the DNA prototype might be too. Smith entered the small plaza where he had stopped before to watch the Basque's house, planning to swing around a side street that would give him a different approach. Now that the hour was late and the crowds had dwindled, Toledo had become quiet and serene, its streets filled with black shadows and yellow lamplight. But as Smith left the plaza, he saw 4 men emerge from the chaos of streets and alleys. One was the Basque who had been taken into custody in Paris. As they circled Smith, he raised his voice and asked, "Which of you is Elizondo? All I want to do is talk. I'll make it worth your while. Let's talk, Elizondo." None of the men responded, their expressions deliberate. They continued to close in. Smith flashed his silenced 9mm and they tensed, but never broke stride, their circle tightening. They did, however, glance for orders to a wiry older man who wore the red Basque beret. Smith spun around and took off. As he ran, a 5th man suddenly stepped out of another alley some 10 yards ahead to block his path. Behind him, the terrorist's feet hammered closer over the cobblestones. Heart pounding, Smith skidded around the corner of the first alley he came to and raced headlong down it. A tall, elderly Anglican priest was hiding in the recessed doorway of a closed tobacco shop, all but invisible in his black clerical suit. He had tailed the men from the house of the Basque who'd been arrested in Paris. When they had ducked into hiding, any passerby near enough to hear would have been astonished by his most unclerical mutter. "Shit! What the hell are they up to now?" The faux cleric had hoped to observe a meeting that would give him what he had come to Toledo to learn. But what he saw now was no meeting. The Basque militant from Paris, Elizondo Ibargüengoitia, had led him here to Toledo, but there was no sign of the kidnapped woman. He was growing irritated by so much nonsense, dangerous nonsense at that, which was why he held an even more unclerical item, a silenced 9mm Glock. This time, his wait was brief. A rangy, athletic man appeared from the plaza. "Bloody damn!" the faux cleric grumbled, surprised. Shortly afterward, the 5 Basques also emerged onto the street. Each carried a pistol held discreetly down at their sides, convenient for use but only barely visible to anyone else. The cleric left the shelter of the corner. Halfway down the alley, Smith flattened back against the building, his Sig Sauer steady in both hands. He focused on the mouth of the alley where he had just entered, and waited. It was only a few seconds, but it seemed like an hour. As the thick-set Basque peered around the corner, Smith squeezed off a silenced round. The bullet bit just where he wanted, into the wall above the Basque's head. With an explosion of smoke, sharp-edged pieces of brick hailed down on the killer. He made a guttural sound and fell back. And Smith ran. No gunshots followed him, and he swerved into an intersecting alley, turned and headed steeply uphill, dodging through a jungle of deserted passageways. When Smith saw no more of the terrorists, he began to hope he had lost them. He would wait, then double back to their house. Then he heard the distinctive pop of a silenced pistol, and a bullet burned past his cheek. Smith dropped flat on his belly, raised up on his elbows, and squeezed off 2 rounds at 2 indistinct shapes in the night. There was a loud, blood-curdling scream, and he was alone again. The street dark, claustrophobic. He leaped up and ran through another confusion of streets and alleys, up and down among the densely packed buildings. Shouts and gunshots followed him as the terrorists tried to get a bead on him. He wove back and forth, panting, his whole body straining. Window glass shattered above him from a stray bullet. He changed direction again, watching frantically all around. Then he saw an open area of bright light ahead and heard the sounds of people laughing and talking. He slowed, trying to catch his breath. He was at the Plaza del Conde, in the old Jewish quarter, in the southwest part of the city just above the river. He needed to slip past the plaza. Hurrying would draw attention. He worked his way slowly through the late-night crowds of tourists, trying to be casual as he hugged shadows wherever he could. By the time he reached the Calle San Juan de Dios, there were fewer tourists, and he knew he could not continue at this furious pace much longer. It was time for the hunted to become the hunter. Smith continued at a slow, even gait that covered territory but did not exhaust him, until again he heard noise. He angled around and entered a taberna that had a wide opening onto the street. He took a table just inside, where he was somewhat concealed by part of the building's front wall, yet had a sweeping view. He ordered a café con leche and settled in to wait. The terrorists knew his general direction of movement, and they would have been guarding against his doubling back. Eventually, they would find him. He had barely finished his coffee when he saw the wiry older man who wore the red Basque beret approaching in the company of a second man. Their heads moved constantly, scanning for him. He stood up, dropped euros onto the table for his coffee, slipped out of the back of the taberna, and circled around, following them until he lost them. Swearing under his breath, he padded onward warily. They could not be far. Finally, he stepped out onto a grassy slope high above the meandering Rio Tajo. He hunched down, allowing his eyes to adjust. Around him, bushes dotted the grassy bank. Then to his left and slightly below, he heard a quiet conversation. 3 men speaking Basque. He heard his name. They were a scant 100 feet away. A 4th man scrambled up toward the 3 from the direction of the river below, and when he reached them, he said Smith's name again. "He's not down there, and I know I saw him leave the taberna and follow Zumaya and Iturbi. He's got to be here somewhere, maybe closer to the bridge." As they spread out in a pattern to do a thorough search, Smith scrambled across grass and sand and slid under the low branches of a willow tree that curled down over the hill toward the river. He lay close to the trunk, barely breathing, safe for the moment. Not far away, Monsieur Mauritania stood on the terrace of his hotel room, marveling at the night view. Old Toledo was a sparkling display of lights and shadows. He checked his watch. The departure would not be for nearly an hour. He drank in the sight of Toledo, reveled in it. It was a living reminder of that glorious era nearly 1,000 years ago, when Arabs ruled, creating a benevolent center of Muslim learning here in the midst of ignorance and savagery. Muslims, Christians, and Jews had lived in harmony and cooperation, learned each other's tongues, studied each other's cultures and beliefs. But now the Christians and the Jews called Islam barbaric and wanted to wipe it from the earth. They would fail, and Islam would rise again, rule again. Few understood what Toledo had been, what the light of Islam had brought here when Christian Europe was going through its intolerant dark ages. He thought bitterly of his own poor, starving country today, where the sands of the Sahara were slowly smothering the life out of the land and the people. And the infidels wondered why he hated them, planned to destroy them, wanted to bring back the enlightenment of Islam, bring back a culture where money and greed were nothing, bring back the power that had ruled here for centuries. He was no fundamentalist. He was a pragmatist. First he would strike against the Jews, then the Americans. And while the Americans waited, they would sweat. After a few minutes, Smith heard the Basques' voices again, moving away from his position. He slowly let out his breath, rose to his haunches, and followed, staying low to the ground. There were a half-dozen of them now, heading in the direction of the Puente de San Martin bridge. When the man at the top of the slope neared the bridge road, The group exchanged a series of hand signals, and all turned and swept down toward the water. Smith rolled behind some boulders before they could spot him. At the riverbank they crouched, quietly consulting. John heard Elizondo decide that if Smith had been here, he had somehow evaded them, and was now heading back into the city, where he might contact the local police. That would be bad for them. They eventually compromised. Zumaya and the others would stake out various places around the city in hopes of spotting Smith. Elizondo would give up the chase, since he was supposed to be at some farmhouse across the river for a meeting that was vital. It was 2 words about the appointment that riveted Smith: Crescent Shield. If he understood correctly, Elizondo was going to walk to that farmhouse to meet the group's representatives. Lying motionless, he tried to control his impatience as the men made their final plans and moved up and into the city. He had to follow Elizondo across the bridge. It was risky, because he would have to tail at a distance, hanging back far enough to let Elizondo cross the bridge and enter the city. If John moved too soon, he'd surely be spotted. As Elizondo began walking across the bridge, John ran up the riverbank to the end of the span, concealing himself behind a thick support pillar. As Elizondo reached the far side, he turned, looking carefully behind him. Apparently satisfied, he continued walking, disappearing into the shadows of a fairly broad street. Now! John raced across the bridge, crossing without being seen, and flattened himself against a building in the street Elizondo had taken, panting, watching the shadows, listening. Nothing. He ran up the street silently, praying the terrorist had not turned off. And then he saw him, passing under a dim street lamp, his red beret like a signal flag. Elizondo led him past an area of gracious country houses, on up a hill through tract-like modern housing into the countryside. At last, Elizondo turned left onto a dirt road. During the long hike, he had looked back several times, but Smith had been able to use trees, bushes, and vehicles to hide from the probing gaze. But this dirt road was too lonely and isolated, too little cover. Smith slipped into a woodland windbreak and wove through it parallel to the road. He plowed to the end of the windbreak, where he stayed back in the woods, studying the large clearing that spread before him. There were barns, chicken coops, and a corral that formed an L with a farmhouse, all bathed eerily in moonlight. He counted 3 cars, an old Jeep Cherokee, a late-model black Mercedes sedan, and a new black Volvo station wagon. The farm appeared modest, not wealthy enough to support 2 new expensive cars. When Elizondo reached the front door, it opened before he could knock, and the terrorist disappeared inside. Low to the ground, Smith moved toward a lighted window on the right side of the house. When he heard the brittle crunch of shoes on gravel to his left, he slid into the cover of an old oak, his nerves taut. A craggy black man emerged from around the corner of the house, silent and phantom-like, dressed in the white robes of a desert Arab warrior, but not an Arab. Perhaps a Fulani, from the tribe of fierce nomads who once ruled the southern edge of the Sahara. He looked like a man accustomed to weapons and distances. He stopped there, barely 20 feet from Smith, cradling an assault rifle as he scanned the night. Then a second man materialized around the house's other corner. He was carrying an old Kalashnikov. Huddled beneath the tree, Smith tightened his grip on his Sig Sauer as the guard with the Kalashnikov turned and advanced toward the corral. At the same time, the tall Bedouin said something in Arabic. The one with the Kalashnikov responded and stopped. Smith lay motionless. The Kalashnikov-armed guard turned and retraced his steps, past the lighted window that had been Smith's goal, and disappeared. The Bedouin in the white robes remained a statue, his head rotating like a radar antenna, searching the night. At last, he returned to the farmhouse, his eyes searching until he reached the front door. He opened it and backed inside. On his belly, Smith crawled quickly back from the tree into the cover of the windbreak again. Above him, clouds drifted over the moon, and darkness deepened over the farmyard, a welcome help against discovery. He circled wide through the vegetation, then crossed to the rear of the farmhouse where the light was less, the windows fewer, and barred. 30 feet away, he dropped onto his back, cradled his Sig Sauer against his chest, and slithered toward the left window. Near the house now, he raised up and peered around, checking for the guard with the Kalashnikov. The man was nowhere to be seen. Then he heard voices and saw the glow of 2 cigarettes. They were in the field behind the house. and beyond them, Smith saw the bulky shadows of 3 helicopters. The crescent shield was both well organized and well supplied. He raised up to peer in through the first window. He saw a lighted room, and through an open door a second room. In the more distant one, Elizondo was seated in a stiff armchair, his nervous gaze following a figure who paced, appearing and disappearing across the open doorway. Short and thick-set, the pacer wore an impeccable dark gray business suit. His face was soft and round. Smith heard, "Mauritania. Dead. Excellent. In the river. Count on it." And finally, "I trust you." The small, round-faced man stopped pacing and extended his hand. Elizondo shook it. As Elizondo disappeared, and he heard the front door open and close, Smith wondered about the word Mauritania. Had they been talking about someone from Mauritania? Or was Mauritania where they were headed next? Smith crept to the second window. He raised up and looked inside. The room was small and empty, a bedroom with a simple iron cot. There was a side table and chair, and on the cot lay a wooden tray that held an untouched meal. And then excitement surged through Smith as he saw the room's occupant, Thérèse Chambord. She was dressed as he had last seen her, in her white satin evening suit, but it was smudged with dirt, and one sleeve was torn. Her lovely face was bruised and dirty, too, and her long black hair was snarled. As he watched, she sat heavily on the edge of the iron cot. She shoved away her dinner tray with a gesture of disgust and leaned forward, her head falling into her hands, the picture of despair. Smith started to tap on her window, and stopped. The door to the room opened, and in walked the short, stout man Smith had seen in the room with Elizondo. Then another man appeared behind him. Smith had seen many photographs of this man. In his early 60s, several inches over 6 feet tall, stooped, as if he had spent his lifetime hunched over a desk or a laboratory bench. Thinning black hair, and a long, lean face. Thérèse Chambord stared up as he walked into the room. Her right hand searched blindly behind until she grabbed the end of the iron bed for support. She, too, was shocked, but the tall man was not. Eagerness filled his face, as the great French scientist, Dr. Émile Chambord, pulled his daughter to her feet and enfolded her in his arms. 200 miles south-southwest of Toulon, France, the nuclear-powered carrier Charles de Gaulle cruised silently through the night, sleek, graceful, and lethal. Only its running lights were on, and its twin reactors propelled the ship at a steady 27 knots. Below decks, in a small, secure conference room, 4 military men wearing the uniforms of general officers in the armies of the key European Union nations were listening to their host, the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander in Europe for NATO, Le Comte Roland Laporte. Hulking and regal, the general stood with his pointer poised before a large map of Europe as he surveyed his fellow generals. "This, gentlemen, shows all the new multinational consortiums that have arisen across Europe to manufacture advanced military weapons and systems. BAE in the UK, EADS in France, Germany, and Spain, Finmeccanica in Italy, TAIL in France and the UK, Astrium in Sweden, to name a few. So far, they have produced the Eurofighter aircraft, the Tiger combat helicopter, the Storm Shadow cruise missile, and the Meteor air-to-air missile. And there is much more to come. Add to that the recent political support for pooling all of our research and development funds to create a European program to match Washington's, and I think we can all see the military handwriting on the wall." Lieutenant General Sir Arnold Moore asked, "Aside from increasing European trade at the expense of the United States, what's your point, Roland?" "Quite simply, Sir Arnold, I believe we are swiftly approaching the time when we can and must have a fully combined European military so strong that it will no longer need the Americans at all, completely independent from them. We are ready to resume our rightful leadership role." General Valentin González of Spain narrowed his eyes. "You mean an army beyond the 60,000 combined troops that we now have under the command of the Rapid Reaction Force? After all, the EU controls it. Don't we already have basically what you are proposing?" "No, it's not enough. The Rapid Reaction Force is intended only for deployment on humanitarian, rescue, and peacekeeping missions.
Besides, it's too small to handle any major problems. What I'm arguing for here is the full integration of the militaries of all our member nations, the entire 2 million soldiers."
Sir Arnold frowned. "But to what purpose, Roland? Aren't we all NATO allies anyway? Competing in many ways, yes, but with our military enemies in common."
"Our interests are not always the same as those of the United States. In fact, in my opinion, they are far from the same now, as I have been trying to convince the EU for some years. Europe was and is too great to be a mere satellite of the United States."
Italian General Ruggiero Inzaghi turned to the Englishman. "I think General Laporte has a point. The Americans often brush off our immediate and long-range needs, especially where they don't easily coincide with what they think they want."
Laporte nodded. "We Europeans have an economy 1/3 larger than that of the United States, and most of our citizens enjoy levels of medical, educational, and social benefits that are superior too. Yet we still can't engage in a crucial military operation alone. That was made painfully clear by our inability to deal with the crises in the Balkans."
The only general in the conference room who still had taken no part in the discussion was Bundeswehr General Otto Bittrich. Now he addressed his colleagues. "Indeed, the Kosovo campaign occurred in an area that's cost Europe millions of dead over the centuries, a tumultuous region, dangerous to all our interests. Yet to do what was necessary to control the fighting, it was Washington that had to provide 85% of the equipment and systems. Yes, our member nations have some 2 million soldiers, fully operational air forces, and excellent navies, all well equipped to fight. But what good are they? They stay home and inspect the space between their toes. Useless. Without the Americans, we can't transport troops and materiel to a modern war, much less fight it. Technically, electronically, logistically, and strategically, we are mastodons." But Sir Arnold held his ground. "Could we really all get along in a unified European army? Could we actually plan operations together, allow multinational communications? It isn't only the Americans who have interests different from ours. We, too, disagree, especially politically. And that's where the approval of such an independent military force would have to come from."
Bittrich responded, "I see a centrally organized and highly integrated force where the influence of individual states is blurred, if not non-existent. A truly independent European army under a rotating joint command, answerable to the EU Parliament alone. That way political control is assured, where all nations have members and majority rules."
But General Gonzalez looked troubled. "You're talking of more than an army, General Bittrich. You're imagining a united Europe, which to some of us is very, very different from a European Union." "A united Europe will almost certainly result from a true European military, I should say," the British general remarked pointedly. "Ach, that's not at all what I said, General Moore. I speak militarily, not politically. As a trading bloc and a geographical entity, Europe has common interests that are of little importance to the United States. In fact, many times our interests are opposed to the United States." Laporte laughed gruffly.
"For myself, I believe a true united Europe must come. Still, I doubt a united military will force it to happen."
"Well," the Briton snapped, "my own nation's views on the matter are clear. No totally integrated European army. No European cap badges. No European flag. None. Any British contribution to the Rapid Reaction Force, or a self-contained army, must remain firmly under British control. And exactly where would the money come from for the transport planes such a no U.S. involvement military would need? Also for the cargo ships and aircraft, the communication systems, the laser-guided munitions, the electronic jamming units, the military planning system, the fully modernized command structure. Certainly not from Britain."
Laporte said confidently, "The money will be there, Sir Arnold, when the need becomes so clear that even the politicians can evade the future no longer. When they understand that the fate of Europe is at stake."
Sir Arnold was watching the French general intently. "Do you perhaps envision a time when we'd want to go to war with the United States?"
"We already are at war with the Americans in every aspect of life and business except militarily. But militarily, we cannot be. We are too weak, too dependent on all their systems, hardware, and even the most modern weapons. But what would happen if the American systems upon which we depend were all rendered useless, or worse? What if Washington lost control of its own command and control systems? Where would we be then? If for any reason the Americans became defenseless, if only for a short time, then we would too. Yesterday's invasion of the American energy networks could have easily been far worse, which certainly underlines my point. Sir Arnold's eyes suddenly narrowed in his leathery face. Do you know something the rest of us don't, Roland? No, I know nothing more than you, Sir Arnold. General Moore stared at Laporte a full 30 seconds more. Then he stood up. I believe our business here is over. As for the fate and future of Europe, we in Britain consider it tied permanently to that of the United States, whether we like it or not. And he marched out of the room. General Inzaghi asked, General Laporte, how would we proceed on such a plan as you describe? We must each convince our nations and EU delegates that the future European military is the only way to protect Europe's identity and our greatness. In fact, that is our destiny. You are speaking about the principle of such an army, General Laporte, yes? General Gonzalez said. Of course, Valentine. I'm an idealist, it's true, but it's a principle we must start to work toward now. If the Americans can't protect their own utility systems, how can they continue to protect ours? Captain Darius Bonar stood out of the night wind as the last of the general's helicopters rose up against the night sky. The big bird flew north, in the direction of the Italian coast, as the Charles de Gaulle altered course, carving a long arc in the sea as it headed back to the French coast and Toulon. But Bonar was not so much watching as mulling over the meeting of the generals. He had sat at the back of the room, quiet and unobtrusive, where he had missed nothing. General Laporte's compelling arguments for a European military had pleased him, as had discovering that most of the other generals were already thinking along the same lines. But the general's implication that he knew more about the recent breakdowns in American electronic systems than was common knowledge had worried him. Bonar sensed trouble on the horizon. His thoughts turned to the British general, Sir Arnold Moore. The English bulldog was stubborn. What Laporte had said had alarmed his English sensibilities, and he would soon be reporting possible plots to his Prime Minister, the War Office, and MI6. Measures would have to be taken, and quickly. Certainly, Moore would want to personally report to his superiors, so he would return to the British airbase on Gibraltar and from there fly to London. It would be a simple matter. Bonar would place a call to a particular aircraft mechanic who worked at the base and, yes, Sir Arnold Moore would not be seeing Whitehall. Ever again. He smiled. There were only 3 more days. Just 3 days to control all aspects. Not long at all. But in other ways, perhaps, an eternity. As Smith watched through the barred window, Émile Chambord tenderly pressed his wrinkled cheek down onto the top of his daughter's head and closed his eyes. Thérèse clung to him as if he had come back from the dead, and in a way he had. He kissed her hair and turned furious eyes onto the short, stout man who had entered the room first. Smith could hear the conversation clearly through the window glass. "You damned monster." "I'm truly hurt, Dr. Chambord. I thought you'd welcome your daughter's company. You seemed so lonely that I feared your emotions were causing you to take your mind off your work. That'd be unfortunate for all of us." "Get out of here, Mauritania. Have the decency at least to leave me alone with my daughter." Mauritania glanced at the untouched meal on the wooden tray. "As you wish. I'm sure the lady is hungry. Again, she's forgotten to eat tonight. We'll have a quick dinner soon, now that our business here is finished, and you can both join us." He left, locking the door behind him. So, John thought, Mauritania was the name of that soft-looking man. Émile Chambord stepped back from Thérèse, his hands firmly on her shoulders. "Let me look at you, daughter. Are you all right? They didn't hurt you?" He stopped as a violent fusillade of small arms fire sounded near the front of the house. Inside, running feet hammered and doors crashed open. In the barred room, Dr. Chambord and Thérèse stared first at the door and then at each other.
Thérèse's face was frightened, while Dr. Chambord appeared more concerned than scared. This was a distraction Smith could not lose. Now that he had found them both alive, he must get them out. Without Émile Chambord, the DNA machine might be useless to the terrorists. As he pulled on the window's iron bars to see whether any were loose, Thérèse caught sight of him. "Jean, what are you doing here?" She ran to the window and tried to raise the glass. "Father, it's Dr. John Smith, an American. He's a friend of Dr. Zellerbach." She studied the window. "The wood part of it's nailed shut, John. I can't open it." Bursts of gunfire continued to crackle in the distance. "I'll explain everything later, Thérèse. Where's the DNA computer?" Chambord growled. "It's not here. What are you—" Smith held up his Sig Sauer. "Stand back. I've got to shoot the frame loose." Thérèse nodded and ran back out of the way. But before John could fire, the door to the room flung open, and Mauritania stood there. "What's all this shouting?" His gaze froze at the window. On Smith. Mauritania drew a pistol, fell flat onto his belly, fired, and bellowed, "Abu Auda, I need you!" Smith peeled away just in time. The bullet smashed through the glass. If he shot blindly into the room, he might hit one of the Chambords. Clenching his jaw, he waited until another bullet blasted through the window, and then he quickly raised up, Sig Sauer first, one eye peering into the room, ready to shoot. But it was empty. Émile and Thérèse Chambord were gone. He turned to see the tall Fulani in the long white robes, who had patrolled earlier, appear from around the back of the farmhouse, gun up and ready. Right behind him came 3 more armed men. Smith went into an instant shoulder roll as bullets thudded into the ground around him. He returned fire, hitting one of the men in the midsection. The man doubled over and fell, and in those few seconds, Smith's other pursuers shifted their attention to their wounded comrade. That was when Smith leaped up and ran. More bullets chased him, whining past, tufts of weeds shattering up into the air. He ran a zigzag pattern toward the windbreak, faster than he had ever run in his life. With a final burst of speed, he threw himself into the growth of trees. Again he shoulder-rolled, came up in a tight ball on his haunches, whirled around, and pointed his Sig Sauer back at his assailants. He squeezed off a series of rounds, and he did not care where they landed. His barrage was enough that the tall leader, who had to be the one they called Abu Auda, and the others, fell to the ground for cover, and maybe he had hit 2 of them. Smith tore away through the woods, heading around toward the front of the house, where the initial gunfire had started. He listened. The shots were sometimes sporadic, sometimes intense. Behind him in the trees, there was no sign of pursuit. In the front of the farmyard, pandemonium had broken out. Figures lay stretched out on the ground, weapons up, and pointed at the windbreak, at least 20 of them. As Smith watched, rapid muzzle flashes burst from the other side of a thick oak, while out in the yard, someone screamed in agony. In his white burnous, Abu Auda came running around through the open area, shouting orders. He crouched next to the corral and bawled an instruction in violent Arabic back at the house. Moments later, all the house's lights went out, and a spotlight mounted just beneath the roof blazed to life, illuminating the yard before it. Now that his men were no longer backlighted, the white-robed leader waved them forward. In response, a furious burst of automatic fire erupted from the woods. 2 attackers fell, grunting, cursing. The rest plummeted to the earth again and raised up on their elbows to return fire. Only the Bedouin leader remained a target, kneeling in plain sight as he coolly shot his old British assault rifle and cursed the others in vivid Arabic. With the gunman's total attention directed at the oak, Smith dropped lower and scrambled closer to see who was firing from behind it. He parted a cluster of Spanish broom and peered through at a single figure who knelt behind the tree, reloading a Heckler & Koch MP5K compact submachine gun with a fresh banana clip. The spotlight illuminated the front and sides of the tree, leaving the back in shadow. Still, he could see enough to realize the shooter's face somehow resembled the unattractive dark-haired woman he had spotted yesterday outside the Pasteur Institute. But she was no longer wearing dowdy, ill-fitting clothes. She was now in a slim black jumpsuit, a black watch cap, and snug black boots. She moved as calmly and smoothly as if she were on a firing range, releasing a series of careful bursts of 3 as she swept the MP5K across the semicircle in front of her. As she released her last burst, somewhere to the left, there was another shriek of pain, and she jumped up, retreated deeper into the woods. Smith followed, fast and low.
and he suddenly realized there was something about her that was familiar. Her coolness and skill, the shape of her body, her intuition and precision, the right move at the right time. He'd seen it all before. It had to be her. What was she doing here? CIA was in on this, that was certain. Randy Russell. He smiled, feeling the same surge of attraction he experienced every time he saw her. That was because of her close resemblance to her sister Sophia, his former fiancée, one of the first casualties of the deadly virus. At least, he always accounted for it that way, knowing he was not being completely honest with himself. She glanced over her shoulder, an desperation on her face. He would have to step in. Her chances of getting away alone were minimal. The terrorists had stopped their frontal assault, flanking her in operation deepening. It was time to remind the Fulani and his men that they were dealing with more than just one opponent. Smith unscrewed his Sig Sauer's silencer and opened fire. As the sound of his gunshot cracked in the quiet, woodsy air, one of the terrorists spun and collapsed. Another appeared to the first one's right, still not understanding the danger. Smith shot again. As the new man screamed and fell, there was a babble of shouts, scurrying feet scrambling for cover, the angry voice of the leader. Russell squeezed off 3 bullets aimed at assailants on her other side, where Smith could not see. More shouts followed, then more noise of feet in retreat. The dark Fulani arose to his full height and stood defiant in his white robes. His voice was furious as he raged at his people to hold their ground. Then John heard a sound behind him and turned. Randy Russell was speeding toward him. "Never thought I'd be glad to see you. Come on, let's get out of here." They tore through the timber. Their pursuers were momentarily disorganized, and that was going to be their only break. They had to make time while they could. They pounded onward, ducking under tree branches, dodging patches of scrub. They ran, gasping for breath, sweating, until finally they found the main blacktop road. They lurked inside the woods and studied the road both ways, weapons ready. "See anything?" she asked. "Not two-legged and armed." "Smart ass." A crooked smile of greeting curled up the corners of his mouth. He had a great face, one she had always liked. John said, "We'd better move back toward Toledo, try to keep ahead of them." They trotted off again, alongside each other now on the dark road. He half expected a truckload of terrorists to roar down the road at them, when he heard engines thunder to life from the direction of the farmhouse, and the chop-chop of rotors, as 3 helicopters rose into the night, their navigational lights blinking as they disappeared to the south. "We've just been abandoned," she complained. "Damnation!" "Shouldn't that be amen? That was a close call." "Maybe, but I've been tailing Mauritania for 2 weeks and now I've lost him and I damn well don't know who the rest of them were, much less where they've gone." "They're an Islamic terrorist group called the Crescent Shield. They're the ones who bombed the Pasteur Institute, or had it done by the Black Flame to cover their tracks." "The what?" "A Basque separatist group. This operation was their attempt to raise money so they could get back to their game. Tell your people the next time you check in, and they can warn the Spanish authorities. The Black Flame also kidnapped Chambord and his daughter, but it's the Crescent Shield who's holding them prisoner, and they have Chambord's DNA computer, too." Randy stopped running as if she had hit a wall. "Chambord's alive?" "He and his daughter were in that farmhouse." "The computer?" "Not there." They walked on. John said, "Are you part of the search for the DNA computer?" "Of course, but peripherally. We've got people out investigating all known terrorist leaders. I was already surveilling Mauritania because he'd reemerged from whatever hole he'd been hiding in the last 3 years. I tailed him from Algiers to Paris. Then the Pasteur was bombed. It looked as if a DNA computer had been stolen and all of us were put on high alert. But I never saw him make contact with any other known terrorist except that big white-robed Fulani, Abu Auda. They're friends from the old days of Al-Qaeda." "Just who is this Mauritania?" "You'll hear him called Monsieur Mauritania. It's a sign of respect, and he insists on it. His real name's Khalid al-Shankiti. He was a top lieutenant of bin Laden, but left before bin Laden moved to Afghanistan. He tends to operate more in Algeria than anywhere else. What do you know about this Crescent Shield?"
Only what I saw in that farmhouse. From the number of languages I heard, I'd say they're from just about every country that has Islamic fundamentalists. They seem to be organized, experienced, well-trained, and efficient.
They would be, with Mauritania in charge. Now let's talk about you. Clearly, you're part of the hunt for the molecular computer, too, or you wouldn't have appeared at that farmhouse in the nick of time to save my skin, and know what you know. When I spotted you in Paris, the story Langley told me was you'd flown to Paris to hold poor Marty's hand. Now, why was the CIA having me watched? You could be an agent working for a foreign power, right? Supposedly you don't work for CIA, FBI, NSA, or even Army intelligence. And the "I'm only here for poor Marty" story is obviously bull. So who the hell do you work for? Smith feigned indignation. Marty was almost killed by that bomb, Randy. You know how it is with me. I can't not find out who did it. And we both know that won't satisfy me. I'll want to stop them, too. But then again, what else would a real friend do? Nuts. Last time I heard, Marty was in a coma. If he needs you anywhere, it's in the hospital bugging the doctors, so give me a break. What don't I know that I should? It's all about Marty, really. You're too suspicious. All that CIA training, I suppose. She opened her mouth to retort. Instead, she said, "Shh! Listen." He heard it too, the low purr of a powerful car engine, but no headlights. They darted off the road into a grove of olive trees. The sound was coming toward them from the direction of the farmhouse. Abruptly, the engine stopped, and all he could hear was something strange, something he could not quite identify. What the devil is that, John? Then he knew. Rolling car wheels. See it? It's that black moving lump on the road. A black car, no headlights, no engine, coasting? Crescent shield? Could be. They made quick plans, and John darted across the road. The vehicle emerged from the dark like a mechanical apparition. It was a large World War II vintage old-fashioned touring car. The top was open, and it looked as if it could have glided straight out of an old newsreel. There was only one person inside. The crescent shield would not have sent one man to attack them. As the car continued coasting, it had gained speed, and now was just 100 feet away. Randy pointed to herself, and then at John, and nodded toward the car. John got the message. She was tired of walking. He grinned, and nodded back. So was he. As the car passed, they jumped onto the running boards on either side. With his free hand, John grabbed the top of the door, and with the other he pointed his Sig Sauer at the driver. Amazingly, the driver did not look up. In fact, he did not react at all. And then John saw that the man wore a black suit and clerical collar. Randy grimaced across the car at him. She had noticed, too. It was not good international relations to steal a car from a parson. Then the minister spoke. "Feeling a shade guilty, are we? I expect you would have managed eventually to get back to Toledo by yourselves, but it would have taken too bloody long, and as you Americans say, time is a-wasting." There was no mistaking that voice. Peter? Are there any agencies not chasing the DNA computer? He and Randy climbed into the back seat. "Not bloody likely, my lad. Our world has the wind up. Don't blame them, actually. Nasty scenario." "Where the hell did you come from?" "Same place you did, Randy girl. Watched your little dust-up from a hill above the farmhouse." "You mean you were there? You saw it all and you didn't help?" Peter Howell smiled. "You handled the situation nicely without me. Gave me a chance to observe our nameless friends and look things over once they'd gone." "Okay," John said. "What did happen after we got away?" "They bunked. Lock, stock, and barrel in their helicopters." "You went down to search?" "Naturally. But no clues to who'd been there or where they'd gone. No maps in the house, no papers, except great heaps of burned paper in the fireplace. And, of course, there was no sign of the beastly machine itself." An hour later, John, Randy, and Peter were driving away from Toledo. First, they had stopped in the city where John had retrieved his laptop and bag from the trunk of his rented Renault. The car contained only some cut ropes. With luck, Vicente had escaped back to his life as a shepherd. Randy settled into the rear of the touring car, listening as John and Peter discussed which route to take to Madrid, where they would report in and regroup. At first she had blamed John for her fiancé Mike's death in Somalia, and later for Sophia's tragic murder. But she had since grown to respect him. She wanted to put the past behind her, but it nagged like an unfulfilled promise. The odd part was, she felt he would like to forget about it too. They were frozen by too much history between them.
God knows what we'll find next, Peter said. Let's hope it's the molecular computer.
The supposedly retired SAS trooper and MI6 spy was muscular and lean. His hands were curved brown claws on the steering wheel, and his face was narrow, the color and texture of leather dried out by years of wind and sun. Even in the night, though, his eyes remained sharp and guarded. Then they suddenly twinkled, amused.
"Oh, and John, my friend, you seriously owe me for this little scratch. But I suppose I owe you for a bump on your noggin, too."
Peter reached up and lifted off his churchly black hat to reveal a bandage wrapped around the top of his head. "I'll be damned. You were the orderly at the Pompidou who caused all the trouble. So you were there to protect Marty, not to kill him."
"All true. Happened to be in the hospital keeping an eye on our friend when I heard he had a family visitor. Since Marty has no close family left, I got the wind up. Saw you spot me, and I had to bunk or blow my whole pantomime."
From the back, Randy said, "Which means MI6 is watching Marty?"
"Ah, yes, they do still find me useful from time to time."
"They called on you?"
"I've worked fairly often with the French, which is not MI6's best feature. One of the perks of being retired, so to speak, is that I get to go my own way. If they think they need me, they have to come to me. Then whenever I don't want to play, I gather my toys and toddle back to my lair in the Sierras. Drives them silly, of course."
"But why not identify yourself to me? Why let me chase you?"
"Couldn't know why you were there, eh? Downing Street and the Oval Office don't always back the same pony. Better to find out first who's doing what."
"But after that, I saw you go into General Hens's pension. Sounds as if you were interested in the same pony there."
"You spotted me? Don't like that very much. Others could have as well."
"I didn't have a clue it was you, either time, if that helps."
"Well, he's NATO too, you see. Have to make nice with the EU."
"And tell the NATO general what?"
"Classified, my boy."
With that, Peter was clearly going to say no more. Near the lush green city of Aranjuez, Peter left the N400 and turned the car north toward Madrid, which was now 50 kilometers distant. "Okay, John, one more time. Who the hell do you work for? Tell me it's not my dear devious bosses at Langley lying through their teeth again."
"I'm here on my own, Randy. Peter believes me, right, Peter?"
Peter smiled.
"It does stink a bit, you know. Not that I especially care, but I see Randy's point about her people. Behind her back and all that. Shouldn't like it myself."
John realized it was time to trot out his believable lie. "Okay, you're right. Army intelligence sent me to find out whether Dr. Chambord actually did create a prototype operational DNA computer, and if he did, whether it and his research notes were stolen and the bombing a cover-up. Langley never found you on the Army intelligence roster."
"It's a one-shot. If they go high enough, they'll find me."
"See? That wasn't so hard, was it?"
"Very well. Now that's done, let's get back to the mission. Since Chambord is alive, then something's not shipshape at the Paris police."
John understood. "You mean the fingerprint identification? The only way I can figure the Black Flame and Crescent Shield made that happen was a simple reverse. They planted a corpse in the Pasteur before they blew it up. Put it right on top of the bomb, except for the lower arms and hands the police found. They must have cut those off and planted them far enough away that at least one had a good chance of being recovered. Then they had someone substitute the corpse's prints for Chambord's in his file. They also could have substituted DNA information, in case less identifiable body parts survived. Once the Paris police had a reason to make an identification one way or the other, they'd be satisfied."
"Wonder how they managed to sneak a corpse in at all. Could have scuttled their entire plan had they been spotted."
"I think," John suggested, "the corpse simply walked in with them, unknowing, or maybe he was a dedicated martyr for Islam, counting on a guaranteed place in heaven." "Good God," Randy breathed. "Another type of suicide bomber. What's the world coming to?" "Okay, we both told you how we got here, Peter. How about you?"
"After the bombing, MI6 spotted a Basque separatist in Paris, Elizondo Ibarguen. They factored that information into what the French told Whitehall about the other Basque that they did pick up, and it seemed like a chance to steal a march on the second bureau that was too good to miss. My assignment was to tail the bugger and see what mischief I might uncover. My nose for chicanery also tells me Whitehall would not be averse to snatching the thingamajig for Queen and country, and my unofficial status could give deniability should the grab go wrong."
John gazed out the windshield, thinking,
You know, it's obvious we're all under the usual strict orders to play it close, tell nothing to anyone, especially agents of any other country on the same quest. All of us have said the insane rivalry, even within our own governments, will destroy us. This one has all the potential for Armageddon. My guess is that the Crescent Shield is planning a big bang somewhere, probably against the United States, maybe against Britain. Don't you both think it's time to cooperate? Randy hesitated, then gave a sharp nod. I agree. The threat is too enormous to hold back. Peter nodded as well. Right. Cooperation it is. Bugger Whitehall and Washington. Good. Now, Peter, why were you really talking to General Henze? It wasn't Henze, it was Jerry Matthias. The General's Master Sergeant? He used to be Special Forces, a Green Beret. I wanted to see what I could pump out of him about some odd shenanigans at NATO. I uncovered a phone call to Elizondo from inside NATO. When I traced the number, it was from a maintenance office that had supposedly been locked at the time. Randy was shocked. The Black Flame or Crescent Shield has a spy inside NATO? That'd be one answer. John added, or someone at NATO was or is working with the Black Flame or Crescent Shield to get the molecular computer. That'd be another answer. Unfortunately, Matthias had seen nothing especially suspicious. Still, the Black Flame was a live lead, so that's when I left, to go after them in Toledo. I'll bet the Black Flame's no longer a live lead, Randy said. Anyone want to give me odds their leadership's dead? I don't like to bet against a sure thing. The Mauritanian. Smart bloke like that, he's figured out how you found him, John. John agreed. The Black Flame is a cover that went bad. Mauritania would have kept him in the dark, knowing they could interfere in any number of ways with his plans. What he didn't figure on was that they'd lead me to him. He's got to have killed them by now, to make sure they can't hurt him any more. As he said that, John's mind returned to Marty. He realized that the better part of a day had passed since he had checked on him. He pulled out his cell phone. Who are you calling? The hospital. Maybe Marty's awake. Peter gave a curt nod of agreement. With, one hopes, an earful to tell us that will help with the daunting task of relocating Mauritania and his Crescent Shield. But the word from the Pompidou Hospital was that there was little change in Marty's condition. Dr. Zellerbach's progress had not accelerated. Madrid had a vibrant energy all its own, and residents and visitors alike reveled in it. Palpitating music and a festive spirit infused the night air. Peter left the borrowed touring car in the garage of its owner, a trusted friend, then led John and Randy onto the metro. They rode to the Malasaña, known to locals as the District of Miracles. The MI6 safe house was on Calle Dominguín, not far from Plaza del Dos de Mayo, the hub of this spirited area. It was a 6-story stone building in a row of identical stone buildings with painted wood shutters, shuttered doors that opened onto iron balconies, and shops and restaurants on the street level below. John and Randy kept watch as Peter unlocked the door. Then they slipped inside and upstairs. They chose bedrooms, changed into casual trousers and shirts, and met in the second-floor living room. John announced, I'd better report in. He used his cell phone to dial Fred Klein. There were the usual clicks, silences, and hums. Finally, Fred's voice announced simply, Not a word. Hang up. Now. John quickly switched off the phone. Damn, there's more trouble. He repeated what his Army intelligence contact had said. Maybe it'll be different with Langley, Randy said, and dialed her cell phone. The phone in far-off Virginia rang for a long time. At last there was a short, sharp series of clicks. Russell? Who'd you expect? Hang up. Randy clicked the cell phone off. What the hell could it be? Sounds to me as if someone's compromised your secure, dedicated electronic intelligence communications systems, which could also mean those at SIS in London, including MI5 and MI6. Randy swallowed hard. Good God. At least they didn't learn anything from us. Ah, but I'm afraid they might have. Yes, John said. They could now know where you and I both are, Randy, assuming they're interested, know who they're tracking, and have the DNA computer up and running. That's a lot of ifs, John. You said the machine wasn't at the farmhouse, and the last we saw of Mauritania's people, they were taking off in helicopters. All too true, Peter said. But I doubt the prototype's ever far away from Mauritania, which makes me think they had a second safe house nearby and used that farmhouse to store the Chambors. which is why I will not call London. I think we need to assume for the time being that all our electronics are under siege, which means it's entirely possible they have a bead on you two now. If I whip out my cell phone and report in, there's the chance they'll figure out about me and about MI6. Still, we must somehow decide how to contact our superiors. They must be told what we know."
John pushed his cell phone back into his pocket. "True, but until we can, we're going to have to operate on our own. Looks to me as if Mauritania himself is our best hope to track. And then there's Captain Darius Bonnard. As General Laporte's aide, he's got damned high access and cover. And he, of course, could have made the phone call from NATO." Randy said, "Our embassies in Madrid will have fully coded communications, but they're probably compromised too."
Peter nodded. "Right. Anything electronic is out. But
maybe they didn't disrupt everything everywhere."
"You have an idea, John?"
"Is there a real phone in this house?"
"On the 3rd floor in the office." "Yes, that just might work."
"You two mind telling me what you're talking about?"
"Regular phone wires. A direct call. Fiber optics, don't you know?"
"Of course." She followed John, Peter close behind. Even if they had the technology or the time to tap a cable, they'd still have all the problems of sorting through the dreck. As soon as the threesome reached the bare-bones office, John tapped his calling card number into the telephone on the desk. Then he entered the number he wanted in Washington. As he waited for it to ring, he pulled out the desk chair and sat. Peter padded to the shuttered front window, which was next to the shuttered door that opened onto the balcony. He angled the slats open a fraction wider and looked down at the dark street. He stood there motionless as the pulsing night sounds of the city drifted up from below. The rumble of heavy traffic on the Gran Via, the slam of a car door, a drunk's serenade. Peter left the window.
"False alarm, I think."
"What's wrong?" Randy asked.
"I thought I heard an odd sound from the street. It's something I've run across a few times before and learned rather quickly to heed."
"I didn't hear anything unusual," John said.
"You're not meant to, my boy. It's a blowing sound with a tiny whistle at the center. Resembles a random night sound, a soft bird call, the wind, an animal turning in sleep. I heard it more than once in northern Iran, and in the 1980s I heard it in Afghanistan. It's a signal used by the Central Asian Muslim tribes."
"The Crescent Shield?"
"Could be, John."
Just then, John's connection went through and Fred Klein said, "We got everything back online, but all the encryption codes may have been cracked, so no one's to use any electronic communication until further notice. Meanwhile, they're changing all the codes and developing emergency measures to protect them better." "Why Madrid? What did you find in Toledo?" "The Black Flame was a hired front. The Crescent Shield seems to be the real power behind everything, and Émile Chambord is alive. Unfortunately, the Crescent Shield has both him and his daughter and the DNA computer." "You saw Chambord? How do you know about the computer?" "I talked to both Chambord and his daughter. The computer wasn't at that site." "Chambord alive explains how quickly they got the machine working, and makes the worldwide danger a hell of a lot worse. Especially if they have the daughter too. They'll use her to control him." "You should have killed Chambord, Colonel." "The DNA computer wasn't there, Fred. I tried to get him out of there alive so he could build one for us to fight back. How do we know what they forced Chambord to tell them? Maybe enough for another scientist to duplicate his work." "What if we don't find him or the machine in time, John?" "We will." "Tell me about this Crescent Shield." "They're new. They're pan-Islamic, apparently pulled together for this specific attack by a man named Mauritania." "I know him, John, only too well. Part Arab, part Berber, and with rage over the fate of his poor country and its starving people to add to his Muslim and Third World rage about corporate globalization. What's your next step?" "I'm with Randy Russell and Peter Howell now." He filled Klein in on how Randy and Peter had shown up at the farmhouse of the Crescent Shield. "Howell and Russell? CIA and MI6? You haven't told them about Covert-One?" "Of course not." "All right. Cooperate, but keep the confidence. Fred, we need anything and everything you can dig up about Mauritania's personal history, any patterns he's shown, where he's most likely to hole up, where we should look for him. I can tell you one thing. He'll have chosen a secure hole to hide in, and a carefully planned target we won't like one bit." "How long will the electronic communications be compromised?" "No way to tell. Meanwhile, we'll switch to couriers and drops, verbal and manual codes, and a dedicated surface phone line over secure fiber optic phone cables. The DNA computer won't help them there." "Here's the new secure private phone number."
They'll have it up as fast as they can.
Klein relayed the number, and John memorized it.
What about General Henze and that hospital orderly who tried to kill Zellerbach?
False alarm. Turns out the orderly was Peter guarding Marty for MI6. He ran because he couldn't taint his operation. He went to Henze's pension to interview Henze's sergeant, not the general. John explained what Peter had wanted with Sergeant Matthias.
A phone call out of NATO headquarters? Damn, that doesn't sound good to me.
Or me. I'm wondering about a Captain Bonnard. The Black Flame expected me in Toledo, so either I was tailed or they were tipped. Bonnard is the personal aide to Roland Laporte, the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander. Bonnard is also the one who gave Laporte the data about the fingerprints and DNA analysis in Chambour's file, proving he was dead. His position with the general is ideal, just where anyone would put a spy if they could.
I'll see what I can dig up on him. Meanwhile, you better go back to Henze. NATO's got Europe's most complete data on current terrorist groups and alliances. Whatever I can dig up here, I'll shoot over to Henze.
That's it?
Not quite. Marty Zellerbach started talking an hour ago, out of the blue, full sentences. Then he fell back asleep. He's not completely coherent yet. Stop in Paris on your way to Brussels.
Excitement rushed through John. I'll be there in 2 hours or less. He hung up and turned, almost laughing with relief.
Marty's out of the coma.
John, that's wonderful. Peter cocked his head, listening closely, and jumped up.
Quiet.
He leaned toward the window, listening intently. Did you hear it again? Randy whispered. He gave one sharp nod.
That same breathing whistle. We'd better...
Above them, there was a faint clink of metal striking stone. John padded to the staircase and pressed his ear against the wall, feeling for vibrations.
Someone's on the roof.
And then all three heard it. A strange sound like a breathy whistle, not just from below, but from above. They were surrounded. The harsh, splintering sound of a door being forced open below signaled the attack. Randy jerked her head up. The stairs! Her weapon aimed ahead of her, she sprinted from the office. Peter sped toward the shutters that covered the balcony door, snapping off lights as he ran.
Check the back windows!
John raced to the rear. While at the stairwell, Randy opened up with her submachine gun in careful bursts of 3. There was a scream from below, followed by 2 wild shots. Beneath the safe house, the back patio appeared inhabited only by benches and plants awash in moonlight and shadows. John studied the area, looking for movement, then heard a muted shuffle in the office behind him. As he turned to investigate, there was a choking gasp. John stopped just inside the door. Peter was crouched over the fallen figure of a man in black street clothes. His head and face were completely hidden by a black balaclava.
Glad you haven't lost your touch.
John stepped past Peter to check the balcony. It was empty, except for a nylon rope that dangled from the roof.
I've got a plan, John. If I'm right about their plan, it should give us a chance. We're in a box, true, but they're in a bind because the gunshots will bring the police. They know that. They must make their move soon. They attacked openly from the street level, which I think was cover to send our dead friend here to hold the balcony, while others would come down from the roof to trap us between them and the bottom assault team.
So why don't we hear a charge down the stairs from up top? What are they waiting for?
I suspect for a signal from this poor sod here. So let's give them one, shall we?
Peter put on the dead man's balaclava, stepped out onto the balcony, and gave the soft night whistle signal. Soon after, a door creaked upstairs. Peter stepped back into the room.
That should do it.
John ran into the room he had chosen as his bedroom, aimed his Sig Sauer at his laptop, and fired. He was going on the run, and the laptop could hold him back. He sped back across the landing and told Randy, "Fire a burst, and get in here." Randy shot one volley, then a second, and bolted back into the office, where she joined John on the balcony. Peter was already climbing the rope, while John steadied it with both hands, one foot anchoring it. John looked up and saw that Peter had reached the top. "You next. Go!" She slung her submachine gun over her back, grabbed the rope, and climbed. As John held the rope to steady it for her, he heard footsteps. They were searching the rooms on the floor directly above him. They would be down to this floor any moment. And now the undulating wail of police cars had begun. With relief, he saw Randy disappear onto the roof. He jumped up and climbed, hand over hand, as fast as he could. He must be on the roof before the terrorists discovered their dead comrade and before the police arrived. Second only to staying alive was not being caught by the police. As John clambered up to join Peter and Randy,
He heard alarmed oaths in Arabic from inside the house below as the terrorists found the body of their comrade.
"Nice job."
Peter sliced through the rope, and the cut end rushed back over the rooftop. A shout of rage rose from below, followed by a despairing shriek and crash. The three agents grabbed the peak of the rooftop and pulled themselves to their feet. Straddling the peak, they ran as fast as they could, one after the other, John in the lead. They were 5 attached roofs away from the safe house when their pursuers burst up and out to the rooftop behind them. As a fusillade of shots buzzed, whined, and ricocheted around them, they dropped flat on the other side of the incline, only their fingers exposed to the gunfire as they gripped the rough tiles. Below, police cars were roaring onto Calle Dominguin. There were angry shouts and running feet. Peter's gaze swept the area.
"You see that taller apartment building at the end of this row? If we can reach it and climb up to the roof, it looks as if it leads to those 2 other apartment buildings. We may be able to get to the next street from there, where it'll be easier to lose them."
They jumped, ran, and had nearly reached the taller apartment building that was their goal when another hail of bullets and shouts burst out from the rear. Gunshots slammed into the building's wall, shattered windows, and raised shouts of terror from within the apartments.
"Inside!"
John made a headlong dive through a shattered apartment window. 2 terrified women in nightgowns sat bolt upright in twin beds and screamed, sheets pulled tight against their throats, eyes wide in horror. Randy and Peter dove in after him, and as Peter rolled to his feet, he bowed to the frightened women, then rushed after his comrades through the apartment, out into a broad corridor. They sprinted up to the building's flat roof, jumped the short space to the next one, and ran on.
"Damn!"
Randy skidded to a stop, staring ahead. 3 roofs away, on a building on the street that paralleled Calle Dominguin, 4 figures had emerged. Their silhouettes, rifles cradled in their arms, stood out against the stars.
"Listen,"
John said. Behind them, on Calle Dominguin, heavy vehicles had arrived. Now there was the clatter of booted feet jumping down to the pavement, officers bawling orders in Spanish. The anti-terrorist units were on site. Seconds later, that soft, sighing whistle again hung suspended in the night air. The 4 silhouettes on the distant roof spun around and were gone.
"Well then, now all we have to do is get past the police, which I'm afraid will not be easy."
"We'll go separately," John decided. A change of clothes would be helpful. Peter eyed Randy.
"Especially the lady's black tights and all."
"The lady will take care of herself, thank you. Let's agree where we'll go next. For me, it's Paris, Marty, and my CIA station chief."
"I'm for Paris, too."
"Where will you go, John? To report to your Army intelligence bosses?"
"I'll catch up with you in Brussels after I've been to NATO headquarters."
"Okay. We'll meet in Brussels, John. I know the proprietor of the Café Egmont in Old Town. Drop a message there when you're ready. That goes for both of you." They said good luck all around. Randy ran lightly toward the building's rooftop exit door. Peter jogged toward the fire escape. John walked to the parapet and stared down. The anti-terrorist units, with their heavier weapons and flak jackets, were spreading out. John ran across the rooftops to the farthest building he could reach and took the interior stairs down. At each door he knocked until he found one where there was no response. He picked the lock and entered, listening for any sign or sound of a sleeping inhabitant, then went to the bedroom closet. He was in luck. 5 minutes later, dressed in a pair of pants and a sports jacket, a white shirt with the collar open, all far too big in the waist, he sauntered down to the street, where he joined a group of alarmed residents who were watching the police activity. In their combat gear, the officers rushed into the building, leaving 2 behind to interrogate the onlookers. When the officers finally reached John, he told them he had seen nothing and no one, and lived in the previous building, which they had already searched. The police officer ordered him back to his own building and moved on. When the officer's back was turned, John crossed the street into the shadows of the far sidewalk and slipped away. At the San Bernardo metro station, he took the next train, then transferred to Line 8, and from there he rode out to Aeropuerto de Baraja. Just before entering the terminal, he found a large waste bin. He dropped his Sig Sauer into the trash and, with a pang of regret, watched it sink. He tossed a newspaper on top. With nothing but his stolen clothes, wallet, passport, and cell phone, he bought a ticket for the next Brussels flight. After he phoned Fred Klein and arranged to have a change of clothes, a uniform, and a weapon delivered to him in Brussels, he sat down in the waiting room. About 10 minutes before his plane was to board, a tall Muslim woman, wearing the traditional black head covering and long black robes, sat down across from him, her hands hardly visible, looking at no one. Her face was modestly lowered. Then he heard that same strange, soft whistle. It gave him a start. He looked sharply at the woman, who looked up, gazed boldly into his eyes, and winked, and humbly bowed her head. Peter had fooled him. The faint strains of a whistled tune reached his ears. Rule Britannia. When his flight was finally called, John was still scanning the terminal for Randy, his stomach tight with worry. She had been first to leave. She should have arrived here by now. After leaving Peter and John, Randy had run down the building's staircase, doing exactly what John had done, knocking on doors until no one answered. Inside the apartment she'd chosen, she discovered a closet filled with flamboyant clothes. She chose a tight skirt that flared wide below the hips, a peasant blouse, and high-heeled black pumps. She shook out her hair so it was loose and fluffy, and hung her MP5K submachine gun under the skirt from her waist. She descended to the cellar, knowing she had only moments to escape the building. She crossed the crowded floor, found a door, and opened it to the night. As she stepped out, she found herself in a courtyard with a gate to an alley. She ran out the gate, slowing only when she reached the street. She turned right and began walking toward the police, stationed on the nearest corner. They stared at her, their faces grim, but she did not mind their questions. She had good fake ID. As she neared the policia, she thought quickly and began to swing her hips. She swayed toward them in her best imitation of the fiery Carmen, heels clicking on the street. Then she smiled widely, spun on her toes, and flipped the back of her skirt at them, just enough for a flash of panties, but not enough to show the weapon that dangled in front. They grinned and whistled in salute, and she passed by, holding her breath, heart thudding against her ribs, until one demanded her phone number. With snapping eyes, she gave him a phony one. As the others pounded him on the back in congratulations, she sauntered off around a corner. And at the next intersection, she hailed a taxi and told the driver to take her to the airport. On Thursday, May 8th, Marty Zellerbach was moved out of ICU to a private room in the Pompidou Hospital, where Legionnaires now guarded his door. Peter Howell pulled up a chair to Marty's bed and said cheerfully, "Well, old friend, this is a fine mess you've gotten yourself into. Can't leave you on your own for long, can I?" Peter waited, hoping Marty's eyes would snap open and he would say something insulting. When nothing happened, he turned to look back at Dr. Dubois, who was standing at the end of the bed, entering information into Marty's chart. Peter raised his eyebrows questioningly. "It's a small relapse. They're to be expected." "They'll diminish with time?" "Oui. All the signs are there. Now I'm off, monsieur, to see other patients. Please continue your conversation with Dr. Zellerbach by all means. Your ebullience is charming, and it can't but help." Peter scowled. Ebullience did not strike him as an accurate description, but then the French were known to be slightly off-kilter in their understanding of a lot of things. He said a polite adieu and turned back to Marty. "Alone at last," he muttered. Then a voice behind him, Randy's voice. "You couldn't wait for me?" "And to where, may I ask, did you disappear?" Randy sat down and related what she had seen and done since they separated in Madrid. "I got to the airport about 10 minutes after the two of you had flown out." "Check in with your station chief yet?" "Not before I saw Marty. Is he asleep?" Peter sighed. "Relapsed. With any luck, he'll wake again soon. When he does, I shall be here in case he can tell us anything we haven't learned." She headed for an armchair next to Marty's bed, reached over and picked up his hand. She leaned forward and kissed his pudgy cheek. "Hi, Marty. It's Randy. And I just want you to know how great you look. As if you're going to wake up any moment and say something wonderfully disagreeable to Peter." But Marty was silent, his jaw relaxed, his high forehead uncreased. She stayed for a few minutes, talking to him, touching him, but at last she had to go. As she stood up, she said, "Take good care of him, Peter." "I will." "I'm off to find out what my station chief can tell me about Mauritania and the DNA computer hunt. Then it's Brussels. In case John does call here, remind him I'll look for a message at the Café Egmont." He smiled. A message drop, just like the old days when tradecraft really mattered. Damn me, but it feels good.
You're a dinosaur, Peter.
That I am, that I am. Now be off with you.
Captain Darius Bonar sat in a cafe on the rustic waterfront of San Francesco on the Isla de Formentera, a little-known Mediterranean paradise near Majorca and Ibiza. Captain Bonar's ostensible mission here was to bring back for his general's table a generous supply of the famous local mayonnaise, first created in Mayo, the picturesque capital of the fourth island, Minorca. He was sipping a glass of local white wine when the real reason for his trip sat down across the table. Mauritania's blue eyes shone with triumph. The test was a complete success. The Americans never knew what hit them. We're exactly on schedule. Bonar raised his glass. Santé. Excellent news. And you? How goes your end? At the moment, my largest concern is you. If exploding the jet that was carrying General Moore was your work, as I think it was a blunder. It was necessary. My dear General Laporte has the unfortunate habit of exaggerating his position in order to impress doubters. He alarmed Sir Arnold Moore. We didn't need a suspicious British general alerting his government, which in turn was guaranteed to warn the Americans as well. Had Sir Arnold reached Britain, he would have revealed the meeting on the Charles de Gaulle and what my general suggested. That would have been a serious problem. But now the Prime Minister knows only that one of his generals was flying to London to speak to him on a delicate matter and has now disappeared. MI6 will have to dig around until it finds out what happened and why. They'll probably never succeed. But if they do, enough days will have passed by then, and we won't care, will we? Perhaps you do know what you're doing, Captain. When you first approached me to join you, I wasn't convinced of that. Then why did you agree to the plan? Because you had the money, because the plan was good and our purpose the same. So we will smite the enemy together. When will you come to us? We may want you soon, particularly if Chambeau's back needs more stiffening. When it's safe, when I won't be missed. Mauritania stood. Very well. 2 days, no more. I'll be there. Count on it. In a room on the second floor of the American Embassy on the Avenue Gabriel, Randy sat with Aaron Isaacs, the CIA station chief in Paris. You've been out of touch almost 48 hours, Russell. Where's Mauritania? Gone. Randy told him all that had happened in Toledo and Madrid. You uncovered all that? Chambord alive, the DNA computer in the hands of some group calling itself the Crescent Shield? So why did the DCI have to get it from the White House and Army intelligence? Because I didn't uncover all that, at least not without help. John Smith and Peter Howell were there, too. MI6? The DCI is going to go apoplectic. Sorry about that. Most of it came from Smith. He got the name of the group. He saw and talked to Chambord and his daughter. Chambord told him the Crescent Shield had the computer. All I did was find out Mauritania was bossing the terrorists. Now, what can you give me on Mauritania I don't have? You know he's from Africa. Most of his strikes with Al-Qaeda and other groups have been launched from Africa or Spain. With him and his group heading south from Toledo, North Africa seems a logical destination. Maybe Algiers. Now we're getting someplace. Names? Places? Not yet. How about a terrorist named Abu Ada, a giant Fulani, older, maybe late 50s, odd green-brown eyes? Isaacs frowned and jotted a note. Never heard the name. I'll have Langley run it. We've come up with something new in the Pasteur bombing. We got a clandestine call from a Mossad agent here in Paris, and maybe it's pure gold. It seems there's a Filipino researcher at the Pasteur whose cousin tried to plant a bomb in the Mossad's Tel Aviv headquarters. The guy was from Mindanao, where the Abu Sayyaf group of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front was an ally of the bin Laden faction. The researcher was supposed to be at the Pasteur that night, but he called in sick. Where's their lab? On the floor below Chambord's laboratory. Mossad thinks he was the inside man? There's no evidence, but I passed it on to Langley, and they think it's a hot lead. The Pasteur's security isn't state-of-the-art, but it's good enough to keep out bombers, unless the bomber has some kind of internal contact. What about the researcher's supposed illness? He consulted a doctor for chest pains and was advised to stay home a few days. Of course, chest pains can be chemically induced. Randy nodded. Okay. Who and where is this guy?
Dr. Akbar Suleiman. We asked the Paris police to check, and they say he's on leave from the Pasteur until his lab can be rebuilt. Mossad says he's still in the city. I have his address. Tell Langley I'm going to be working on Mauritania and the DNA computer with John Smith and Peter Howell. Tell him I want authorization to commandeer any asset we have anywhere. Aaron nodded. Done. At the airport in Zaventem, 13 kilometers outside Brussels, John rented another Renault and picked up the supplies Fred Klein had arranged to be waiting for him. Among them was a uniform, which he put on in preparation for his next destination. Carrying a small overnight bag in which were packed civilian clothes and a 9mm Walther, he headed west toward Mons. At the outskirt of Mons was the home of the supreme headquarters of Allied powers in Europe, or SHAPE, the military arm of NATO, and the main office of the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, General Carlos Henze, USA. When Smith arrived at Henze's building, Sergeant Matthias met him with a sharp salute and escorted him through endless corridors to General Henze's office. The wiry general was as blunt as ever as he waved Smith to a leather chair that faced his desk. Well, Colonel, my staff couldn't locate damn all about any Crescent Shield. Even the CIA knew zip. He pushed a thin stack of file folders toward Smith, holding back one file. Here's the data the president's people sent over. Looks like you found a brand new gang of Arab thugs. Now what? Not Arabs alone, sir. Militants from all parts of the Muslim world. Arabs from many countries, Afghans, a Fulani from northern Nigeria. Who knows who else? I'm not even certain they're all Muslims. Indonesia, Malaysia, Turkey? I wouldn't be surprised if there were recruits from all of them. And we have indications some of the Central Asian tribes and countries could be involved as well. An MI6 man I know identified an unusual auditory night signal as being from Central Asia. The old Soviet republics? Kyrgyz and Kazakh? John nodded, and Henze tossed the last file across the desk. This is the complete official NATO dossier on Captain Darius Bonar. You're suspicious of General Laporte's top aide? A trusted man who works right here, practically in my lap? I'm suspicious of everyone, General. God in heaven. Yesterday when you and I talked, we knew zip. Now we know the doohickey is for real. The big kahuna who created it is alive and kicking, and the gang that has them and the daughter is both multinational and multi-ethnic. So answer what I asked earlier. Now what? Now we find them. How? I don't know yet. Well, when the hell will you know? When I do. Is that supposed to satisfy me? It's that kind of war, General. I wish I could give you more. I have ideas, leads, hunches, but nothing I can honestly say will do the job, much less how and when. I don't like this kind of war, Colonel. I don't like it one damn all. Peter Howell was dozing on the narrow cot he'd insisted the hospital move into Marty's room when the insistent ringing of the room telephone brought him awake. Marty stirred, mumbling. Peter grabbed the phone. Howell? From London, Sir Gareth Southgate, head of MI6, said, Hello, Peter. How is Dr. Zellerbach? Unchanged. What do you want? To give you some disturbing information. General Sir Arnold Moore and his pilot are missing and presumed dead on a flight from Gibraltar to London. He was flying home on a Tornado fighter aircraft to present a report of utmost urgency to the Prime Minister. All he would tell the PM was that it involved the, and I quote, recent electronic disruptions in America. For that reason, I have been instructed to relay the information on to you. Did General Moore give any hint of how or where he had encountered what he wanted to tell the PM? None. We've checked every source we have, and what we know is that the General was supposed to be at his country estate in Kent. Instead, he flew to Gibraltar from London with his own pilot. After that, he and the pilot took a helicopter and returned some 6 hours later. Gibraltar Station doesn't know where he flew? No one does. All right. I need to remain here until I can question Dr. Zellerbach. Meanwhile, put everyone you can on finding out where Moore went. Once I've spoken to Zellerbach, I'll head south and route around. A helicopter has a limited flight range, so we should be able to narrow the General's destinations. Very well. Hold on. Southgate's voice faded as he turned to speak with someone else. Debris from Moore's tornado has been found at sea off Lisbon.
The fuselage showed signs of an explosion.
Very well. An accident seems unlikely, considering everything. Keep your people digging, and I'll be in touch.
My goodness. A shaky voice was speaking behind him. Peter? Peter Howell? Is that you, Peter? Peter hung up and ran to Marty's bedside. Marty blinked and rubbed his eyes. Am I then dead? Yes, I must be in hell. Otherwise I wouldn't be seeing Lucifer. I should have known. Where else would I meet that insufferable Englishman but in hell? Peter smiled broadly.
That's more like it. Hello, Marty, you silly fellow. You gave us quite a turn.
Marty peered worriedly around his hospital room. I'm not tricked. This is an illusion. I see flames behind these innocent walls. Boiling fire from the hubs of hell. Blinding. Don't think you can hold Marty Zeller back. He threw back his sheets, and Peter grabbed his shoulders. As he struggled to hold Marty in bed, Peter roared,
God! Get the nurse! Get the damned doctor! Get somebody!
The door snapped open, and the guard looked in and saw what was happening. Be right back. Arrogant Lucifer, I'll be out of your clutches before you can blink. Zounds, who do you think you're dealing with? I'll fly from here on the wings of a red-tailed hawk. I'll...
Shh, boy. I'm not Lucifer, not really. Remember old Peter? We had some good times, we did.
But Marty continued to rave, caught in the grip of the extreme manic stage of his Asperger's syndrome. The nurse ran in, followed by Dr. Dubois. While she and Peter held Marty down, the doctor injected him with a dose of Midorol, the drug that controlled his manic stage. I must fly away. Satan can't outwit me. Not me. While Peter and the nurse continued to restrain Marty, the doctor nodded approval. Try to keep him as quiet as possible. He's been in the coma a long time, and we don't want any relapses. The Midorol will take effect soon. Peter talked quietly as Marty continued to rant, but soon he grew less physical and no longer tried to escape, and eventually his eyes turned dull, his lids drooped, and he began to nod. The nurse smiled at Peter. You're a good friend to him, Mr. Howell. A lot of people would have run screaming from the room.
That's so. Don't have much backbone, do they?
Or heart. She patted him on the shoulder and left. Peter wanted to let John and Randy know about Marty. He also wanted to call his contacts in the south of France and along the Costa Brava into Spain, and all the places a helicopter from Gibraltar could have flown to see what he could learn about General Moore's last few hours. But they were best reachable by their cell phones, and cellular communication was out. He sat down and let his head fall forward into his hands. That was when he heard soft, evasive footsteps behind him, and he had not even heard the door open. As he started to turn, he reached for the Browning 9mm in his belt. Too late. The cold metal of the intruder's gun muzzle pressed firmly into the back of his head. He froze. Whoever it was skilled, and not alone. From time to time, a cool breeze blew through the large whitewashed room of the sprawling Mediterranean villa on the North African coast, making the gauzy curtains billow. Deep inside an alcove, Dr. Émile Chambord worked intently over the components of the DNA computer that Mauritania and his men had carefully transported all the way here from his lab at the Pasteur. Chambord liked the alcove because it was sheltered from the constant breeze. Both temperature control and a complete lack of vibration were vital to the operation of his prototype. As he turned from his apparatus to make some calculations in his notebook, Thérèse appeared in the archway. Why do you help them? He turned to her. What else can I do? Her full lips were pale. Unbrushed and uncombed, her black hair no longer hung in a satin sheet. She still wore the slim white evening suit, but now it was torn and dirty. Her blouse was flecked with blood, and her shoes were now Bedouin slippers. They were her one concession. She had refused to accept even a change of clothes from her captors. You could say no, Father. None of them can operate your molecular computer. They'd be helpless. And I'd be dead. More important, so would you. They'd kill us anyway. No, they've promised. Thérèse heard the desperation, the grasping at straws. Promised? She laughed. The promise of terrorists, kidnappers, murderers? Chambord refused to answer and returned to his work. They're going to do something terrible. People will die, you know that. I don't know that at all. You've made a deal. For me. That's it, isn't it? Your soul in exchange for my life. I've made no deal. But that's what you'll do. You'll make them let me go before you help them accomplish whatever it is they want. I won't let them murder you. Isn't that my choice? Now her father whirled in his chair. No, it's my choice. There were soft footsteps behind Thérèse. She flinched as Mauritania arrived at the archway. Armed and glowering, Abu Auda stood sentry behind. Mauritania was solemn. You are wrong, Mademoiselle Chambord. When our mission is accomplished, I have no further need of your father, and we will announce our triumph to the world so the great Satan can know who brings his downfall. There will be no reason to care what you or your father can tell. No one is going to die, unless they refuse to help us complete the mission. Perhaps you can fool him, but not me. I know lies when I hear them. It pains me that you do not trust us, but I have no time to persuade you. How much longer before you are again ready, Doctor? I told you, I needed 2 days. They are nearly past. The towering Tour Montparnasse, with its complement of other tall upscale buildings along the Boulevard Montparnasse, receded as Smith and Randy walked deeper into the back streets of Paris. They stopped near the building where Dr. Akbar Suleiman lived, the suspect researcher from the Pasteur Institute. The CIA had passed on the Mossad's intelligence that Suleiman lived on the 3rd floor in back, and that his building only had exits from the front or the alley. John said, "You take the alley. I'll go in." Randy nodded. "You've got your walkie-talkie?" "Of course." John hurried off along the narrow sidewalk. The lighted windows of the 4-, 5-, and 6-story apartment houses were beacons above the deep valley of the dark, shadowy street. The outer door to number 15 was ajar, and there was no concierge. He took out his Walther, slipped inside, and climbed the stairs to the 3rd floor. The door of the rear apartment was closed. Somewhere inside, someone had turned on a water tap, and he could hear water rushing into a basin. He tried the door, but it was locked. He took out his small case of picklocks and went to work. He was still working when the water stopped running. There was a thunderous noise, and a fusillade from inside tore through the door inches above John's head. As needle-like pieces of wood shot through the air, pain seared John's side, and he dove to the floor. Damn, he'd been hit. He scrambled up to a sitting position, leaning back against the wall across from the shattered door. He unbuttoned his coat and pulled up his shirt. A bullet had torn through the flesh above his waist, leaving a purple gouge. It was bleeding, but not badly. He would deal with it later. He left the shirt out. The black fabric of his trench coat hid the blood and bullet holes. He stood up, the Walther ready, stepped aside, and tossed his case of picklocks against the door. Another fusillade smashed and splintered the wood and metal, this time destroying the lock. Screams, shouts, and curses from above and below filled the stairwell. With his right shoulder, John slammed through the door, dove to the side, rolled, and came up with his pistol in both hands. A small, attractive woman sat cross-legged on a shabby couch facing the door, an AK-47 in her hands. "Put the weapon down, now!" The woman snarled, leaped up, and swung the Kalashnikov toward him. He kicked, knocking the assault rifle from her hands. Grabbing her arm, he turned her around and pushed her ahead of him as he searched the apartment room by room. There was no one else there. He put the Walther to the tiny woman's head. "Where is Dr. Suleiman?" "Where you won't find him, Chien." John took his walkie-talkie from his trench coat pocket and spoke. "He's not here, but he was. Be careful." He ripped up a bedsheet to tie the woman securely to a kitchen chair and hurried from the apartment, closing the door behind him. He ran down the stairs and out into the street. In the alley behind the apartment building, Randy stared up at the darkened windows of the 3rd floor, her Beretta ready. She was beneath a linden tree, where the shadows were pitch black. Suddenly, she heard the sound of a violent fusillade of shots from above. She strained to hear more from within the building. There was nothing, and then a second noisy volley echoed from upstairs. Then the sound of pounding feet. The apartment building's rear door burst open, and a man blasted out at full speed. But he quickly slowed to a fast walk, a 9mm pistol in his hand held low to his side, where it would be less noticeable. His head turned constantly as he looked for danger up and down the alley. Randy's radio crackled. She listened as John reported. "He's not here, but he was. Be careful." "I've got him. Meet me in front." The man turned and hurried toward the far end of the alley. As she followed him, she carried her walkie-talkie in her left hand. In her right was her Beretta. He stopped where the alley met the street, scanning left and right. Randy flattened back against the wall. He was short and slender, with straight black hair,
well-dressed in a blue blazer, white shirt, and gray slacks. So this was Dr. Akbar Suleiman, worried and scared. He continued his surveillance, but he did not leave the mouth of the alley. Randy spoke into her walkie-talkie. "He's waiting for something. Get as close to Rue Cambrai as you can." A small black Subaru sedan screeched to a halt in front of Dr. Suleiman. A rear door swung open, and he leaped inside. Before the door could slam, the Subaru drove off. Randy ran down the alley and arrived just as a second car, an equally black Ford Crown Victoria, skidded to a stop. John ran from the front of the building, and he and Randy jumped into the back seat together. The driver sped off after the Subaru. Randy leaned forward behind the driver. "Has Max got the car?" "Square in his sights," Aaron Isaacs told her. "Great, follow them." Aaron nodded. "You're Smith?" Randy said, "Lieutenant Colonel John Smith, M.D. John, meet Aaron Isaacs, our chief in Paris." Isaacs' radio crackled, and a voice reported, "The Subaru's stopping in front of the Hotel Saint-Sulpice. 2 men are getting out and entering the hotel. The Subaru's driving off. Instructions?" Aaron handed Randy his mic. "Follow the Subaru, Max." "You got it." 3 minutes later, as the Crown Victoria pulled to a stop a half-block from the Hotel Saint-Sulpice, the radio crackled, and Max's voice reappeared. "The Subaru is a rental from a chauffeur service. Reservation made by phone. No info on the passenger or the pickup. Come back here to the hotel to get Aaron. We'll keep his Crown Victoria." While Randy and Aaron talked over their respective assignments, John was thinking about Marty. "Marty should be awake by now, Randy. Plus, we could use Peter with us on this." "Dr. Suleiman could come out at any time." "True, but if Max drives me to the hospital, I can get there and back quickly. In case of trouble, you and Max can use the radios to confer, and I'll take a walkie-talkie so he can call me in the hospital. If Suleiman moves before I get back, let me know. Peter, Max, and I'll join you there." Randy agreed. The 2 CIA agents continued their discussion, and when Max arrived in a Chrysler Imperial, John said goodbye and climbed into the front passenger seat next to Max. "You got a med kit here?" John asked as the car headed toward the hospital. "Sure, glove compartment." John cleaned the bullet wound on his side and applied antibiotic cream to it. He taped a bandage to his side, then packed the med supplies back into the kit. At the Pompidou Hospital, John headed to the ICU, where he was told Marty had been moved to a private room on the 4th floor. The first sight he had of the door to Marty's new room made his stomach drop. There was not a single guard outside. Where were the Legionnaires, MI6, the Sûreté? He slid his hand inside his coat, grabbed his Walther, and held it at the ready as he approached the door. With his left hand, he slowly turned the knob. Holding his weapon in both hands, he used his foot to nudge the door open just enough so he could slip inside, the Walther extended in front, sweeping the room. The bed's covers were thrown back, the bottom sheet rumpled. No Marty, no Peter, no guards. He walked deeper into the room and stopped. On the far side of the bed lay 2 corpses, fresh blood pooling around them. Both were dressed in doctor's scrubs, complete with booties and masks. He knelt to examine them. Each had been stabbed once by a 2-edged knife, handled by an expert. This could easily be Peter's work, but where were he and Marty? Clearly no one in the hospital was aware of what had happened. The guards were gone, 2 men were murdered, and Peter and Marty had vanished, all without causing a stir or, apparently, being noticed at all. His walkie-talkie beeped on his belt. He switched it on. "Smith, what's up, Max?" "Randy reports the bird has a companion and is moving. She and Aaron are going after them. She says we should hit the road. She'll direct us to wherever they follow the guy." "On my way." He jammed the walkie-talkie back into his pocket, holstered his gun, and ran out to where Max waited with the Chrysler door open. The new pursuit began when a small black bakery van pulled up outside the Hotel Saint-Sulpice. The driver had jumped out and opened the side doors as if to unload a delivery of bread. Instead, Dr. Akbar Suleiman and a second man ran from the hotel entrance and climbed inside. The driver slammed the doors shut, then climbed back into the cab and drove off. Aaron tensed. "What do you want to do?" "No choice," Randy replied. "We've got to follow." When the van reached the Boulevard Périphérique, the broad road that circled inner Paris, it headed west. Aaron kept it in sight, while Randy radioed each change of direction to Max and John in the other car. Soon the van headed south, past Orléans and over the Loire River. Finally, it veered west onto a 2-lane local road, then turned sharply again onto a back road which it followed for several miles until it turned into a drive hidden by dense trees and brush. Aaron pulled off onto a shoulder. "What now?" "We get close and watch. Might be best to wait for Max and your friends." "No time. You stay here. I'm going in." She could see the lights of a farmhouse through the trees. She threaded her way toward it. Unlike the one outside Toledo, this farmhouse had little open ground around it. It looked more like a rustic hunting lodge. There were no helicopters, but there were 2 cars and 2 armed sentries on guard. Randy watched silhouettes crossing and recrossing on the other side of the window blinds, their arms waving violently. Raised voices came faintly to her ears. A hand fell on her shoulder, and a voice whispered, "How many are there?" "Hello, John. 3 men in the bakery van and 2 cars already here, 2 guards outside, and there has to be at least 1 more inside, along with whoever they came here to meet. Where's Peter?" "Wish I knew." He told her what had happened at the hospital. Then the front door to the lodge opened. "We've got movement. Look." A rectangle of bright light spilled out into the night. Dr. Akbar Suleiman stormed outdoors, turning to continue arguing with someone behind. "I tell you my escape was clean. There's no way they could have followed me." Abu Auda followed Suleiman from the house. "How can you be sure they did not follow you?" "Do you see them here anywhere?" "Of course you don't. Ergo, they didn't follow me." "People who could find you would not let you see them." "What then? I should have allowed myself to be arrested?" "No, you would have told them everything. But it would have been better had you followed procedure and contacted us first, so we could pursue a plan that was safer than bolting to your friends like a panicked puppy straight to its pack." "Well, I didn't. Are we going to talk unproductively all night, since you're so sure they could arrive any minute and overwhelm us?" The terrorist barked orders in Arabic. The man who had left the hotel in Paris with Suleiman joined them, followed by the driver of the bakery van and a 3rd armed man. The bakery driver got into the van and drove off. "Let's go," Randy whispered. She and John sped through the woods to where Aaron and Max waited, talking together, their cars now hidden off the road in brush. "What's up?" Aaron asked. "They're using 2 cars. No way we can know which one Suleiman's in. We'll have to split up, tail 1 car each." John got in beside Max, while Randy rejoined Aaron. Moments later, the 2 cars carrying the terrorists left the dirt road for the country highway. Shortly afterward, Aaron and Max drove out to pursue. They kept back almost out of sight, spotting taillights sporadically. It was difficult surveillance and risky, and they could easily lose their prey. But when the 2 Langley cars finally reached the A6, the agents saw the terrorists' cars clearly. Once on the toll highway, it would be simpler to follow. But then, one of the cars took the ramp south, the other the ramp north. Aaron and Max separated, following as agreed. It was going to be a long night. Tucked away on the Rue de Luth in the 16th arrondissement, the building looked like a typical town mansion. But the elegant, if unremarkable, facade concealed one of the most exclusive and expensive private hospitals in Paris. Here the rich and infamous came for cosmetic surgery. Discreet and accustomed to the demands of the elite for the utmost secrecy and security, it was the perfect place to hide, if you knew the right people to convince. Marty Zellerbach's private room was airy and comfortable. Peter Howell sat beside the bed where Marty lay propped up against a white mountain of pillows. Marty's eyes were open and clear, but a bit dulled, as was to be expected when he was on a fresh dose of Midorol. The shock of events had worn off, and now Marty was acting courtly, but gloomy. "My goodness, Peter, it was dreadful. All that gore from those 2 uncivilized—" "You could say thank you, Marty." "I didn't? Oh, dear, that's remiss of me. If not for you—" He shuddered. "Thank you, Peter, very much." "Well done. Now should we get to business?" It had been a quick, quiet, grim battle in Marty's room at the Pompidou Hospital. Marty had awakened in time to witness it all. After Peter had dispatched the 2 attackers, he'd located an attendant's uniform and a laundry basket on wheels, put Marty inside, and piled linens on top of him. Then he'd donned the attendant's uniform. He wheeled Marty out of the hospital and straight to his rental car for the trip to this private clinic, which was run by Dr. Lochiel Cameron, an old friend of Peter's from the Falkland Wars. Now Marty clasped his cheeks with both hands. "Of course. You asked what happened in the lab. Dr. Chambord said he wouldn't be working that night, so I hadn't planned to go in either. Then I remembered I'd left my paper on differential equations there, so I had to return for it." Marty clutched Peter's arm and pulled him close. "Peter, Emile wasn't in the lab.
But neither was the prototype. And there was a body on the floor, a corpse. I ran out and almost got to the stairs when there was this ear-shattering noise and a hand seemed to lift me, throw me.
Peter grabbed the little genius in a bear hug. "It's okay, Marty. It's over. You're fine. Perfectly safe now. You're all right."
Peter felt Marty calm down. He released him and watched him sink back. Marty gave a wan smile. "I guess the trauma affected me more than I realized. You say I've been in a coma?"
"Since the bombing, lad."
"Where's Emile, Peter? Has he come to visit me?"
"The terrorists who blew up the Pasteur kidnapped him and took the DNA computer. They also kidnapped his daughter. Can you tell me whether the prototype actually works?"
"Oh, dear. Yes. There were just a few minor tests to run before we made a formal announcement. Emile and I planned to do them the next morning. Peter, do you know what someone can do with our prototype?"
"We've had a graphic demonstration of that, my lad."
Peter filled Marty in about the various electronic attacks. As he described them, Marty's face flushed with anger, and he clenched his fists. "How impossibly awful! We must save the Chambers. We must get back the prototype. Get me my slacks."
"Whoa, you're by no means recovered, my boy. Now you just lie back again, perhaps in a few days, right? I have a critical question for you. Can you build a DNA computer, something so we can fight back?"
"No, Peter. I'm sorry. I didn't just hop on a plane and arrive unannounced at Emile's lab. No, he called me in Washington and intrigued me with his great secret. He needed me to show him how to make the most out of operating it. So that was my end of our partnership. Emile's, of course, was creating the machine. Everything was in his notes."
"No one's been able to find them."
"I was afraid of that." After Peter had reassured Marty that everything possible was being done, he made 2 calls, using the phone by Marty's bedside. Hanging up, he said, "You're in excellent hands here. Lockheel's a hell of a doctor and a soldier. He'll make sure no one can get to you, and he'll monitor your health. A coma's nothing to fool around with. Meanwhile, I must go. I have a bit of work to do." "I suppose I'll be all right. Goodness knows I'm safer here than with you and all the trouble you can get yourself into." Then he brightened. "I forgot. There was a painting. It was missing, too. I wonder why."
"What painting, Marty? Missing from where?"
"Emile's laboratory. It was the famous The Grand Army Retreats from Moscow. You know, the one in which Napoleon is riding his white horse, his chin sunk on his chest, with his ragged troops trudging through the snow behind him. Now why would the terrorists steal that? It was just a print, after all, not the real thing."
Peter shook his head. "I don't know, Marty."
"Odd, isn't it?" From where he lay among the rocks and brush on a low sun-bleached hill on the Isla de Formentera, John raised his head just enough to see the 3 terrorists below him. The trio, Dr. Akbar Suleiman, the other man from the Hotel Saint-Sulpice, and one of the armed guards from the lodge, had parked their car above a narrow strip of sand where they were staring out at what looked like a converted PT boat swinging at anchor 100 yards offshore. The terrorists' Mercedes had crossed south into Spain past Barcelona to a remote area of El Prat Airport, where it parked in front of a helicopter charter service. As the terrorists entered the heliport terminal, John and Max waited. There was still no sign of the second car, or of Abu Auda. "The CIA has a presence in Barcelona, right?" Max nodded. "Then get a chopper here, fast." Soon after that, Dr. Suleiman and the others lifted off in a small civilian Bell helicopter. When a Seahawk helicopter arrived, John and Max had pursued the Bell across the Mediterranean to here, the main southernmost Balearic island. As John watched, a rubber raft splashed over the side of the motorboat. He had only minutes to decide what to do. If he lost the terrorists, it could take days, maybe weeks, to track the destination of the craft. Tailing a helicopter in another helicopter was not in itself inherently suspicious. More than one chopper could be going to the same place. Plus, the tailing craft could hang back far enough to be almost invisible. But a helicopter following a boat would instantly cause alarm. "Max, I'm getting aboard that boat. You cover me and wait for Randy to show. If she doesn't, fly back to Barcelona and contact her. Tell her what I'm doing and that she should throw out a dragnet for the boat. If she can't find it, sit tight and I'll contact her." John crawled backward until out of sight of the shore. Then, running, he circled to the far side of a rocky promontory, stripped to his shorts, and tied his clothing, walther, and stiletto around his waist with his belt. He trotted out into the cool sea, dove in, and swam underwater as far as he could. He surfaced carefully and looked around. The raft was to his left, halfway to shore,
with a single crew member steering the craft toward the waiting trio on the beach. The boat appeared deserted. He took a deep breath and submerged again, swimming until he surfaced on the boat's ocean side, hidden from shore. There would be no more than a crew of six. At least one crew member was on his way ashore, and no one else had appeared on deck. Where were the others? He paddled. His stiletto in his teeth, he scrambled up the ladder to the deck. No one was visible. He crawled onto the deck and, staying low, crept silently forward to the main hatch where he slipped below. He worked his way forward along a narrow gangway between small rooms, like the officers' quarters on a submarine. There were 5 identical cubicles, one for each crewman, and a 6th twice as large for the captain. Individual quarters were a luxury afforded to few on a small, narrow boat built for speed. This many could mean long periods at sea and hazardous duty. He wrung out his clothes in a sink, dressed quickly, and worked his way back aft, where he discovered a cargo hold with stacked barrels of diesel fuel and wall brackets and straps to keep cargo steady in heavy seas. There were traces of white powder on the slats of the floorboards. Heroin? Cocaine? Most likely this boats may be guns, too. All of this told him a great deal, but the emptiness of the cargo compartment and the lack of crew revealed more. Today's trip was special, not usual business. He froze, hearing the noise of the rubber raft's outboard motor approaching. He needed a hiding place. He hurried back along the narrow passage, hearing above him the noise of feet landing on the deck. Voices sounded uncomfortably close above his head. He finally located a large storage locker all the way forward, crammed with ropes, chains, engine parts, and supplies. He shoved materiel around until he had a snug hole, scrambled in, and pulled a hatch cover over to roof it. He sank down, his back against the bulkhead. His clothes were wet and clammy. Moments later, the boat's powerful engines roared into life, shaking the entire craft. The anchor rose and clanged against the side, and he felt the boat swing. Then acceleration slammed him back against the bulkhead. As the boat leaped ahead, gaining speed, he smiled. He was alive. His Walther was in his hand, and there was promise that on the other side of the ride, he would find answers. Randy stood beside Max, staring out to sea to where the faint shape of the sleek motorboat rode steadily south. "He got on the boat okay?"
"He did. What happened to the SUV you were tailing?"
"They led us to Barcelona, but we lost them in the city."
"You think they lost you deliberately?"
"Yes, we were made. Then Salinger, the station chief in Madrid, relayed the information that you'd called for a helicopter. We found out where you'd gone and flew here."
"This could be bad for John."
Randy nodded anxiously. "I know."
"What do we do?"
"Get the Seahawk refueled so we can fly to North Africa."
"It's got extra tanks so it can make it the way it is, but if we try to follow the boat, they'll spot us for sure."
"We won't follow. We'll locate them, make sure they're heading for Africa, and fly on ahead of them. They'll see us, but when we fly past without showing interest, they'll figure we're just another chopper."
"Then what?"
"Then, Max, we send out everything we can to find them." In a crowded, boisterous fisherman's bar on the waterfront of Marseille, Carsten Lesseau, a short, stocky man who looked very much like a sailor, but was not a sailor at all, sat quietly talking with a second man who was a sailor, the captain of a fishing boat. As Lesseau ordered 2 mark, cheap brandies, Captain Marius studied him carefully.
"You said there were dollars. 100 of them?"
Lesseau reached into his trouser pocket and produced a $100 bill. As he laid it on the table, the captain nodded. Their marks arrived. As they sipped, Lesseau said, "I understand that you and your boat had a close call at sea a few nights ago. You were almost run down by some large vessel." Now Captain Marius picked up the $100 bill and put it in his pocket.
"It was 2 nights ago. We were out fishing when it came out of nowhere. The Charles de Gaulle, like a skyscraper or a mountain, only moving, bearing down on my little boat. No lights, inside or outside, so it was darker than the night itself. It missed us to port. We were nearly swamped, but here I am."
"Why would she be running dark? Were there destroyers, other ships?"
"I saw none."
"What was her course?"
"From her wake, I'd say south-southwest."
Lesseau nodded. He tossed some coins on the table for their brandies, rose, and walked quickly away from the bar. After a few blocks, he turned into an old brick building on a narrow side street, where he climbed the stairs to a 2-room apartment on the 4th floor. Once inside, he picked up the phone and dialed.
"Peter Howell."
"Lesseau,
The de Gaulle was at sea southwest of Marseille a few hours before General Moore reappeared at Gibraltar. There were no NATO or French naval exercises scheduled at the time. She was heading southwest toward the Spanish coast, and get this, she was running dark.
Interesting. Good job, Carsten. Thanks.
It cost me 200 American.
More likely 100, but I'll send the 100 in pounds.
Generosity is its own reward, Peter.
Would it were so, Carsten. Would it were so.
Peter hung up, frowning. From another informant, a crew member on the carrier, he'd discovered that there'd been a highly unauthorized meeting on board the de Gaulle, consisting of NATO's Deputy Supreme Commander General Roland Laporte and 4 other NATO generals. His informant knew from their uniforms that they were German, Spanish, English, and Italian. He wasn't sure, but he thought the German might have been Bundeswehr General Otto Bittrich. He hadn't recognized the others. They had helicoptered to the ship, held their meeting, and left the ship by chopper right after the event ended. Now Peter knew where General Moore had been. What he needed to know was why he had gone, and why he had been killed. For 5 hours, the motorboat slammed through the waves. In the 6th hour, the boat's throbbing engines suddenly ratcheted down. Soon there was the creak of the anchor being released, its chain rattling out. There was quiet activity on deck, soft splashes, the sounds of people scrambling over the side. Then the creak of oars and paddles. And then the noises faded. John waited. A minute. 2. And heard no activity on board. He eased the hatch cover from over his head and stood up slowly, waiting for the feeling to return to his limbs. He opened the storage locker door and peered out in both directions. The corridor was clear. He stepped into it, closed the door, and headed toward the gangway. That was when a powerful-looking man stepped out from one of the sleeping cubicles, pointing a pistol at John. He had a fez on his head and a nasty look on his beard-stubbled face.
"Who the hell are you? Where'd you come from?"
John lunged. He grabbed the terrorist's gun wrist with his left hand while he used his right to draw his stiletto. Startled, the man tried to pull free. He jerked back fast, off balance, not fast enough. Before he could fire, John plunged his stiletto into the man's chest. The terrorist went down, landing hard on his knees. Then, with a grunt, he keeled forward onto his face, dead. John stepped over the corpse and climbed up the gangway to the deck. Late afternoon sunlight greeted him. His eyes just above the opening, he surveyed the deck, seeing no one. Warily, he crawled forward to the bridge where he found a pair of binoculars. He scanned the shore. There was a fine, smooth beach with plastic greenhouses. Nearby, a citrus grove ran from the coast into the distance. There was a large promontory, too, that jutted out into the sea. It appeared to be entirely enclosed by a long white wall at least 10 feet high. Dark olive trees and palms stood stark against the wall, and he could see some kind of white-domed building behind. Far to the right, modern cars sped along a highway close to the sea. Behind everything rose a line of hills. This had the feel of North Africa. In his judgment, he was anchored off Algeria, probably not far from Algiers. He raised his binoculars to study the wall again. It intrigued him. He studied the beach, but there was no dinghy or rubber raft resting there. He stripped to his shorts, again using his belt to tie his clothes, walther, and stiletto to his body. He slid into the cool water and swam toward the wall. As he got closer, he saw it was at least 14 feet high, crowned by sharp, rolled concertina wire. Someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to discourage trespassers. He swam quietly on toward the end of the promontory. The point's terminus was overgrown with what seemed an impenetrable mass of vegetation and palm trees. He swam on around until he saw on the beach the boat's dinghy and rubber raft pulled close up to the thick growth. He continued until he spotted a place where the wilderness ran close to the sea. He crawled up onto the sand, still warm from the day's sun, and lay there a full minute, feeling his heart pound. At last, he pulled himself up and ran barefoot into the vegetation, where he soon found a tiny glade. He dressed quickly, stuck his walther into his waistband, and strapped the stiletto into a sheath velcroed to his calf. He moved through the trees and bushes, keeping the beach in sight until he ran into a dirt trail. He followed it inland for another 15 yards until it ended at a vast open area. There were olive trees and date palms, and beyond them a rise of land. On it stood a large white villa crowned by the dome he had seen from the boat. The sprawling villa appeared completely isolated and deserted, too.
No one was visible, inside or out. No cars or other vehicles. But then voices came from somewhere in the distance. They were raised in unison, in a march-like rhythm, while an occasional gunshot echoed faintly from somewhere far away. A man wearing a British camouflage uniform, carrying an AK-47, suddenly appeared at the far corner of the house. Then a second guard, armed with a light machine gun, appeared from the villa's other corner. The pair crossed paths and continued on in opposite directions around the house, patrolling. John made no move. Moments later, a third guard appeared from inside the house. As well armed as the others, he stood on the terrace, his gaze sweeping the grounds, then returned inside. 5 minutes later, the pair circling the villa reappeared, as a fourth sentry emerged from the villa onto the terrace. 4 guards. Now he circled back through the dense green growth, until he found what appeared to be a secluded door near the building's front. Here, the rambling mansion was close to the jungle-like forest. The distant voices, raised in a chanting chorus, sent a chill up his spine. He could make out the Arabic words now, and they were a litany of hate for Israel and America, the great Satan. The instant the guard walked around the rear corner and out of sight, John sprinted to the hidden corner of the house. The door was unlocked. He opened it, an inch at a time. He saw a room with a polished tile floor, expensive furniture, paintings, small curtained alcoves for quiet reading and meditating, and no humans. He eased inside, the Walther out in both hands. Another room, similar to the first, was clearly visible through a traditional Moorish archway. He moved cautiously through more cool, shadowed rooms. Then he heard voices ahead, and recognized one. Mauritania. He had found a crescent shield hideout of some kind, perhaps even a headquarters. He moved forward until he realized the voices were coming from the next archway. He flattened back against the wall next to it and peered around at the backs of some dozen men who were gathered in a great room under the building's soaring dome. They were a wildly disparate group. Afghans, Bedouins in their long robes, Indonesians wearing the latest in Levi's and designer T-shirts, and standing to one side in full-dress uniform, Captain Darius Bonar. So he was the NATO mole. "Dr. Suleiman has arrived and is resting," Mauritania announced to the throng. "He will report to me soon, and the moment Abu Auda arrives, the countdown will begin." The gathered terrorists erupted in excited cries of Allahu Akbar. They waved their weapons overhead and shook them. "They'll call us terrorists, but we're not. We're guerrillas, soldiers in the service of God, and with God's help we'll triumph. We've tested the Frenchman's device. We've misdirected attention to America. And now we'll blind and silence the Americans so they can't warn their Jewish lackeys when the Russian missile is sent on its glorious way to wipe the Zionists from our sacred land." The roar this time was so great, the fierce cries so loud and intense, that the dome seemed to shake. My God, John thought. A nuclear attack. And the target was Israel. So the DNA computer was going to reprogram an old Soviet tactical nuclear missile and drop it on Israel, erasing millions in that country, as well as many others in neighboring nations, all Arab countries, sacrificed for Mauritania's sick dreams. John spun away from the wall. He had to find Dr. Chambour and destroy the DNA computer. After a careful search of the villa, John found what looked like the bedroom wing. The doors on the rooms were carved, heavy wood, with solid brass fittings. John stopped at a side corridor with magnificent mosaics that began their designs on the floor and wrapped completely up the walls and across the ceiling. Every square inch was covered with bits of perfectly placed semi-precious stones and glazed tiles. It was like being inside a long treasure box. At the end of the corridor, he stopped. Here a door was not only closed, but locked from the outside by an antique sliding bolt. He pressed his ear to it. What he heard made his heart accelerate. The clicks of a keyboard. He slid open the bolt and turned the handle with slow, steady pressure. He pushed the door in a few inches until he could see a room furnished comfortably with Western overstuffed chairs, simple tables, a bed, and a desk. But But at the heart of the room was the long, thin back of Émile Chambord, working at a keyboard that was connected to what had to be the DNA computer. There was a glass tray containing a collection of silvery blue gel packs, which must contain the DNA polymers. Connected by ultra-thin tubing, the gel packs were submerged in a foam-like jelly, which would prevent vibration. Nearby, another machine with an open glass face was linked to the gel packs by more thin tubing. Through the glass, he could see a series of small pumps and glass canisters. That had to be the DNA synthesizer, the feeder station for the gel packs. A lid sat on the top of the tray, and at the interface between it and the packs of DNA was what appeared to be a thin plate of soft metal coated with a biofilm, a sensor device absorbing the DNA chemical energy, changing its conformation, and emitting light as a result. What an ingenious idea, a molecular switch that was based on light. Chambord was using the DNA molecules not only to compute. Another class of molecules in the sensor detected the computation, a brilliant solution to what had been an impossible problem. John took a deep breath. Fred Klein would want him to destroy the machine instantly, but Chambord's prototype would revolutionize the future and could make life better and easier for masses of people. It would be years before anyone else came close to approximating what was here right now in this room. John slid into the room and closed the door behind him. He would give himself one chance to get the prototype out safely. If he failed, if he had no other option, he would destroy it. He started across the room to Chambord when the scientist suddenly turned. A pistol was in his bony hand, pointed at John. A cry came from the archway. "No, Papa. You know who this is. It's our friend, Dr. Smith. He tried to help us escape in Toledo. Put the gun down, Papa." But the pistol held steady. Chambord frowned, his cadaverous face suspicious. "He's more than a doctor. We saw that at the farmhouse in Toledo." John smiled. "I really am a medical doctor, Dr. Chambord, but I'm also a U.S. Army officer. I'm here to rescue you and your daughter." "Ah? First you tell my daughter you're just a friend of Martin's, and now you say you're here to save us? How could you find us? Twice! You're one of them. It's a trick." "I'm not one of them. I'm here to help you, just as I was trying to help you in Toledo. We must move quickly. Almost everyone's in the dome room, but I don't know for how long." Therese said, "An American officer? Then—" "Yes, my real assignment was to find your father and his computer, to stop his kidnappers from using his work." "Father, he came to help us." "Alone?" Chambord shook his head. "Impossible. How can you help us alone?" "We'll figure out how to get out of here together. I'm asking you to trust me." At last, Chambord let his pistol fall to his side. "That's all very well, young man, but I'm afraid I don't have much confidence you can help us escape." "I'm here, Dr. Chambord, and if I got in here, I can get you out." "Where did you find that pistol? That may come in handy." Chambord gave a humorless smile. "Everyone thinks I'm a helpless old man. They think that, so they're not as alert as they should be. In one of the many cars they used to transport me, someone left a gun. Naturally, I took it." "Help me dismantle your computer and answer some questions, quickly." Chambord turned the machine off. "How many are in the villa? What's the access like? Is there a road out? Cars? What kind of security in addition to the guards outside?" As they disengaged wires and tubes, Chambord said, "The only access I saw was a gravel road that connects with the coast highway that runs between Algiers and Tunisia, but it's more than a mile inland. The road ends at what appears to be a small training camp for new recruits. The car that brought us here is parked there with some former British military vehicles. I saw a helipad near the training center, and I believe there were 2 old helicopters parked on it. I can't say exactly how many men are in the house. At least half a dozen are guarding it, probably more." John weighed options. Those cars parked near the helipad would work if they could sneak out to them without being detected. John told them, "Okay, here's what we're going to do." He knew that the men in the dome room could end their meeting and discover them at any moment. He did not know that the hunt was already in progress. The body of the sailor on the PT boat had been discovered, and Mauritania's soldiers had begun a silent, deadly search of the compound. In the dark night, a lightless Seahawk helicopter hovered low over an open area a mile from the villa. The air whipped Randy's face as she stood in the open doorway and hooked the rescue cable onto her harness. She was wearing night combat camouflage with a black watch cap covering her blonde hair. She carried equipment attached to her mesh belt and wore a backpack with more equipment. The helicopter and his passenger had come from the missile cruiser USS Saratoga, steaming near the Algerian coast. Max had spotted the PT boat from the air aboard another of the Saratoga's choppers not an hour before, and Randy had quickly devised and implemented a plan of action, a plan that included getting herself on the ground. She gripped her harness and nodded her readiness. The crewman at the hoist gave her the go signal, and Randy jumped into the dark void. The crewman let out the hoist as she descended. As she landed, she rolled onto the ground and quickly unhooked the harness. She bent to the small transmitter. "Saratoga, do you read me?" A voice from the cruiser's Combat Information Center responded, "We read you, Seahawk 2. "This could take an hour, maybe more." "Understood, standing by." Randy shut off the radio and stowed it in a pocket of her camouflage suit, unslung her MP5K mini-submachine gun from her shoulder, and loped off. She worked her way through the citrus groves, past the greenhouses, and soon reached the high white wall, topped by coils of razor wire. She unslung the backpack she had loaded on the Saratoga with equipment flown to her by the CIA, and pulled out a small air pistol, a miniature titanium barbed dart, and a roll of thin nylon-covered wire. She attached the wire to a miniature ring on the dart, inserted the dart into the pistol barrel, and searched until she found a thick old olive tree some 10 feet inside the wall. She stood back and fired. The dart bit into the tree. She returned the pistol to her backpack, put on padded leather gloves, and, grasping the wire, swarmed hand over hand up to the top of the wall. Once there, she brought out a miniature pair of wire cutters, clipped a 3-foot opening in the razor wire, slid over the wall, and dropped to the ground. She released the wire from the dart, pulled the coil over the wall after it, and returned everything to her backpack. Then she melted through the vegetation toward the unseen villa. Meanwhile, Dr. Émile Chambord was saying, "It's possible, yes, I believe you're right, Colonel. We should be able to escape that way. We've got to go immediately. No telling when they'll discover I'm here. There's no more time. We'll take the gel packs and leave the rest." There was a noise in the corridor. The door flung open, and Abu Auda and 3 armed terrorists rushed in, weapons raised. Therese cried out, and Dr. Chambord attempted to jump in front of her to protect her with his pistol. Instead, the scientist stumbled heavily into John, destroying his balance. John recovered, grabbed for his Walther, and spun. It was too late to destroy the DNA prototype, but he could damage it so that Chambord would need days to make it operational again. But before he could fire, Abu Auda and his men jumped him, knocked the pistol away, and wrestled him to the floor. "Really, Doctor?" Mauritania had followed his men into the room. He pulled Chambord's pistol away from him. "This is hardly your style. I don't know whether to be impressed or shocked." Abu Auda pointed his assault rifle down at John's head where he lay on the floor tiles. "You've given us enough trouble." "Stop!" Mauritania ordered. "Don't kill him. We may have need of him before this is finished. Who knows how valuable he may be to the Americans?" Abu Auda did not move, the rifle still at John's head. Finally, his eyes blinked thoughtfully. "Wasting a resource is a sin." "Yes." Abu Auda's men hauled Smith to his feet. Mauritania said, "Destroying the computer would have been a futile gesture in any event, Colonel Smith. Dr. Chambord would simply have had to build us another." "Never," Thérèse Chambord insisted. "You underestimate your power, my dear. Your father would build us another. After all, we have you, and we have him. Your life, his own life, and all the work he will do in the future. Much too high a price to save a few people from a bad day, wouldn't you say?" "He'll never build you another. Why do you think he stole your pistol?" "Ah?" Mauritania raised an eyebrow at the scientist. "You'd fall onto your sword before you'd help us in our dastardly attack. How foolish, Doctor. But how brave. And you are equally foolish, Colonel, to think you could stop us for any length of time by putting a few bullets into the Doctor's creation. Please give us credit for some intelligence." "If you had any intelligence, Mauritania, you'd stop this insanity now. Think of all the innocent people that'll be killed in your attack on Israel. The Quran says you shall not kill any man whom God has forbidden you to kill except for a just cause. That's from your sacred writings, Mauritania. There's no justness in your cause, just cold-eyed selfish ambition. You're fooling no one but the poor souls you've lied to so they'd follow you." "We talk too much," Abu Auda announced, and beckoned his men forward. "Take them out and lock them in the punishment cell." Mauritania said, "Leave Chambord. We have work to do we not, Doctor? Tomorrow we'll see a changed world, a new beginning for mankind." Concealed in the dense vegetation, Randy had carefully reconnoitered the area and was now observing the villa from the rear. She had seen only one sleepy guard on watch near the 2 helicopters, 4 more patrolling the villa. There was a laxness about them. They were expecting nothing to happen. That was until a man rushed out of the villa and spoke briefly to one of the sentries, who immediately looked around alertly, nervously. The man re-entered the house at a run. The sentry peered out into the night, his assault rifle at the ready. Were they looking for John? Had they found him? Had she been spotted? She circled toward the western wing of the building, where she saw no sentry activity. As she got closer, she heard voices drifting through the open, barred windows. A number of men, one woman. Thérèse Chambord? She slipped closer, raised up and peered in, seeing Mauritania, Abu Auda, 2 armed terrorists, John and the Chambords, and what had to be the DNA computer. In seconds, she considered her options. She couldn't make a clean kill on all the terrorists at once. If she opened fire on the computer and damaged it, Chambord could rebuild it. If she killed Chambord, Mauritania might have someone else capable of operating the computer. And any attack by her could sign Thérèse and John's death warrants. Plus, her gunfire would call everyone down on her and end whatever chance she had to save the situation or them. She lowered her MP5K. She had, after all, a backup plan that would take care of all contingencies. It would eliminate the computer. The problem was, it might mean the deaths of everyone. She had to take the chance. She ran low toward the front of the villa. At the corner, she peered around at the front entry. Abu Auda and 2 of his men were marching John and Thérèse in the direction of the compound's barracks. When they were far enough ahead, she followed. Abu Auda and his men walked John and Thérèse through a tangerine grove to a square wooden building in a clearing some 50 yards behind the barracks. As one of his Bedouins opened the heavy door, Abu Auda kicked John into the dark room. "You've caused us too much trouble, American. But you'll cause us no more trouble in here, and the female can think upon her sins." The guards pushed Thérèse in after John and slammed the door. The key turned in the lock, and there was a clang as an additional iron bar was slid home. "Mon Dieu," Thérèse sighed. John smiled. This wasn't how I pictured our next time alone together. He gazed around the cell. Moonlight slanted in from a single barred window high in the wall. He made a stirrup of his hands. "Here, let me boost you up so you can test the bars." He hoisted her up to his shoulders. She examined the bars and announced, "They're bolted to iron plates in the wood. They're solid." John helped her down, and they turned their attention to the wood door, but it, too, showed no weakness. Then he heard a faint, odd sound, like tiny chewing, a small animal biting into wood, and an urgent whisper. "John! John, damn it! The back wall!" He knew that voice. "Randy? Who did you expect, the Marines?" "I could hope. Why are we whispering?" "Because Abu Auda and his men are all around. It's a trap. You're the bait and I'm the quarry. Me or anyone else who comes to rescue you from this dinkus little jail. How did you manage to get through?" "I had to kill 2 of Abu Auda's men, but they'll be missed soon and then we're cooked." "So what do we do?" "It'll take me too long to take the door apart, but there's a lot of wood rot back here. I think I can cut a nice exit hole. It'll be a lot quieter and quicker." John and Thérèse listened to the chewing noises that went on faster and faster. "Okay, big man, shove from your side. Shove hard." Thérèse knelt beside him, and together they strained against the wall where they'd heard Randy work. For several seconds nothing happened. Then the dry wood gave in a cloudburst of sawdust, and the rotten boards shot out. Randy lowered them silently to the ground. John and Thérèse slipped through into the languid night air. Randy held her MP5K at the ready. She was gazing past the building to the tangerine grove on the other side. She motioned them to follow. She rolled over onto her belly and elbows, her weapon cradled in the crooks of her arms, and crawled off into the grass, Thérèse and John behind her. They crawled on until finally they reached a growth of date palms well past where Abu Auda had set his trap. Randy sat up against a palm trunk. "We should be safe here a couple of minutes, no longer. They've got people out everywhere." John rose to his haunches. "Nice save." "Merci beaucoup." Randy smiled at Thérèse. "At last we meet. I'm glad you're alive." "I too. Thank you for coming. But we must get my father. Who knows what terrible things they're planning for him to do?" "I don't suppose you have an extra gun for me, Randy?" She looked disapproving. "In the company we come prepared." She produced a 9mm Sig Sauer complete with silencer. As he checked the weapon, he told the 2 women what he'd overheard in the dome room. Randy was shocked.
Mauritania's planning a nuclear strike against Israel? Mon Dieu, all those poor people. Randy's eyes glinted. I was inserted here from a missile cruiser, the Saratoga. They're standing by for my call. That's because we've got a real plan here. It's not pretty, but it'll stop these guys from any nuclear strikes anywhere. We can go a couple of ways with it. If we can rescue Chambord and the computer, then they'll come in and extract all of us. I like that option most. If worst comes to worst... She hesitated and looked at Thérèse. It can't be any more unpleasant than what we've already been through, or what Mauritania plans, Mademoiselle Russell. We can't let the DNA computer remain in their hands, Randy said. There's no wiggle room about that, no options. Thérèse's gaze narrowed, and she frowned. So? The Saratoga has a standard missile SM-2 aimed square on the dome of the villa. Its purpose is to eliminate the DNA computer. And the terrorists? They will die too? If they're here, yes. Whoever's there will die. John had been watching the two women. She understands. Thérèse swallowed and nodded. But my father, he was ready to stop them. You can't kill him. Randy, let's go with a combination of the options. I don't want to take the time to try to get the computer out of there, but we can rescue Chambord, and then your people can extract us. Oui, I like that. That's what I want too. But if worst comes to worst, you must do what you have to do to prevent a catastrophe. Randy pulled a short-range walkie-talkie from her backpack. I can give you 10 minutes. Take this. When you've got Chambord and you're exiting the villa, call me. Then I'll notify the Saratoga. Right. He attached the walkie-talkie to his belt. I'm going with you, John. No, you're not trained. You may need my help with my father. She looked at Randy. Give me a gun. I know how to use one, and I'll hold up my end. Randy nodded. Take my Beretta. It's silenced. Now go. It took John and Thérèse 4 minutes to reach the villa and slip past the guards, another minute to race to Émile Chambord's room in the villa's west wing. The door was unlocked. As John pushed the door open and they entered the room, Chambord rotated in his desk chair and stared at Thérèse and John as if he were seeing ghosts. Mystified, John asked, Why aren't you being guarded? Why would they need to watch me now? They had you and Thérèse. I wasn't going to destroy the prototype or escape and leave her, was I? Let's get you out of here. Come on. What about my computer? Leave it, Father. Hurry. John looked at his watch. We've got only 5 minutes left. He grabbed Chambord's arm and pulled the scientist until he started hurrying on his own. We'll head out a side window. This way. As he guided them along, he flicked on the walkie-talkie. We've got Chambord. We'll be out in a couple of minutes. Call in the strike. Randy had moved closer to the villa and was now crouched under a canopy of leaves in the shadows of the fragrant orange grove. She checked her watch again. Damn! John's 10 minutes were up. Then her walkie-talkie gave a low crackle, and she heard him say, Call in the strike. With a thrill of relief, she told him where she was hiding. You've got 5 minutes. I understand. Thanks, Randy. Good luck. You too, soldier. She cut the connection and bent to her radio transmitter and made the death call to the Saratoga. John stood at the villa's window, waiting for Thérèse to crawl through. She froze, staring at her father. John looked back. Chambord was pointing a pistol at John's chest. Step away from him, child. Lower your weapon, Colonel. Papa, what are you doing? Shh, child, don't worry. I'm making things right. He took a walkie-talkie from his other pocket. I'm serious about your weapon, Colonel Smith. Put it down or I'll shoot you dead. John let his weapon drift down, but he did not release it. Chambord said into the walkie-talkie, West side, get everyone out of here. John saw the shine in Chambord's eyes, the glow of excitement, and he understood. You weren't kidnapped. You're with them. That's why all the work to make you look dead. That's why there was no guard on you just now. It was all an act with Mauritania to make Thérèse think you were a prisoner. I'm not with them, Colonel Smith. They are with me. Randy checked her watch. 4 minutes. Suddenly there was noise from the building, shouts and running feet. She held her breath as 2 shots rang out, followed by a burst, then 2 more bursts of automatic fire. John and Thérèse had no automatic weapons. There was only one possibility. They had somehow been discovered. Then came another awful sound, triumphant laughter, shouts of victory praising Allah. The infidels were dead. She froze, unable to think, to feel. It could not be. They had killed John and Therese. A great sorrow washed over her, and then a towering rage. She turned on her heel and ran away from the villa, racing as if all the hounds of hell were pursuing, trying not to see John's face, the dark blue eyes, the laughter. When the missile landed, the explosion threw her forward 10 feet. The percussive blast was thunderous. As debris shot through the air and fell in a dangerous rain, she crawled under the branches of an olive tree and covered her head with her arms. Randy sat with her back to the perimeter wall, watching red and yellow flames lick up toward the dark sky from where the white villa had stood. She spoke into the radio. "Call the Pentagon. The DNA computer is destroyed, and Dr. Chambord with it. There's no more danger." "Roger, Agent Russell. Good work." "Also tell them Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Smith, M.D., U.S. Army, died in the explosion, as well as Dr. Chambord's daughter, Therese. Then get me out." She switched off the transmitter. The stink of death and burning debris filled the air. She thought about John, and she began to cry. Randy, Marty, and Peter had gathered in Marty's hospital room. The painful conversation paused as tears streamed down Marty's cheeks. John was dead. His loss was inexpressible. John had always been there. He could not imagine living in a world without John. Randy sat down beside the bed and took his hand. With her other hand, she wiped the tears from her own cheeks. Across the room, Peter stood against the door, stone-faced. "He was doing his job," Randy said gently. "A job he wanted to do. You can't ask for more than that." He was a real hero. He was always my biggest hero, since we were little, but I never told him. He could do everything I couldn't, and I could do everything he couldn't, and he liked that. So did I. I'm going to miss him so much." "We all are, Mart. I was so sure he'd get out in time. He was sure. But
We all know the risk. Someone has to do it so that businessmen and housewives and shop girls and bloody playboys and millionaires can sleep in peace in their own beds." Randy heard the bitterness in the old MI6 agent's voice. It was his way of expressing his loss. Finally, Peter said in gross understatement, "Things don't always work out the way we want." The telephone beside Marty's bed rang. Peter picked it up. "Howell here." "What? Yes? When? You're sure?" "All right. Yes, I'm on it." He set the receiver into its cradle and turned to his friends, his face a grim mask. "Top secret, straight from Downing Street. Someone has taken control of all the U.S. military satellites in space and locked the Pentagon and NASA out." Randy blinked. "What does it mean?" "Damned if I know, except that the danger isn't over. We have to start finding them all over again." Randy shook her head. "They couldn't have gotten the prototype out of the villa. There wasn't time for that. But maybe Chambord somehow survived. That's the only thing that makes sense. And if Chambord—" Marty sat straight up in the bed, his distraught face quivering with hope. "John may be alive, too." "Hold on, both of you. That doesn't necessarily follow. The Crescent Shield would have done everything to get Chambord away safely, but they wouldn't have given a damn about John or Ms. Chambord. In fact, you heard automatic fire, Randy. Who else could it have been aimed at? The bloody bastards were cheering, victorious. Nothing changes that."
"You're right, it doesn't. Still, it opens a possibility we can't just ignore. If he's alive, I don't care what either of you says, John is alive."
"Let's say he is. Then he may be wounded, pursued, and in hiding. But from what just happened to the American satellites, I'd say the Crescent Shield still has at least Dr. Chambord in its hands and perhaps his daughter. And if they have John too, then he's a prisoner. And we have no earthly idea where." The mood in the White House that afternoon had been one of quiet jubilation. President Castilla and his advisers had met to congratulate one another on their intelligence service's success in destroying the threat. Although the celebration was tempered with the knowledge that good people had died in that missile attack, they were nevertheless confident, secure for the first time in days. Until the phone rang, and the President heard the solemn voice of Fred Klein. "We need to meet, Mr. President." "Now?" "Yes, sir. Now." The president dismissed his advisors and headed to the upstairs residence suite of the White House where Klein was waiting for him. "I'm sorry for your loss, Fred. I know how much you valued Dr. Smith. The condolences may be premature, sir, as well as the celebration of our so-called victory in Algeria." The president's back stiffened. "Tell me." "The team of Rangers and DNA experts we sent in right after the missile attack never found the bodies of Colonel Smith, Dr. Chambord, or Thérèse Chambord. If John were alive, he would have reported to me. If Chambord and his daughter had survived, they would certainly have been heard from by now. Unless they were prisoners. That's what you're getting at, isn't it? You think there's a chance some of the terrorists escaped and took our 3 with them? That's what worries me. Otherwise, you'd be celebrating Smith's and the Chambords' survival. Yes, but..." The telephone rang, and the president snapped up the receiver. "Yes?" "Come up to my private office, Chuck." "Yes, now." He hung up and closed his eyes a moment. "Someone has just readjusted the computer processors aboard all of our military and private satellites so we can't retrieve data. It's a catastrophic systems failure, and no one on the ground can get them programmed back to the way they were." "We're blind from space?" Klein bit off a curse. "It sounds like the DNA computer again, damn it, but how? The missile struck the villa and the computer was inside. Even if Smith hadn't destroyed it already, it should have gone up with the building." "I agree, it should have. Get into the other room, Fred. Chuck's going to be here in a moment." As Klein slipped away, Charles Ouray hurried into the office. "They're still trying, sir, but NASA says whoever readjusted the computers has locked us out. We can't break through. Reconvene the Joint Chiefs. We must assume the worst, an immediate attack on the United States. Anything from biological warfare to a nuclear missile. Scramble every defense we have. Get going, Chuck." Ouray ran out, and Klein returned to the room. His face was gray with worry. "Find out where the hellish thing is, Fred. And this time, finish it." When Marty fell asleep again, Peter slipped away to contact local MI6. Randy left too, heading for a phone booth off the main lobby. Enclosed in the glass booth, she dialed her Langley chief, Doug Kennedy. Doug's voice was grim. "The surveillance and communications satellites are still offline. We've lost everything in orbit, both military and civilian. We're blind, deaf, and dumb. What do you want, Russell?" "Check with every asset we have on the ground within a 200-mile radius of the villa and find out if they noticed, heard of, or even suspect any unusual traffic on the roads and in the ports, no matter how small, all along the coast near the villa for 12 hours after the explosion. Then do the same with everything we have, sea and air, over the Mediterranean, in the same time frame." "That's all?" She ignored the acid tone. "For now, yes. It could tell us for sure if Chambord survived. If he did, we need to know that, and where he went." "I'm convinced." "Yesterday, okay? If not sooner. Good luck, Russell." It was Chambord who had orchestrated the deception at the villa, telling Mauritania, "The American has called in a missile strike. We must leave. Tell your men to fire their weapons, make it sound like a fight, then shout. Celebrate loudly as if you killed Smith and my daughter. Hurry!" They fire bursts from their automatic weapons, scream their slogans, race from the villa, herding John and Thérèse toward the helipad. They reach the barracks as the world detonates behind them. They are thrown to the ground, deafened by an explosive roar, the shockwave tearing at their clothes, their hair, their limbs. When the ground stops heaving, John staggers up, bleeding from a head wound. His left forearm burns with pain. The survivors crawl to their feet. Amazingly, most of the terrorists are still alive. Thérèse is bleeding from her right leg. Chambord hurries to her. "Thérèse, you're hurt." She pushes him away. "I don't know who you are anymore." She turns her back and helps John. Chambord watches as she rips off the sleeve of her white suit. "What I do is for the future of France, child. You'll understand soon. There's nothing to understand." She binds the wound on John's arm, and then the one on her leg. The blood on John's forehead is a minor scratch. One of the terrorists gives a loud bellow of dismay. The Huey helicopter's rotors have been broken by debris. The chopper is grounded. Chambord decides. "There's room for 5 of us in the scout helicopter. You, of course, Monsieur Mauritania, and your pilot, plus Captain Bonnard, Thérèse, and I." Mauritania begins to protest, but Chambord shakes his head. "No, I need Bonnard, and I won't leave my daughter behind. I need to go where I can work.
A new DNA computer is our most pressing priority. I regret there's room for no one else, but there it is. Mauritania has to agree. He turns to his towering lieutenant. You'll remain behind to lead the others, Abu Auda. Make arrangements to be picked up. I'll have to take our Saudi pilot, Mohammed. You'll rejoin us soon. What of the American, Smith? May I kill him now? No. If he's arranged for this missile strike, he must be even more important than I realized. You'll keep him safe. The compact helicopter rises and heads north toward Europe. Abu Auda orders John's hands bound, and the group moves at a brisk clip to the distant highway, where they are met by 2 covered pickup trucks. A long, jolting ride finally ends at the noisy docks of Tunis. There they board a motorboat, like the converted PT boat on which John stowed away the day before. On the boat, they blindfold him so he sees none of the long trip across the Mediterranean. Finally, they board a helicopter. Gagged and blindfolded, John Smith sat upright in a passenger seat at the back of the helicopter, his hands bound behind him. It was a large chopper, he knew, because he could feel the throb of twin high-powered engines. His wounds ached as he twisted his wrists against the ropes. Every once in a while, he felt the bonds loosen a bit more, but not enough to get free. He wrestled with his thoughts. Was Randy alive? Peter and Marty? His only comfort was that the molecular computer had been pulverized in the missile blast. But if the scientist's prototype was destroyed, his knowledge was not. He must stop Émile Chambord before he built another, and he would build another. But that would take time. Smith held on to that morsel of hope. Time to find Chambord and to stop him. Marty was awake, out of his hospital gown, and dressed in street clothes Peter had brought back for him. Randy had returned to the room, too, and the 3 friends wrestled with the issue foremost in their minds: how to find John. They had simply decided that he was alive. Marty volunteered to go off his meds and devote himself to solving the problem. The room phone rang. It was Randy's boss, Doug Kennedy. Ground assets in Algeria had reported no unusual activity except perhaps in Tunis, where a known smuggler's high-speed boat had left some 5 hours after the strike for an unspecified destination, with a dozen or so men on board. One was reported to be a European or American. There had been no women. There were few U.S. ships or aircraft in the eastern Mediterranean at the time, the Saratoga having left its position the instant it launched its missile, steaming straight north to put as much deniability as possible between it and the Algerian coast. That could have been John on the smuggler's boat, Randy decided. It was the kind of craft the Crescent Shield used to cross the Mediterranean to Algeria. Of course it was John, Marty declared. There can be no doubt. Peter said, "We'll wait for what my people tell me, shall we?" Marty was standing at the window, watching the Paris street below. He closed his eyes and sighed happily as lights flashed in a kaleidoscope of vivid colors, and it seemed to him that he was lighter than air. His freed self was soaring toward the magical heights where creativity and intelligence joined, and ideas far beyond the scope of ordinary mortals were waiting to be born, like infant stars. When the phone rang, Peter headed for it. "My turn." A British submarine had surfaced less than 10 miles from the Algerian villa moments after the blast. It was the blast's shockwave, picked up by the sub's sonar, that had prompted its rise. Before it dove again, the sub's radar identified a small Hughes Scout helicopter leaving the vicinity some 15 minutes after the strike. On land, a passing MI6 informant had spotted 2 pickup trucks exiting the area, driving west toward Tunis. The captain of a British Airways jet en route from Gibraltar to Rome had observed a small helicopter of the same model flying from the direction of Oran toward the Spanish coast, in an area where the captain had never seen a helicopter. "He's alive," Marty boomed. "There's now no doubt." "Perhaps, but we still have the problem of contacting him, and which course do we pursue? The unauthorized helicopter flying to Spain or the smuggler's boat out of Tunis?" "Both," Randy decided. "Cover all bases." Outside the old market town of Alst stood the country estate of the Laporte family. It was called Hethus, Castle House, in honor of the family's medieval heritage. Today the walled courtyard was filled with the chauffeured sedans and limousines of NATO military leaders and members of the Council of European Nations. Inside the main house, General the Count Roland Laporte was holding court, standing before the walk-in fireplace in the baronial main room. EU Commissioner Enzo Ciccione was giving his opinion. These satellite problems of the Americans are frightening, and have made many of us rethink our views, General Laporte. Perhaps we have indeed become too dependent upon the United States and its military. Still, Laporte responded, our relationship with the United States has been useful. We weren't ready to assume our own destiny. Now, however, we've gained much-needed military experience in NATO operations. It is time to acknowledge our own growing power and importance. Military strength also translates into economic clout, pointed out Commissioner Hans Brecht. As you said, General, we are already competitors with the United States for world markets. It's unfortunate that we're so often constrained from going all out because of strategic, political, and military concerns. Your views are encouraging, Laporte acknowledged. There are times when I fear we Europeans have lost the will to greatness that fueled our conquest of the world. We must never forget that we created not only the United States, but all the other nations of the Western Hemisphere. Sadly, they now find themselves locked in the American sphere of ownership. There are times when I think we, too, will soon be owned by the Americans, vassal states. To my mind, Britain already is. Who will be next? Besides the members of the Council of European Nations, present at the meeting were the same NATO military leaders who had gathered on the Charles de Gaulle just a few nights ago. Absent, of course, British General Arnold Moore, whose untimely death had shaken them. As General Laporte finished, they burst out with both agreements and objections. General Otto Bittrich was silently sitting apart, watching no one but Laporte. He was so focused that he might be peering through a microscope at a specimen he was preparing to dissect. But Laporte did not notice. He was concentrating on the speakers as they moved closer to seeing what he saw, a United States of Europe, or as the EU organization called itself, Europa. We can argue forever, but in the end we all know that Europe must take charge of its future. We must have an independent, united military. We are Europa. We must be Europa. The giant room rang with the stirring call, but in the end it fell on wary, pragmatic ears. Commissioner Ciccioni said, "In a few years you'll have my vote, General Laporte, but not now. The EU currently has neither the wealth nor the will for such an immense step." Laporte's eyes flashed fire. "And I say we cannot not afford it. And now is the time. Soon you must vote. I know when you face that moment of truth you'll agree with me. You'll feel the destiny of Europa not as it has been for the past 60 years, but as it can be, must be." Ciccioni looked around the room. "I think I can speak for all of us when I say nothing can convince us yet, General. I regret it, but the hard truth is that the continent is simply not ready." All eyes turned to General Bittrich as he said, "As for this recent attack on U.S. satellites that seems to concern the commissioners and our General Laporte so much, I think we'll find the Americans well prepared to resist and dispose of whoever is behind it." General Laporte only smiled. "Perhaps, General Bittrich, perhaps." At that instant, the Prussian's gray eyes hardened into points of steel. He did not move until the others had filed from the room into the sumptuous dining hall. Then he walked to the Frenchman. "A tragic event, the death of General Moore." Laporte nodded solemnly. "Such a waste to lose him. If he hadn't come to our meeting on the de Gaulle." "Yeah, but what was it Moore said before we disbanded? Now I recall. He wondered whether you knew something we did not." Laporte smiled. "I believe he expressed a passing thought of that nature. He was, of course, quite wrong." Bittrich smiled too. "Of course." The chalet was modern, with a sharply pitched roof and a half-timbered exterior that blended into the majestic scenery beneath the snow-capped Alps. It was perched on a steep slope at the edge of broad fields and meadows. To the north, thick pine forest rose up the mountainside embracing the house. Thérèse Chambord was locked in a room on the second floor. She gazed up at the only windows, which were placed high in the wall. Too high? Perhaps not. She dragged an empty bureau to the wall beneath the windows, hoisted a chair on top of it, and was about to climb up when she heard the door unlock, and her father entered with a tray of food. Behind him, in full staff-duty uniform of the French Foreign Legion, complete with ribbons and insignia,
was Captain Darius Bonnard. Chambord shook his head.
This house is on the edge of the mountainside, Thérèse, and your room overlooks a steep slope. Even should you manage to get through those locked windows, the drop is more than 3 stories. I'll get away yet, and then I'll go to the police.
Chambord's lined face was sad.
I'd hoped that you'd trust me and join us in this crusade, child. But even though you won't join us, I still can't let you escape. You'd better eat. We'll be leaving again soon. Eat? How do you expect me to eat? And join your crusade? How can I be with you? You won't tell me what you're doing, even now. All I see is that you're working with criminal terrorists who are planning a massacre using your computer. Our goal is good, child, and I'm not with these criminal terrorists, as you call them. As I said, they're with me. Captain Bonnard and I have a far different purpose than they. What purpose? Tell me. If you want me to trust you, you've got to trust me.
Bonnard stepped forward.
Doctor, it is regrettably apparent that your daughter wishes to be uncooperative, and time is of the essence. Mademoiselle, please abandon your food, as well as your hopes of escape, and come with us.
He drew his pistol to emphasize his seriousness, and stepped aside so Chambord and Thérèse could precede him through the door. They walked down the stairs to the chalet's timbered living room, where Mauritania was leaning over a map spread out on a large table. Her father walked over to stand behind him. There was a strange expression on his face that she could not place, as well as a subdued excitement. Bonnard pointed Thérèse to a chair.
Sit,
and remain there. Mauritania said, Please show me where this other hideout of yours is. I'll have more of my men meet us there. Thérèse settled uneasily into the chair, puzzled, as Bonnard approached the 2 men. She watched her father draw the same pistol she had seen in the villa, and turn it on Mauritania.
You won't need that information. We know where it is. Come along, we're leaving now.
We can't go, Doctor. Abu Auda and my other men aren't here yet. There isn't space for all of us in the Bell helicopter, so we'll have to use their aircraft as well.
We won't be waiting for them.
Slowly, Mauritania raised his gaze from the map. When he saw the pistol in Chambord's hand, he went very still. He looked at Captain Bonnard, whose gun was now pointed at him as well. May I ask what you think you're accomplishing?
Dispensing with your services. You've been very useful. We thank you for all your good work, but from this moment on, you and your people will complicate the situation.
I take it you have a different plan, one you suspect we won't like.
You'd agree to the initial stage, but as you've often pointed out, you are not simple terrorists. You have concrete political goals, a narrow focus. Our focus is not yours, and therefore we need to dispense with your men. You yourself will continue on with us as our guest. Eventually, you will be of help to us.
Mauritania's smooth facade cracked. I doubt it. And who is to fly the helicopter? My pilot will do nothing unless I order it.
Naturally. We expected that. Captain Bonnard is a trained helicopter pilot. He'll fly us out of here.
Émile Chambord glanced at the French captain.
Bonnard, take Thérèse with you.
Bonnard grabbed her arm, pulled her up, and prodded her out the door. Moments later, 2 gunshots sounded in quick succession outside. Mauritania flinched. Chambord showed no reaction at all.
After you, Mauritania.
He marched the terrorist out of the chalet to a clearing where the Hughes scout helicopter was parked. Lying on the ground next to it was the body of the Saudi pilot, Mohammed, 2 bullet holes in his chest. Standing above him was Bonnard. Thérèse was holding her hand over her mouth as if she were going to be sick. Chambord asked,
The helicopter is refueled and serviced?
He had just finished.
Bon. We'll be on our way.
He smiled, a dreamy expression on his face.
By tomorrow, we will have changed history. The key was the hands. Escaping without free hands was almost impossible, so John had been twisting and twisting his arms and hands, expanding and contracting against the rope that bound him. Still, he had not gained enough slack. Then he felt his stomach drop. The Sikorsky was losing altitude. Time was running out. Abruptly, from the front of the helicopter, Abu Auda said, "Something's wrong. Mauritania and the others aren't waiting for us at the chalet as planned. He isn't answering his radio either. The scout helicopter's gone and there's someone lying in the clearing. It looks like Mohammed. There's blood on his chest." John listened carefully to the furious outburst of shouting and conversation that followed. It became clear that Abu Auda had expected to find not only Mauritania, but Captain Bonar and the Chambors. A voice raged, "You see what comes of trusting infidels, Fulani? We told Monsieur Mauritania not to work with them." "You trusted their money, Abdullah. Our goal is a great one, and for that we needed the Frenchman's machine. So what do we have now? Nothing. Do you think it's a trap, Abu Auda? I don't know what the devil it is. Get your weapons. Be ready to jump out the moment we touch down." The chopper settled into a slow vertical descent. Abruptly, the whole craft pitched violently to the side. John lost his balance and toppled over, his shoulder thudding hard against the seat. Something sharp bit into his back. He heard shouts as the first few men jumped to the ground. More followed, and the chopper found its balance and touched down. As the rotors slowed, John searched frantically for the sharp protrusion from the helicopter wall. He rubbed his back against the wall until again he felt the pain. He wiggled back, pressing until his hands found the spot. The wall's padding had separated, and a small piece of sharp metal from the chopper's body was exposed. He worked the rope against it, and felt it beginning to fray. He continued rubbing until the rope abruptly split apart. He sat quietly, listening. Were there any terrorists left on board? He heard nothing from inside the craft. Outside, there were violent bellows and curses. Abu Auda shouted, "Spread out! Look for them! Search everywhere!" John stripped off his blindfold and dropped to the floor among the seats. There was no one else on board. He ripped off his gag and searched the chopper for an assault rifle, a pistol, a knife, anything. He crawled to the cockpit and took a flare gun from a rack next to the co-pilot's seat. Cautiously, he raised up and peered out the windows. They had landed on a sloping field at the edge of a thick pine forest, near a chalet. Pine trees crowded close to the house and stretched away back up the slope toward a low mountain. 2 of the terrorist soldiers were picking up the body of Mauritania's dead pilot. 2 more were searching out into the sloping meadow, while on a second-story deck, Abu Auda stood with 2 others, scanning the distance. It was the forest that attracted John's attention. If he could slip out of the chopper and in among the pines. He scuttled to the door on the co-pilot's side, which faced away from the chalet. He slid over the edge and, holding on to a landing strut, coiled toward the ground like a snake. Lying on his belly, flare gun in hand, he crawled on his forearms through the grass to the perimeter of the trees, and finally, gratefully, into the forest. He crouched behind a tree trunk and looked back. They still had not discovered he was missing. He jumped up and loped off. When he heard the sound ahead, he dodged behind a tree and dropped flat. His heart pounded as he stared through the lacy forest shadows. A figure in Afghan dress emerged from behind a pine tree. He had nearly blundered into the man, who was searching through the woods for any sign of Chambord, Mauritania, and the others. The man turned slowly, scanning the forest, his old American M16 at the ready. John held his breath, the flare pistol gripped in his hand. The last thing he wanted was to fire the thing. The Afghan stepped carefully toward where he lay silent. As he closed on John's location, John raised up and was on him. He clamped his hand over the man's mouth and crashed the heavy flare pistol down onto his head. Blood spurted as John hit him again, and the man collapsed, dead, onto the forest floor. John ripped away the man's M16 and extra ammunition clips and found his curved dagger. He melted up through the forest again, settling into a distance-eating trot, thoughts flooding his mind. He tried to understand what had happened here before the helicopter had arrived. And then it began to make sense. Just as the black flame had been a front for the Crescent Shield, the Crescent Shield could be a front for Chambord and Bonar. He must warn Fred Klein as soon as possible. The world's intelligence services were looking for the wrong criminals. Klein had to know, and John had to uncover where Chambord and Bonar had gone, and what devastation they were planning. It took him an hour to work his way up through the forest, away from the chalet, then cut a wide arc around what he guessed would be the extremities of Abu Auda's search perimeter, then head down the mountain again, looking for a road or trail that would take him away from his enemies.
It didn't take long before his absence was discovered, and the Sikorsky helicopter was soon in the air, tracking back and forth, scanning the forest for him. He had to keep dodging under rocks, trees, to avoid being seen from the air. Moving fast, never stopping for more than a few seconds, he began to worry when he saw the forest beginning to thin out, his cover disappearing. But then he heard the sound of a car cruising past on an asphalt road below. He had successfully left the helicopter and the Afghans behind him, at least for the moment. Through the trees, he could see a crossroads and a road sign. He slipped cautiously from cover onto the road. The sign read, Grenoble, 12 kilometers. He couldn't stay on the highway, he was too exposed. He ran back into the forest and waited until he heard a vehicle's engine approaching, going toward Grenoble. He watched eagerly as it came around the bend. A farm truck. He abandoned his M16 and its ammunition in the pines. Then he stuck the Afghan's curved knife into one jacket pocket and the flare gun into the other, and waved both arms. The farmer stopped, and John climbed into the cab, greeting the fellow in French. He explained that he was a stranger in the area, visiting a friend who had gone into Grenoble earlier. They were to meet for dinner, but his car refused to start, so he'd decided to walk and hope for a good Samaritan. He'd taken a tumble in the woods, and that's why he was so disheveled. The farmer clucked with sympathy and chatted away, pleased for John's company. They drove on, but John did not relax. His careful gaze kept watch. The farmer dropped John at a bustling square near the heart of Grenoble, lined with sidewalk cafes. The warm sunshine had brought people out, and they sat at small outdoor tables in their crisp shirt sleeves, sipping espresso. As he studied them, John realized how lousy his own clothes looked. They were dirty and smoke-streaked. He was already attracting the wrong kind of attention, something he definitely did not want. He still had his wallet, and as soon as he called Fred Klein, he would buy new clothes. He turned and walked until he found a public phone booth and dialed the D.C. number.
John? So you are alive.
You sound disappointed.
Don't get sentimental, Colonel. We'll hug later. There are a few things going on that you should know.
He described the latest electronic disaster, the blinded satellites. Did Randy get away before the missile hit?
Yes, she's back in Paris. Where are you? Bring me up to date.
John reported the events since the missile strike and what he had learned. Klein swore.
So you think the Crescent Shield's a front too?
It makes sense. I can't see Darius Bonar as an Islamic terrorist, but he was in the right place at the right time to have made that phone call from NATO. He or Chambord must have killed the Crescent Shield pilot at the chalet before we got there, and then taken off with Therese. Abu Auda was stunned. This was no sudden mutiny of the weak. This was the strong taking over as planned.
You think Emile Chambord is behind everything?
Maybe. Or Bonar holding Chambord and using the daughter as a lever. Have you heard anything about Peter Howell and Marty?
They're all in Paris. Marty's awake.
John smiled. Did he say anything useful about Emile Chambord?
Unfortunately, nothing we didn't already know.
I'll have Randy sent to pick you up. Tell her I'll be waiting at the Fort de la Bastille, at the top of the cable car lift.
You know, Colonel, there could be someone we don't know about yet behind Chambord and Bonar.
As John considered the possibility, an idea began to form in his mind. An idea he had to chase down fast. A cold alpine wind blasted John's hair and face as he leaned over the parapet of the Fort de la Bastille with other tourists above Grenoble. They appeared to be enjoying the magnificent view of buildings far below and the Alps towering above, their snowy cloaks glinting in the afternoon sunshine. But it was not the panorama on which John's attention was fixed. It was the cable cars rising up from the city below. He had been at the parapet several hours, dressed in new jeans, a sweater, a bomber jacket, and dark sunglasses. Inside the deep front pockets of his jacket were the Afghan's curved knife and the helicopter's flare gun. He was uneasy. Randy should have been here by now, and he was increasingly aware that Abu Auda and his men could arrive any moment, too. It was inevitable that they would extend their search to Grenoble. John knew far too much to be allowed to live. So now he stood in the chilly mountain wind, another sightseer, unobtrusive as he studied the gondola windows. It was after 5 o'clock when he finally spotted, not Randy, but a member of the Crescent Shield, a clean-shaven Saudi who had been with the group of terrorists that had escaped from the villa. He wanted to attract no attention, so he simply turned, stuck his hands nonchalantly into his jacket pockets where he could grip his weapons, and sauntered off toward the paths that wound down through the Parc Guy Pape to the city. He did not want to leave in case Randy showed up. But where there was one Crescent Shield member, there would be others, and he had to consider that Randy might never come. Once he was beyond sight of the parapet, he left the fort, turned toward a downhill path, and broke into a steady trot, which was when he saw 5 more Crescent Shield killers. He fell back behind a high hedge. They had been hiking up the route he was about to take down, and in the lead was Abu Auda. They were all wearing ordinary Western clothes. Abu Auda had on a beret and looked uncomfortable, a shark trying to walk on land. John reversed course and rushed around the rear of the fort to where there was another park area. He slipped behind a tall oak, scanning the area from where he had just come. Then he listened intently. Yes, there were light, quick footsteps behind him, descending from a higher elevation. He pulled out the flare gun and knife and whirled. Randy flinched. She touched her finger to her lips. "Randy!" "Peter's here, too. 2-person job, you know." She took out a mini radio and spoke into it. "I've got him. We're on our way." "They're coming." He nodded back toward the Fort de la Bastille, where the clean-shaven Saudi was pointing toward where they were hidden. He was talking excitedly to Abu Auda. "Then come on!" She sprinted away. The Crescent Shield broke into a run toward them, spreading out as Abu Auda waved them right and left. John counted 6. They ran onward, Randy in the lead, putting more and more distance between themselves and the Fort de la Bastille and the Crescent Shield. He glanced back and could no longer see the terrorists. Then he heard a helicopter. "Damn!" "It's their chopper," he told Randy as he searched the sky. "Keep running!" They raced on, and then John saw it. Not the Crescent Shield Sikorsky, but a Hughes OH-6 scout chopper. It looked like an oversized bumblebee as it settled down in an open spot 20 yards ahead and to their right. Randy swerved toward it as Peter, dressed in a black jumpsuit, dropped from the door. Next to Randy, John figured he had never seen a more welcome sight. Peter held a British assault rifle up and ready. John's relief was short-lived. There was a shout of anger behind them. From the left, one of the terrorists burst out from among the trees. His raised weapon focused on Randy as she closed in on the chopper, and Peter jumped back on board. John spun, aimed the flare gun, and fired. The flare burst out in a trail of smoke and hit the terrorist in the middle of his chest. The projectile flung the man back into the trees. He dropped his rifle and grabbed for the flare which protruded from beneath his ribcage. He screamed, his face contorted in terror. He knew what would happen next. The flare exploded. As the man's torso shattered, John dove into the helicopter after Randy. Peter did not wait for the door to be closed. He lifted off. Abu Auda and his men loosed a fusillade of pistol and submachine gun fire. The bullets slashed around the helicopter, hitting the landing gear and ripping through the walls as John lay on his belly, hanging on for dear life, as Peter swiveled the chopper back and forth in a series of evasive maneuvers. As John fought the gyrations of the chopper, Randy reached down and grabbed the back of his waistband, helping to keep him from sliding out the open door to certain death. Peter pushed the chopper out over the river, and in seconds they were flying level, out of range of the Crescent Shield. John pulled himself fully on board and strapped himself into the rear seat. And then Randy looked back and smiled a smile so broad and relieved that it lit up her whole face. "Thank you," John said. "You're welcome." For a long moment, they looked into each other's eyes, and understanding and forgiveness passed between them. Heading northwest toward Paris, the helicopter left Grenoble behind. Peter and Randy briefed John on Marty's condition, and he in turn explained how Chambord had been directing the Crescent Shield from the beginning. Peter asked, "But how in blazes did they get the prototype out before the missile hit?" "They didn't, so the only thing that makes sense is there's got to be a second prototype. Maybe one Chambord had set up to be programmed remotely, or had trained someone else to operate. Also one that Mauritania appeared to know nothing about." "Swell," Randy grumbled. "A second DNA computer, just what we need." "Makes a lot of sense. The Crescent Shield used the Basques for cover, Chambord and Bonnard used the Shield for cover. The Shield has a fairly large and flexible organization with terrorist skills, and it could do what Bonnard and Chambord couldn't do by themselves. But I think the Shield gave them something else as well. It's their stalking horse, a group to blame for whatever horror they're really planning, which, by the way, is maybe why they took Mauritania with them. They could be planning to make him the fall guy." Randy frowned. "So you're saying Chambord and Bonnard are behind the electronic attacks? But what could be their motive? Why attack the U.S.? John shrugged. "I don't know yet.
I expect you're right about the stalking horse, John. Could get nasty for whoever gets the blame for what they've done so far, never mind whatever Armageddon they're planning. Exactly. I think Chambord wants a patsy, someone the world is ready to believe would do it. Mauritania and the Crescent Shield are perfect for that. And then, too, all the evidence makes it look as if they kidnapped Chambord, which he'll swear to. What about Therese? Randy said. She knows the truth by now, right? She knows about her father. She's learned too much, which must be worrying Chambord. If push comes to shove, he might sacrifice her to save his plan, or Bonnard will take the decision out of his hands and handle it himself. And with that, the three fell silent with their own thoughts as the small helicopter droned toward Paris. In a building outside Busmelay-sur-Seine, France, Émile Chambord leaned back in the desk chair and stretched. The stone walls, evil-looking medieval weapons, dusty suits of armor, and high-vaulted ceiling of this windowless work area were cheerless, but it didn't matter. He gazed lovingly at his prototype on the long table. Although he enjoyed everything about it, he was particularly in awe of its power and almost incomprehensible speed. He was also fascinated by its ability to continually alter its identity. It simply maintained a firewall that changed its access code faster than any conventional computer could crack it. In essence, his molecular machine evolved while being used, and the more it was used, the more it evolved. It was like the Borg on the American television show Star Trek, which evolved instantly to find a fresh defense against any attack. Now he was using his constantly unfolding machine to counter the most insidious attack of all, on the soul of France. He reflected for a moment on his grand purpose, a new dawn for Europe. The Americans were crushing them with their crass cultural desert. They were polluting their language, ideas, society. Chambord knew that with them in charge, the world would have no vision, little justice, and only two values. How much can a man consume for the highest possible price, and how much can he produce for the least possible pay? Chambord wanted Europe to have the right to rule its own destiny. He wanted France to rise. For inspiration, he gazed for a moment at the noble painting of Napoleon above his desk. There was the beaten general and the remnants of the pride of France marching back from Moscow, only to be beaten again, this time by the English jackals who were lying in wait. He had bought the print as a young man and kept it with him, a reminder of how great his country had once been. For him, everything had changed with his wife's death. Everything but his devotion to France. Everything became the future of France. He shook his head to clear it. He had work to do. He resumed searching for clues to where Marty Zellerbach was hiding. He had easily entered Marty's computer at his home in Washington and waltzed through his software defenses. Unfortunately, Marty had not visited it since the night of the Pasteur attack, so Chambord found no clue to his whereabouts there. He left a little gift and moved on. There was no new activity in Zellerbach's bank records either, but then he had another idea, his credit cards. As a record of Marty's purchases appeared on the screen, Chambord smiled. Oui. Yesterday, one of Marty's cards had been used to buy a laptop computer in Paris. He picked up the cellular telephone on the table beside him. Carved out of the lush countryside between Switzerland and Austria, the small principality of Liechtenstein was prized by foreigners who needed a safe place to transport or hide money. Liechtenstein was known both for its breathtaking scenery and absolute secrecy. In the capital, Vaduz, Abu Auda walked briskly through the twilight until he arrived at the door of a small, undistinguished private residence. He knocked 3 times, waited, and knocked 4 times. He heard a bolt disengage inside. The door swung open, and he pushed his way in. This was a major European stop for Hawalala, an underground Arab railroad for moving, banking, laundering, and investing money. This past year, nearly $1 billion had moved through the European system alone. Auda spoke to the small, dark man who had opened the door. I must know where Mauritania got his money. From whose purse did the financing come? You know I can't tell you that. Abu Auda removed a pistol from the holster under his arm. Mauritania is being held by the people with the money. They are not of our cause. I know the money was paid by a Captain Bonnard or a Dr. Chambord, but I do not believe they are alone in this. So now you will speak, and you will be thorough.
Dr. Lochiel Cameron could see that Marty was irritated and frustrated. He was coming off his meds, pacing the room in his stiff, awkward gait. "So you're worried about your friends?" Marty stopped and waved his chubby arms. "Of course! What could they possibly be doing? How long can it take to reach Grenoble and return? Is it located on Pluto? I don't think so." He resumed his rolling prowl across the room. "I am distraught. They are in trouble, I know it. Injured, lying somewhere desolate, in their own blood." He clasped his hands together and shook them. "I'll rescue them. That's it. I'll swoop down and pluck them from the talons of evil. But first, I must know exactly where they—" The door opened, and Marty turned to see John standing there, grinning. Crowded behind were Peter and Randy, also grinning. "We're all right here, Mart." Marty let out a whoop, and then scowled. "Well, it's about time. I hope you three have been enjoying yourselves." Cameron said, "As you can see, he's in fine shape and well on his way to complete recovery. Still, you'd best keep him from any more injuries. And of course, if he gets nauseated or dizzy, he'll need to have his head examined." Marty started to protest, but John laughed and threw an arm around Marty's shoulders. "Well, at least you're all back. You appear to be in one piece." "That we are, lad," Peter agreed. John started to release Marty's shoulder, but before he could, Marty turned and hugged him. "Gosh, John, you scared the willies out of me. For a long time, I really thought you were dead." As Dr. Cameron left, the weary trio sank into chairs. Marty returned to his bed, punched and patted his pillows into a white mound, and settled back against them. "I sense urgency. Does that mean it's not over? I'd hoped you'd tell me we could go home now." "I wish," Randy said. "We think they're going to try to strike again soon. I just hope there's time for us to stop them." "Where? When?" John described the high points of what had happened since his capture at the villa in Algeria. He concluded, "My thought is that they've got to have a second prototype. Is that possible?" Marty sat upright. "Of course! Emile had two, so he could test various molecular sequences for efficiency, speed, and capacity at the same time. But his second setup vanished, poof, into thin air. Emile said he'd dismantled it because we were so close to the end that there was no need for another system." "When did the second one disappear?" Randy asked. "Less than 3 days before the bombing. We've got to find it right away. Was Chambord missing from the lab for any length of time, a weekend, a holiday?" "Not that I remember. He often slept on a bed he had put into the lab." "Think, lad. Even a few hours, perhaps?" Marty screwed up his face in concentration. He thought, summoning memory the way a computer does. From the hour the bomb had exploded at the Pasteur, his mind screened back minute by minute, day by day, until at last he had it. "Yes, twice. The night it disappeared, he said we needed pizza. I went. I was gone perhaps 15 minutes, and when I returned, Emile wasn't there. He came back in another 15 minutes or so." "And the second time?" Randy urged. "The night after I noticed the second setup was gone, he was gone nearly 6 hours. He said he was so tired he was driving home to sleep in his own bed." Randy analyzed it. So the night it disappeared, Chambord was gone perhaps half an hour. The next night, he was gone about 6 hours. It sounds to me as if the first night he took it home. The second night, he drove it somewhere within 3 hours of the city, probably less." "Why do you think he drove?" "The prototype's too big, too clumsy, with too many parts and pieces," John said. "It's definitely not portable." "John's right. It would have required at least a van to transport it, and Emile would have trusted no one but himself to move it." Peter was frowning. "He could have driven anywhere from Brussels to Brittany in 3 hours. We're talking hundreds of square miles around Paris. Anyway, you could use that electronics wizardry of yours to solve our problem? Locate the bloody prototype for us?" Marty picked up his new laptop from his bedside table and put it on his crossed legs. "Sorry, Peter. Even assuming Emile left the security software we designed for it in place, I wouldn't have the power to break through. Remember what we're up against. It evolves its codes to adapt to any attempt to locate it so swiftly that nothing we have today can track it." "So why have you turned your laptop on?" "As we speak, John, I'm logging onto my supercomputer at home. I can operate it from this laptop. With the use of my personally designed software, I hope to make a lie out of what I've just told you was impossible and—" His eyes grew large with astonishment, then dismay. "Oh, dear! What a rotten trick! Darn you, Emile!" "What's happened?" Randy asked. John hurried to the bed to look at Marty's screen. There was a message on it, which he read aloud. "Martin,
You must be more careful with your defensive software. It was masterful, but not against me or my machine. I've taken you offline and blocked you out totally. You are helpless. The apprentice must yield to the master. Emile.
There's no way he can defeat me. I'm the paladin, and the paladin is on the side of truth and justice. I'll outwit him.
Marty's fingers flew over the keyboard, and his gaze grew hard and focused as he tried to convince his home system to power itself back on. Glumly, John, Peter, and Randy watched. Time was passing much too swiftly. Marty's fingers slowed, and little spots of sweat appeared on his face. He looked up, miserable.
I'll get him yet, but not this way.
Emile Chambord inspected the message on his monitor. As he suspected, Zellerbach had contacted his home computer system in Washington, at which point he had received Chambord's message, and the system had shut itself off. Chambord laughed out loud. He had outwitted the arrogant little American, and now that he had a trace on him, he would also be able to find him. He began typing quickly. Dr. Chambord. The scientist looked up. You have news, Captain Bonnard. Our people showed your photo of Dr. Zellerbach to the store clerk in Paris. He wasn't the man who used the credit card, but it may have been one of Smith's accomplices. When my man checked the records for the sale, the address given was for Washington, D.C. There were no notations of any Paris address or phone number. Our people then canvassed with the photo. No one recognized Zellerbach. Chambord gave a small smile. Don't give up, my friend. The power of the DNA computer is so limitless that one must readjust one's thinking of what's possible. You have another way to locate him? We must, you know. He and the others understand too much. They won't be able to stop us now. But later, yes, that could be catastrophic to our plans. Zellerbach visited his home system. I anticipate that he bounced the signal around from country to country from whatever phone number his modem is using. He may also have tried to disguise his path by going through a large number of servers and aliases. How can you trace through all that? My machine can. In minutes, we'll have the phone number in Paris and the address that goes with it. And after that, Smith and his annoying friends will be eliminated. So here's our situation, John was saying. From what Marty's told us, the second prototype has to be somewhere 2 hours or so from Paris. What else do we know? And what don't we know? They're an ivory tower scientist and a junior French officer, Randy said. I wonder whether they did it all alone. Me too, John replied. The whole operation smacks of someone else pulling the strings. Bonnard, Chambord, the Basques, the Crescent Shield. Who's orchestrating it? It has to be someone close to both Frenchmen. Peter added, Someone with money. This is an expensive operation. Who's paying for it? Not Mauritania, Randy told them. Langley says that ever since he left bin Laden, Mauritania's resources have been sharply limited, and I doubt that either an army captain or Chambord would have that kind of money. Marty came to life. Certainly not Emile. Oh dear, no. Emile's far from wealthy. You should see how modestly he lives. John said, For a while I thought the architect might be Captain Bonnard, but he doesn't appear to be a true organizing leader, a mastermind. Certainly he's no Napoleon. As John, Randy, and Peter continued to talk, Marty burrowed back into his pillows. Eyes closed, he allowed his mind to wing back over the past few weeks. He recalled with joyful clarity working with Emile, the brainstorming sessions, the meals ordered in, the long hours, the way the lab and office had felt more and more like home. Abruptly, he sat up and opened his eyes. He had remembered exactly what the lab and office looked like. That's it! What's it? John asked. Napoleon. You mentioned Napoleon, John. That's what reminded me. What we're looking for is an anomaly, something that doesn't fit. So what's missing, Mart? Why? That's what's missing. Why is Emile doing this? Maybe the answer is Napoleon. He's doing it for Napoleon? The print. Remember I told you about it? It didn't seem important at first, but now it looms large. It is, in fact, an anomaly. What print? John asked. Emile had a print of a painting hanging on his wall at the lab. The title was something like The Grand Army's Return from Moscow. It showed Napoleon in a big blue funk. I mean, who wouldn't be after capturing Moscow but then having to retreat? Napoleon started out with more than 400,000 troops, but by the time he got home to Paris, he had less than 10,000 left. The painting shows Napoleon with his chin sunk down on his chest. He's riding his big white horse, and the soldiers of his old guard are stumbling miserably through the snow behind like total ragamuffins. It's so sad."
John asked, "And that print was missing from Chambour's lab? When?"
"It was gone the night of the bombing. At the time, its whereabouts seemed unimportant. Now, however, it seems glaringly strange."
Randy puzzled.
Why would the Black Flames steal a print about a French tragedy some 2 centuries ago? Maybe they didn't. Maybe Emile took it with him.
John said, "Yes, and the reason Chambour took the print could tell us what was on his mind when he left with the terrorists, and maybe about why he's doing what he's doing." Peter said, "Never told you about another little problem MI6 dumped on me. We lost a bigwig general a few days ago, Sir Arnold Moore. Bomb in his tornado, I'm afraid. The general was flying home to report information to the PM so hush-hush that he would only hint at it. He said that what he knew might bear on you Americans' communications problems. The first attack, that is, that you Yanks told only us about. I backtracked more through various contacts, you see. Turns out there was a clandestine meeting of highly placed generals on the new French carrier, the Charles de Gaulle. There was Moore, representing Britain, plus generals from France, Italy, Spain, and Germany. I know the identity of the German, Otto Bittrich. It seems the meeting was terribly sub rosa, organized by the top French muckety-muck at NATO himself, General Roland Laporte. And the order to sail that big, expensive warship apparently originated at NATO. But no one has been able to find the original signed order."
John said, "Roland Laporte is the Deputy Supreme Allied Commander of NATO."
"That he is."
"And Captain Bonnard is his aide-de-camp."
"That, too."
John was silent, turning the new information over in his mind. "I thought Captain Bonnard might be using Laporte, but what if it's the reverse?" "Makes a terrible kind of sense," Randy said. "Roland Laporte has money," Marty added. "I remember Emile talking about General Laporte. He admired him as a true patriot who loved France and saw its future. According to Emile, Laporte was mind-bogglingly rich."
"So rich he could have financed this operation?" John asked.
"Sounded like it to me."
"I'll be a duck's uncle. The Deputy Supreme Allied Commander himself."
"Unbelievable," Randy said. "At NATO, he'd have access to all kinds of other resources, including a big warship like the de Gaulle."
John said, "Dr. Chambour said Laporte was a true patriot who loved France and saw its future, and Napoleon was and still is the peak of French greatness. And now it seems the only thing other than the DNA prototype that Chambour took with him from his lab that night was a print of the beginning of the end for Napoleon. Are you all thinking what I'm thinking?" "I expect we are," Peter said. "The glory of France."
"In which case, I may have an anomaly too," John said. "I noticed it in passing, but it never seemed significant. But now, I wonder."
"What is it?" Marty asked.
"A castle. It's a burnt red color. I saw an oil painting of it when I was in General Laporte's Paris mansion." Marty hurried to his bed and grabbed his laptop. "Let's see if I can find it, and find if Emile was right about Le Général's financial health." Randy looked at Peter. "What was the meeting aboard the de Gaulle about? That could also tell us a lot."
"Should find out, don't you think?" Peter said, heading to the door. "Would you be so kind, Randy, as to brace Langley for anything new? And John, why don't you do likewise with your people?"
As Marty logged onto the internet, the three rushed out to find telephones. In Dr. Cameron's office, John dialed Fred Klein's secure line, alerted him to the existence of the second computer, and asked him to apprise the president of the possibility of an attack of an unknown nature within the next 24 to 48 hours. Randy alerted the CIA with the same information. Peter called General Otto Bittrich.
"General, I know you were at the meeting on the de Gaulle. I also know Sir Arnold Moore was with you. What you may not know is that his death was no accident. And now I believe that the same person who killed him means to use a DNA computer to render the U.S. defenseless and then attack. It's urgent you tell me what General Laporte's secret meeting was about." "So Moore was murdered?" "A bomb. He was on his way to fill in our Prime Minister about something vital he learned at the meeting." "What did General Moore learn?"
There was a long, anxious pause.
"Very well. The French General Laporte wants a totally integrated European army independent of and at least equal to America's. NATO's inadequate for his purposes. So is the EU's small rapid deployment force. He envisions a truly united Europe, Europa, a continental world power to eventually surpass the United States. He's adamant that the United States' hegemony must be stopped. He argues that Europe is already positioned to become a contending superpower. If we don't take this place of prominence that's rightfully ours, he claims we'll end up as just another U.S. dependent.
Are you saying he wants to go to war against America?
He claims we're already at war with the United States in many, many ways.
So what did General Moore want to tell my Prime Minister?
I believe he suspected that General Laporte was planning to prove his point that we must not depend on America by showing the Americans unable to defend themselves.
How?
Peter listened to the answer with growing alarm. Marty looked up from his computer screen.
My, such largesse! General Laporte and his family are worth somewhere near $500 million.
Randy exhaled. A fellow could put together a nice little terrorist assault with that.
Oh, yes, Randy. General Laporte fits our profile perfectly, and the more I think about it, the more I remember how Émile had begun talking on and on about France, that it didn't get the respect it deserved. What a magnificent history it had, and its future could be even greater than the past, if the proper people were put in charge. I remember once he talked about what a fine leader General Laporte was, really too big for his current position. He said it was disgusting that the great General Laporte had to work under an American.
John nodded. That would be General Carlos Henze. He's NATO's supreme Allied commander.
But it didn't matter that it was General Henze. The point was, he's American, see? Émile took the print of Napoleon with him because it's his inspiration. France will rise again.
What about the Red Castle?
That's next, John.
Marty turned back to his laptop. Peter strode into the hospital room. His angular face was tight.
Just talked to General Bittrick. The meeting on the de Gaulle was called by Laporte himself to press his case for a completely integrated European military. Eventually, Bittrick thinks, a united Europe, Europa. What had alarmed General Moore, and Bittrick too, was that Laporte hammered at the electronic and communications failures the American military was having, and strongly suggested there'd be more, proving that the American military could not defend even its own country.
John's eyebrows rose. When they met on the de Gaulle, there was no way General Laporte could have heard about our utility grid and communications problems. Only our people and the top British leaders were in the loop.
Exactly. The only way Laporte could have known was because he was behind the attacks. In essence, Bittrick suspects Laporte is going to launch an attack on you Yanks when all your defenses are down.
When?
He suggested what we feared. Tonight.
When tonight? Randy asked. Why tonight?
Because there's a crucial vote coming up in a special secret session of the Council of European Nations on Monday about whether to create a pan-European military. Laporte was instrumental in making this clandestine session happen, so the issue could be voted on in secret.
Just then Marty cried,
"Aha! Chateau La Rouge! Red Castle! Is this it?"
John checked the monitor. That's it. He thought for a moment. If I were Laporte, here's what I'd do. To hurt the United States the most, and to conceal what I was doing, I'd launch the strike from France sometime around midnight.
Peter asked, "Where is this Chateau La Rouge, Marty?"
"Normandy. It's located in Normandy."
2 hours from Paris, within range of where we decided the second computer would be.
Randy looked at the wall clock.
"It's nearly 9 o'clock. If John's right..."
"We'd best hurry. I have a rental car outside. Used it to get Marty out of the Pompidou Hospital. Let's go."
Once they were safely out of Paris, and certain they were not being followed, Peter stopped the car at a large petrol station. John, Peter, and Randy all ran to phone booths to report to their bosses. But none of the phones was working.
"Let's get daring," Randy said.
She took out her cell phone and tried to dial a number. But it was dead, too. John walked into the station's shop. He told the youth behind the counter that the telephones outside weren't working. The young man shrugged, unsurprised.
"I know. Lots of people have been complaining. They stop here from all over, and they don't have phone reception either. TV's off, too."
"How long have you had the problem?"
"Oh, since about 9 o'clock. It's almost an hour now."
He hurried back through to the car where Randy had just finished pumping gas. Peter was opening the trunk, and Marty was standing beside him, looking a little giddy as he stared all around. He was staying off his meds with the hope that they would find the prototype
and he would be in creative shape to stop whatever Chambord was setting in motion. John told them what he had discovered. "Emile," Marty said. "That despicable rat? Oh, dear! He's shut down all communications, wireless and regular." "But won't that backfire on him?" Randy asked. "If we can't get online, how can he? He has the DNA computer. He can talk to the satellites."
"Must get a move on," Peter said. "Come here, choose your poison."
Marty looked down into the trunk and jumped back with surprise. "Peter, it's an arsenal!" They gathered around. Inside was a cache of rifles, pistols, ammunition, and other supplies.
"Hell, Peter," John said. "You've got a whole armaments depot in here. Be prepared is my motto."
Peter removed a pistol.
"Old warhorse, you see. We learn a few things."
John already had an Uzi and chose a pistol, too. Randy asked, "Do you have anything like a CIA climbing rig and air gun, Peter? That castle wall looked high."
"The very thing."
Peter showed her a twin of the rig she had gotten from Barcelona CIA.
"Borrowed it some time back. Forgot to return it. Tisk, tisk."
They climbed back into the car and peeled away, heading west toward the castle. An hour later, set high on a craggy hill, the Château La Rouge loomed before them, a brooding medieval castle boasting battlements and 2 towers. The bright moonlight had turned the granite an inky blood red. Peter studied the massive structure with a critical eye.
"It's a bloody old one, it is. Late 12th or early 13th century, Norman English, I should say."
"Forget the history, Peter," Randy interrupted. "What makes you think we can climb up those walls without being spotted?"
"Shouldn't be difficult. The moat's filled in so we can get right up to the wall. And we shouldn't have to worry about boiling oil, crossbows, and all that rigmarole from the battlements."
Marty shuddered. "Boiling oil? Thanks, Peter. You've cheered me enormously."
"My pleasure."
Peter turned off the headlights, and they cruised to the base of the rocky hill. There, in the moonlight, they had a clear view of a curved drive that led up to the front and in through the tunnel-like entryway, where 2 armed sentries stood on guard. Peter eyed the 2 guards carefully.
"Soldiers. French. Probably the Legion. Bonnard was a legionnaire, wasn't he?"
John nodded, then pointed.
"Let's time that one."
5 minutes elapsed before they saw the head of the sentry return and disappear in the other direction. They waited again, and the man passed more quickly this time, less than 2 minutes. "Okay," John decided. "When he heads off to our right, we've got 5 minutes. That should be enough for at least 2 of us to make the top." Peter nodded.
"Should do."
And then he pointed to their left.
"Bloody hell! Look!"
In the distance, hunched dark shapes were moving up the incline, heading to the castle's entry. "What do you think?" Randy asked. John said, "It's got to be the Crescent Shield. They're probably looking for Mauritania."
"Not to mention possibly getting their hands on the DNA computer if they can, and getting revenge on Chambord and Bonnard."
"Having them here is going to complicate matters," John said. "But they could turn out to be useful, too."
"How?"
"Distraction. We don't know how many troops Laporte has with him, but I bet it's a substantial number. It'll be good if they're worried by someone else." Using arm and hand signals, Abu Auda urged his men up the incline toward the castle entrance. It had taken him most of the day since returning from Liechtenstein to assemble his reinforcements, many from other Islamic cells and splinter groups. He had called ahead for help when he had discovered where this General Laporte and his lackey Bonnard had taken his longtime comrade-in-arms, Mauritania, and the lying Dr. Chambord. Now his people numbered more than 50 rifles. His scouts had counted the guards and sentries and reported only 2 at the gate, while only 4 patrolled the rampart wall. What concerned him was his lack of information about how many French soldiers were hidden away inside the castle itself. In the end, he had decided it did not matter. His 50 fighters could defeat twice, 3 times their number, if need be. But that was the lesser of Abu Auda's worries. If the battle went against them, these French renegades might murder Mauritania before he could be reached. Therefore, Abu Auda decided it would be necessary to reach Mauritania first. "Let's go," John said, as Peter opened his trunk again. The 3 readied their equipment,
while Marty remained rooted inside the car. Randy shoved the climbing rig and another Heckler & Koch MP5K submachine gun into an SAS fanny pack, and Peter loaded a small cube of plastique explosive, some manual fuses, and a pair of grenades into another. He saw John watching him.
"Handy for locked doors, thick walls, the like. Are we ready?"
Marty rolled down his window.
Have a pleasant climb. I'll guard the car.
Out you come, Mart. You're our secret weapon.
John, I use doorways to enter structures, especially very high structures.
No time to play coy, Marty. There's the wall. You're going up it one way or another. He opened the door, took Marty by the arm, and dragged him, protesting, out of the car. Randy was already at the base of the castle, preparing her climbing rigs and the harness she would use to haul Marty to the top. With careful aim, she shot the mini grappling hook up. It made a small clang as its titanium points caught in the stone and held. She swarmed up on her automatic ratchet and seconds later leaned over and waved the all clear. The harness flew down. Peter and John quickly buckled it around Marty, who had stopped protesting, his round face pale and serious. Just as they finished, the first shots shattered the night at the entryway. "Now," John said, "up you go." In the conference room aboard Air Force One, President Castillo was intently focused on a phone conversation. Assembled around the table were his Chief of Staff, Charles Ouray, National Security Advisor Emily Powell Hill, the Joint Chiefs, and the Director of the CIA.
"Yes,"
the President said.
"He's sure? Where is he?" "What? The whole country?" "All right, keep me posted."
President Castillo faced the eyes focused on him. They were the front line now. The Secret Service had insisted that going mobile in Air Force One was the prudent course, considering the volatile situation. Soon he and his people would be safe in the heavily fortified underground bunkers of the U.S. Strategic Command, or STRATCOM, at Offutt Air Force Base near Omaha, Nebraska. STRATCOM was the beating heart of the country's defense, charged with the planning, targeting, and wartime deployment of strategic forces. While NORAD monitored the skies, STRATCOM coordinated any retaliatory strikes. The public was still in the dark. The President had made the tough decision that the continuing communications problems be passed off to the media as a dangerous virus that was being corrected, and that the perpetrators would be found, and the full force of the law brought down upon them. The Vice President and backups for everyone here were safely deep in bunkers in North Carolina, so that if the worst happened, the national government would go on. Spouses and children had also been evacuated to various secret underground sites. The President said, "I'm informed the attack could be today or tonight. We have nothing more definite than that, and we don't know what or where." The President saw a question behind all those eyes staring at him. What was his source of information? He had no intention of satisfying them. Covert-One and Fred Klein must remain utterly clandestine. Finally, Emily Powell Hill asked, "Is that a confirmed fact, Mr. President?"
"It's the most informed conclusion we have, or are likely to have. But we're generally now aware where the DNA computer is, and that means there's a chance we can still destroy it in time."
"Where, sir?" Admiral Stevens Brose asked.
"Somewhere in France. All communications in or out of the country have just been shut down there."
Charles Ouray's voice shook.
"Damnation! All communication? All of France?"
"If they've shut communications down," Powell Hill said, "then they must be very close to doing it."
The President's gaze swept the group.
"We've had several days to prepare our best defenses. Even with all the cyber attacks, we should be ready. Are we?"
Admiral Stevens Brose cleared his throat.
"We're as ready as we can be, considering all our satellites and other communications are down and our command codes compromised. We've been working around the clock to bring everything back online and change our codes. But I'm not sure it'll really help. With what the DNA machine can do, even our latest encryptions will likely be broken and will be out of commission again in minutes, perhaps seconds." In the windowless armory at the top of Chateau La Rouge, Dr. Émile Chambord raised his head and listened. There was gunfire outside. What was happening? Could it be that Colonel Smith? It was regrettable that the assassins sent to the Paris clinic to eliminate Smith and his associates had arrived just moments after they departed. He shrugged. It did not matter. They were all too late. And sooner or later, they would surely be... Abruptly, the computer screen in front of him went blank. Hurriedly, he made adjustments and regained control.
The prototype had never been easy to keep steady, and it had been drifting under his fingers. Twice he'd had a lock on the command codes of the old Soviet missile that General Laporte had selected, still in its silo thousands of miles away, and twice he had lost the codes as the temperamental apparatus of optical cables and gel packs destabilized. He needed every ounce of concentration and dexterity to do the job, and the nerve-wracking gunfire did not help. The door opened, and Roland Laporte entered. "Is the missile programmed, Chambord?" "Don't rush me. That gunfire makes me nervous. Who is it?" "Our old friends, the Crescent Shield. They're of no consequence. Bonnard and the Legionnaires will beat them off, and then we'll use the Islamics' dead bodies to help guarantee that it's they who are blamed and hunted. It's too bad you were interrupted before you could launch their strike against Israel. That would have provided additional cover for us." Chambord said nothing. There had not been time to move their whole operation from Algeria, regroup, and send the missile against Israel. Not when the attack against the United States was the primary goal. Everything must be wrapped up now so Laporte could spend Sunday making phone calls to solidify support for the EU Council vote on Monday. Up on the bare battlements, moonlight reflected off the walls of the castle and made the stone walkway along the top seem to flow with a river of blood. John, Randy, and Peter scouted quickly. Marty stayed with Peter. The sentries on the battlement were quickly dispatched. Then the four rendezvoused. It was 22 minutes to midnight. They sped to the long, dark, curving stairwell. John said, "Bonnard and his legionnaires are busy at the entrance. That's why there aren't any more up here. We've got 4 stories and the towers to search. Let's split up. We can each take a floor. If anyone needs help, use the walkie-talkies. Mart, you go with Peter and take the ground floor. I'll do the second, and Randy the third. We'll meet at the top. Let's go." They ran down the spiral stone staircase, Peter and Marty leading. Randy peeled off, then John. On the bottom floor, Peter slipped into the corridor first, Marty following. Dim electric lights were spaced widely apart and did little to dispel the dark. There were a few doors on both sides, all set into recesses in the thick walls. Marty opened each door carefully, while Peter waited, weapon up. They found no one. Occasionally, the noise of rapid bursts of gunfire penetrated the castle, and it seemed to them that another assault had occurred outside. At last, having seen no signs of Dr. Chambord, his DNA machine, General Laporte, or Captain Bonnard, they ran back up to the top floor, where John and Randy joined them. The quartet was moving down the hall, checking doors, when 2 soldiers rounded a corner and almost collided with them. The Frenchmen grabbed their assault rifles off their shoulders, but Randy and John swarmed the first one to the floor, and Peter was all over the second with his stiletto. There was a sharp gasp, a silenced pistol report, and neither soldier moved again. Marty swallowed hard, gulping air, but his round, gentle face was resolute as he guarded the corridor while the others dragged the corpses into an empty room. The foursome hurried on until John stopped at a corner and raised a silencing hand. He gestured to the others. They padded forward and stopped. Ahead, a single sentry was posted outside a door, lounging lazily against the stone wall, smoking a cigarette. His gaze was aimed away from them. John signaled the others again. They waited as he slid softly up behind the man and struck hard with the barrel of his Uzi. The guard dropped like a stone. Peter and John dragged him into an empty room, gagged him, and tied him up with his own clothing and belt, but not before Randy found an oversized iron key in his pocket. John appropriated the guard's assault rifle and extra ammunition, and they returned to the door he'd been guarding. Peter listened.
"Someone's moving around inside."
Weapon at the ready, John put the key into the lock and turned it. "Let's find out who." He slammed the door open, and Randy and Peter leapt in, sweeping their weapons left and right, seeing no one. They advanced warily, then saw Thérèse Chambord arise from behind a long, massive chest of drawers, a heavy candlestick in her hand. "Agent Russell? Where's your father? The DNA computer." "In the armory. I can take you." She put down the candlestick and hurried forward. "I heard gunfire. Was that you? Have you come to stop Laporte and my father?" "Yes, but the gunfire isn't us. The Crescent Shield's outside." John stepped into the room. "What time's the attack planned for?" "Midnight. We don't have much time." 8 minutes. Tell us what you know." "From what I've overheard, they're going to shoot a missile at the United States. I don't know the exact target." "That'll do for now. Here, take this." He handed her an assault rifle, and they ran from the room. In the old armory,
General Laporte stood beside Émile Chambord, his large hands clasped behind his jacket, as he stared at the computer screen where rows of numbers scrolled. Laporte's broad face was intense, his immobile gaze focused. "Finish programming the missile, Doctor. I want it activated and ready to launch." Chambord glanced up at Laporte and resumed working, although he felt uneasy. He decided that the great general was not merely impatient, he was agitated. Something about the man had changed. Or perhaps it had been there all along, and now that they were so close to success, he was revealing himself. John and Randy raised their heads from the tower stairwell and studied the dimly lit landing outside the armory. John checked his watch. 7 minutes until midnight. Too little time. The door to the armory was about 20 feet away. 2 soldiers guarded there, but they were unlike the bored, careless sentry at Therese's door. Alert and ready, they stood with their feet spread and their weapons, stubby FAMAS assault rifles, in their hands as they watched all around. They would be a lot harder to surprise, and there could be more soldiers inside the armory. John and Randy lowered themselves and ran down the steps to the floor below where Peter and Marty were anxiously waiting. John described the layout for them. The stairs continue circling up into the tower. The landing outside the armory is deep, about 20 feet. It's lit by electric lights, but there are a lot of shadows. "Any way to flank them?" Peter asked. Randy shook her head. They were interrupted by a violent escalation of the once distant gunfire. Now it sounded closer, loud and echoing. Perhaps the Crescent Shield had fought their way into the castle. John continued, "From the way the 2 guards kept looking at the door to the armory upstairs, my guess is that the general is in there with Chambord." "I agree," Randy said. "Bonnard?" Peter asked. "Someone has to be leading the resistance against the Crescent Shield," Randy said. "Bonnard's the logical one to do that." "Right. My big worry is those 2 guards could retreat inside and hold it all night. After all, it's an armory. Armories always had the best defense in the castle. Let's reconnoiter. We've got to find some way to get into that room without alarming them." "It's 6 minutes to midnight," Randy said worriedly. "Oh, dear," Marty whispered. They dashed along the corridor toward the moonlight of the far window and across corridor. There was movement ahead where the corridors met. John saw it just in time to save them from being discovered. "Down!" Ahead, figures moved through the intersection, 2 and 3 at a time. Moonlight illuminated their faces as they crossed. One shone like ebony. "Abu Auda," Randy said. "It's a small group. They're opening and closing doors. They're looking for someone or something." "Mauritania," John decided. "Yes," Randy agreed. John paused. "This can work to our advantage. If there were a firefight, it'd bring Laporte and maybe all his other men who aren't already battling the Crescent Shield. Once they're gone, getting into the armory will be a cinch," Randy said. Peter nodded. "Let's give the buggers a firefight." With Marty following gamely, they ran on toward the intersection. John peered around the corner. Far down the hall, Abu Auda worked with picklocks to open a door, while his men guarded the corridor. John whispered a description of what he saw. Then, "Abu Auda's pushing in the door. They're all busy with what's inside the room. Now's our chance." He and Randy knelt in the shadowy passageway, while Peter, Marty, and Therese stood behind. They opened fire at the Crescent Shield terrorists. The volley whined and slammed against the walls and ceiling. One terrorist fell with a scream. Abu Auda and the rest whirled, dropped flat across the corridor, and returned fire. Mauritania crawled from the room and into the hall, grabbed the fallen man's weapon, and joined in. As strings of numbers, symbols, and letters filled his screen, Dr. Chambord battled to reprogram the old Soviet missile in the faraway Arctic taiga. He was having problems. This was when he could have used Zellerbach's expertise. "The codes are more difficult to break into than the missile I reprogrammed for Mauritania," he complained. "This missile is as old, but its codes are new." He did not understand why he was having so much trouble, why the codes were new. "We should have stayed with the first missile you chose, General," he said to Laporte, who sat behind him against the far wall. "That missile was as simple to break into as the one the Shield wanted to send against Israel. But this one's codes are cutting edge, much more difficult." "You must find a way, Doctor. Immediately." Chambord continued to pound the keyboard. At last, he stopped and studied the screen. "All right, there, it's done. One reprogrammed ICBM, aimed, ready, and timed to launch automatically at midnight." He started to turn toward Laporte, but stopped as if suddenly paralyzed. He frowned. and his gaze returned to his monitor again. Tormented by fear, he touched a few keys and watched the answer to his question appear on the screen. He was right. He spun around, his hands jerking off the keyboard as if he'd received an electric shock. "There's a nuclear warhead on that missile you had me program. It's not decommissioned. It's fully armed and operational. That's why there are new codes on it. My God, how could you make such a mistake? It's nuclear, General." He whirled back to his keyboard. "There's still time. I must shut it down. There's still time." A bullet screamed past Chambour's ear. He jumped, turned, and saw the pistol in the General's hand. "Move away from the keyboard, Doctor." Dr. Chambour inhaled sharply, afraid. "Tell me you didn't intend this diabolical act, General. A nuclear attack?" From his high-backed antique chair, Laporte lowered his pistol, allowing it to dangle casually in his big hand. "There's been no mistake, Doctor. A conventional warhead wouldn't have provided the concussive shock Europe and France needed. This way, there can be no hesitation. They'll see we must make a new beginning. After this, they'll vote on Monday the way I wish." "But you told me—" "I simply affirmed what your bourgeois conscience wanted to hear. You still have that silly peasant fear to dare the ultimate. Always dare, Doctor. Who dares wins, my poor Chambour. Even the English and the unfathomable Americans sometimes see the truth in that." "But you'll murder outright at least 500,000. The radiation will kill untold additional millions. It will lay waste to—" "That's it. You intended this all along. That's why you picked Omaha. It's not just because it's the headquarters of the U.S. Strategic Command, or because it's a hub of information services. It's because it's the Midwest, the heartland, as they call it, where people think of themselves as safe. With one blow, you show that the safest people in the safest place are unsafe by turning their heartland into a wasteland, while you cripple America's military. So many deaths just to make a point. You're a monster, Laporte." General Laporte shrugged. "It's necessary. From the ashes, the phoenix of France, of Europe, will rise again." "You're mad!" Laporte stood. "Possibly. But unfortunately for you, I'm not crazy. When the authorities arrive, they'll find the bodies of Mauritania, Captain Bonnard, and you. You'll be gone. It'll be as if you were never here. They won't know you're behind all this." "Naturally. I couldn't hope to explain the use of my castle in your horrible plot, should you and Captain Bonnard survive. I appreciate all your help." "Our dream was a lie." "No lie, just not as small as you thought." The General's 2 pistol shots exploded in the vaulted room. "Goodbye, Chambour. You served France well." The scientist fell from his chair like a deflated toy. At the same moment, a violent fusillade of gunfire seemed to come from everywhere. Laporte stiffened. The crescent shield had been at the other end of the castle. How could they be so close now? He thundered toward the door. In the corridor, he paused to bark orders to the 2 waiting sentries, and all 3 bolted down the stairs. "Back!" John warned over the din and flying bullets. They raced back along the corridor toward the spiral stairway that led up into the east tower. Above them, the door to the armory slammed open, followed by a shout in rapid French. Meanwhile, from below, there were new noises. Booted feet were pounding upward, the legionnaires to the rescue. John, Randy, Peter, Marty, and Therese dove into an empty room. Breathing hard, John cracked the door open. He watched Laporte and 2 legionnaires burst past, heading toward the passageway firefight. Then, John in the lead, they slid out into the passage and tore onward to the tower stairs, while behind them, the legionnaires and the crescent shield continued to battle. The door to the armory stood wide open now, and there were no sounds from inside. The shadowy landing was abandoned. "What does it mean?" Marty wanted to know. With hand signals, John sent Peter and Randy into the armory. "Marty, Therese, and I will cover the stairs." Almost instantly, Randy was back out. "Everybody, come in here, hurry!" Marty dashed in after her, looking for the prototype, with Therese right behind. John brought up the rear. They stopped together, stunned by the sight of Émile Chambour on the carpet beside his desk. There were 2 bullet holes in his chest. Therese cried, "Papa! Oh no!" and ran to him. She dropped to her knees, cradled her father's body, and began to weep. Marty followed and patted her shoulder. "Oh, dear! Oh, dear!" John checked his watch. "Mart, the computer. It's less than 2 minutes to midnight." Marty shook his round head as if to clear it. He fell into Émile Chambour's chair and went to work. Peter ran toward the door. "Let's go, Randy. Somebody has to watch their backs." Nodding agreement, she ran after him out to the landing. John moved to where he could stand behind Marty and be available if needed. At the same time, he surveyed the old armory. The room was vast, the ceiling was high, and the electric lights inadequate to thoroughly illuminate it. Still, John could see far enough back to make out stacks of old wooden furniture and wood crates, which he assumed held ammunition. "Faster, you monster!" Marty exhorted the silent apparatus. "Resist the master, will you? You cannot defeat the paladin. There, that's better. Zounds, you slippery beast! Aha! You can squirm and you can flee all you want, but you can't hide from—" "Oh, God!" "What is it, Marty?" John asked. He stared at the numbers, symbols, and letters as they scaled the screen line after line. "Émile picked an operational Russian ICBM. It's nuclear-armed, and now it's launched!" He gasped as he returned to translate the information on the screen. "The missile's in the air! It's gone!" John's chest tightened. "Where's it going, Mart? What's the target?" Marty blinked. "Omaha! We're too late!" John peered anxiously over Marty's shoulder at the computer screen. The armory was cold and quiet. The only sounds were of muted gunfire and the clicking of the keyboard as Marty frantically worked. "Can you abort it?" "I'm trying. Darn it, I did too good a job teaching Émile. He's done a lot of damage and— I found it! Oh, no! The missile's at its apogee, halfway across the Atlantic." John felt himself tremble. He clamped a reassuring hand on Marty's shoulder. "You've got to find some way to stop it, Mart. You can do it. You can. You must." Captain Darius Bonnard leaned against the stone wall, his bloody left arm dangling useless, a wadded shirt pressed against his bleeding side. Most of the men were behind a barricade of heavy medieval furniture around the corner. He could hear the general calling orders and encouraging them. Bonnard listened with a small smile on his face. He had expected to die in some glorious Legion battle against a powerful enemy of France, but this apparently small contest might be even more worthy, and the enemy the most crucial of all. A soldier rushed toward him, heading for the barricade. Bonnard held up his hand. "Stop! Report!" "We found Maurice, bound and gagged. He was guarding the Chambord woman. He says his attackers were 3 men and a woman. The Islamics wouldn't have a female soldier." Bonnard staggered upright. It had to be that CIA witch, which meant John Smith and his people were here. Leaning on the Legionnaire's shoulder, he stumbled around the corner, fell behind the barricade, and crawled to where Laporte was crouching and firing at the distant end of the passage. "Colonel Smith's here, General, in the castle. He's got 3 people with him." Laporte frowned and checked his watch. It was seconds before midnight. He gave a brief, satisfied smile. "Do not concern yourself, Darius. They're too late to—" He paused, realizing the number was significant. 4. Zellerbach. They must have brought Zellerbach, too. If anyone can interfere with the attack, it's him. He bawled orders, then, "Retreat! To the armory! Go!" As the men raced away, Laporte gazed at his longtime aide, who looked badly wounded. With luck, he would die. Still, it was a risk to wait. He checked to make certain the Legionnaires' backs were turned. "What is it, mon général?" Laporte felt a moment of sentiment. "Thank you for all your good services." Then he shrugged. "Bon voyage, Darius." He shot him in the head, jumped to his feet, and trotted after his soldiers. Abu Auda cocked his head, listening. The electric wall lamps had been shot out, and the corridor was in smoky twilight. Slowly his desert-trained eyes studied the passageway. "They're gone, Khalid," he told Mauritania. "Inshallah!" he celebrated. The men of the Crescent Shield, weary and wounded, shouted a cheer. Then Mauritania raised a hand for silence. "Do you hear it?" The noise of running feet. Boots. It had to be the Legionnaires, running away from them, toward the keep. Mauritania's cold blue eyes flashed. "Come, Abu Auda." We must collect the rest of our men. Good. We'll leave this accursed castle to fight another day against the enemies of Islam. No, my warrior friend. We don't leave this castle without what you came for. We came for you, Mauritania. Then you're a fool. For our cause, we need Chambord and his miraculous machine. We'll find the rest of our men, and then the French general, the pig Laporte. Where he is, the computer will be. Marty let out another raging monologue as he struggled to abort the missile as it closed in on its target. You cannot win, you unenlightened beast! I don't care how difficult Emil's codes are. I will flay you alive and... There, you feeble creature, take that! Yes, there goes another defense. Take this! Ha! Peter and Randy crouched on the tower landing outside, guarding the armory. The air smelled of dust and cordite. Their weapons were trained on the opening to the enclosed stairwell in front of them. Hear that, Peter?
Indeed I do. Buggers just won't quit. Annoying.
They listened to boots climbing up toward them, trying to be quiet on the stone steps. As soon as the first of the legionnaires appeared, Randy and Peter fired. There was a spray of blood as a bullet shattered the man's temple. He fell back, and the rest of the legionnaires retreated. Peter turned and called into the armory.
Heads up! Laporte's men have arrived, and it sounds as if there are more than we expected.
Thérèse was still seated on the floor beside her father's corpse. Now she crossed his hands on his chest and arose. I'll help. She picked up the assault rifle John had given her. Are you all right? No, but I will be. She gazed down at her father, a sad smile on her face. He lived a good life and did important work. At the end, he was betrayed by a delusion. I'll always remember him as a great man. I understand. Be careful out there. She nodded. With her free hand, she picked up some ammunition clips and moved off toward the landing. Almost immediately, John heard her weapon open fire to help repel another attack up the stairs. The responding fire was blistering. Laporte's renegade soldiers were fighting back. Mart, how are you doing? Are you making any progress? Marty was leaning intently over his keyboard. There was an air of expectation about him. His portly body was almost doubled over, coiled as tight as a spring. Die! Die! Die, you monstrous monster of... He sprang up. What is it? What's happened? Marty pirouetted, raised his arms above his head, and pumped his fists up and down with excitement. Damn it, Marty, tell me what's happened. Marty pointed at the monitor. Look! Look! Instead of the monotonous lines of numbers and letters, the black monitor sparkled with silver-white stars, a rendition of the night sky. On the right side was an outline of the French coast, while on the left were landmarks indicating the United States as far west as Omaha, Nebraska. A dotted red line was moving in an arced path toward Omaha. At the end of the line, seemingly pulling it along, was a tiny red arrow. Marty looked at his watch and counted. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The red arrow exploded in a small white burst, like a puff of whipped cream. Is that the missile? Was the missile. Marty did a wobbly dance on the stone floor. It's gone. That's it? You're sure, Mart? Absolutely sure? I made it blow itself up, while it was still over the ocean. It never even reached our coast. He twirled and leaned over to kiss the monitor. Wonderful machine. I love you, machine. A tear appeared at the corner of his eye. America's safe, John. America's safe. Marty skipped in a circle, celebrating his triumphant destruction of the missile. John watched his joy for a few seconds, still absorbing the great news himself. While outside on the landing, occasional bursts of gunfire told him that Peter, Randy, and Thérèse were holding on, defending the tower from the legionnaires. But they could not stop them forever. Marty, can you restore all the satellite communications? Of course. Do it. Marty swung back to the computer and resumed work. John leaned out to where Peter, Randy, and Thérèse guarded the stairs. Can you hold them a few more minutes? Make it damned few, Randy warned. He nodded and rushed back to Marty. How much longer? Wait. There! Marty grinned up at him. Compared to stopping the missile, this was a stroll on the beach. The communications are clear. Good. Send this. John rattled off a series of numbers, a code that guaranteed his message would reach Fred Klein. Then add Laporte, Normandy, Chateau La Rouge, now. Marty's fingers flew. He was bouncing in his chair, still excited, radiating optimism. Done. What next?
Next, we run.
Marty looked shocked. John, we can't just leave the computer. We'll dismantle it and take it with us.
We don't have time.
But John, we have to take the prototype. What if General Laporte's people recapture it?
They won't.
John grabbed the protesting genius and dragged him toward the door.
Run, Marty.
On the landing, Peter, Randy, and Therese had beaten the renegade legionnaires back down the steps once more. Therese had ripped up her last remaining sleeve and used it to bind a bloody flesh wound on Peter's thigh. Randy had been hit in the upper arm. A tight bandage stemmed the bleeding. What happened? Randy asked. Did you stop the strike?
You bet. Marty did it again.
Took you bloody long enough, Peter grumbled,
but his leathery face was spread in a large smile. John crouched beside Peter. Give me a grenade. Peter removed a hand grenade from his backpack and passed it over to John without a word. John ran back into the armory, laid the grenade on top of the tray of gel packs, and pulled the pin. He hurtled away, as if all the hounds of Hades were on his heels. As he burst back out onto the landing, he shouted, "Everyone down!" They fell flat onto the stone floor. The grenade exploded behind them, sending steel fragments and wood splinters flying past in a deadly hail. "What in hell did you do that for, John?" Randy demanded. "The gel packs. They're the key to the molecular computer. They contain the DNA sequence that Chambord created. Any scientist near his level of expertise could have used just one of them to reproduce Chambord's work. They had to be completely destroyed in case they fell into the wrong hands." They stopped talking as the sound of booted feet making another charge up the stairs echoed toward them. Peter, Randy, and John ran to the stairwell and fired down. No legionnaires were in sight, but the bullets ricocheted below, and they heard angry curses and the noises of a retreating scramble. Then General Laporte's booming voice shouted up in French, "You must surrender, Colonel Smith. We outnumber you 3-1, and more of my men arrive every minute. This is your only way out, and you can't escape past us." Randy said, "The general isn't going to be in a forgiving mood when he learns we blew his scheme."
"Not to mention that he can't leave any of us alive if he plans to get away clean," Peter pointed out.
Randy said, "That's probably why he shot Dr. Chambord, and I don't hear Captain Bonnard's voice down there either." Heavy gunfire interrupted her. It sounded as if it were coming from the floor below. They readied themselves, but this time there was no charge up the stairwell. Instead, the firing moved farther away, growing louder and more intense. They heard shouts in Arabic.
"The Crescent Shield's attacking Laporte's group from the rear," Peter decided. "And while dying for one's country may have its points, let's hope our Islamic friends have made that option less necessary for us."
Marty had been watching John. "You have a plan, John, I hope?" "No reason to go down. We'll go up into the tower. With Randy's climbing gear, Peter's plastique, and a few more grenades, it's our best chance."
"And there's that pleasant little chopper sitting out there," Peter reminded them.
"Stupendous!" Marty started up the stairs. "The race is to the swift, O paladins! Let us be very swift!" As Randy and Therese raced after Marty, Peter and John sent a final long volley down the stairs, then turned and ran after them. Smoke was now rolling out from the armory door, then flames. All that old wood furniture must have caught fire from the grenade explosion. John hurried up the stone stairs, remembering the crates of ammo he had also seen in the armory stacked in the back. The boots of Laporte's men hammered behind him, closing in. He caught up with the others, and he and Peter grabbed the wobbling Marty by each arm and propelled him along between them. Therese had pulled out ahead, running like a gazelle, while Randy dropped back to cover the rear. She turned frequently to slow the pursuit with bursts of her MP5K. "Across the tower!" Therese was breathing hard, a white streak in the darkness. "Randy and I'll hold off the legionnaires here," John told them. "Therese, you take Marty and run ahead and pick a window, as close to the helicopter as you can get. Peter, fuse some plastique and plant it 10 yards or so away." Peter nodded, while John and Randy dropped to the stone floor to open fire on the lead pursuers. Their bullets felled the first two quickly, while the third plunged back down the circular stairs. The injured two did not move.
For a moment, there was no pursuit, while the gunfire grew heavier from what was now far below. Apparently, Laporte and his men were being kept so busy by the crescent shield that they could spare only a few for this pursuit. "Done!" Peter called out softly. John and Randy fired another volley at the first legionnaire who came into sight, sending him scurrying back. Then they ran. The three had reached a cross corridor at the far side of the tower when Peter's plastique exploded in a shattering blast. Behind them, the corridor collapsed in a tangle of stone and smoke. Thérèse stood in the doorway to one of the tower's rooms, gesturing them to come ahead. Coughing, Peter picked a grenade from his web belt and crouched where he could watch the smoking stone rubble. "We can see the helicopter from here," Marty told Randy. "It looks very small." "It'll do if we can get to it." Randy hooked her mini grappling hook into a crevice on the tower wall outside the window, threw the coiled nylon-covered wire down to the ramparts 7 levels below, slid into the harness, and dropped. As soon as she had landed, John said, "You next, Marty." The harness was back almost instantly, and Thérèse and John strapped him into it and lowered him over the side. Marty landed, the harness sped back up, and Thérèse followed him down just as a grenade exploded out in the passageway. Screams and yells followed as Peter sprinted into the room, his face grim.
"Let's bunk, John."
"You first, Peter. Age before beauty."
"For that remark, my boy, you can stay."
Peter tossed the last grenade to John and glided over the edge. John waited, his gaze on the door. His heart was pounding. When the harness reappeared, he snared it and quickly crawled inside. Just then, 2 legionnaires stormed into the room. As he dangled high above the parapet, John pulled the pin, lobbed the grenade, and released the lock so he could drop down the castle's wall. As he sped downward, the detonation made the wire swing violently, and he felt the hook slip. He inhaled and increased his speed dangerously, hoping he had time to reach the bottom before the hook broke free. At last, just as his feet touched the rampart, the hook burst out and fell. Peter, Marty, and Thérèse were already running off toward the little scout helicopter. Shouts erupted, not from above, but from along the rampart wall. "It's the crescent shield!" Randy yelled. "Faster!" John and Randy tore after their friends. Peter was already behind the controls of the shuddering helicopter, its rotors spinning, and Thérèse and Marty were strapped in. As John and Randy leaped in, Peter lifted off, banking the chopper violently away from the castle as the first crescent shield soldiers came into view, firing as they ran. Bullets pierced the fuselage and pinged off the landing struts, but in moments they were out of range, as Peter pushed the chopper farther and farther away from Château La Rouge. Nearly a mile from the castle, they were just beginning to relax when they heard a volcanic roar. It shook the air around them, and the helicopter shuddered. Peter turned the helicopter around and hovered so it faced back at the castle. They watched in awe as the east tower of Château La Rouge disappeared in a violent outburst of fire and stone. Smoke billowed. Red and gold flames shot up against the night sky. Debris shimmered as it flew through the air.
"Good God, John, what happened?"
"Yes, well, I meant to mention that." "Mention what?" Randy asked. John shrugged. "The crates of ammunition stored at the back of the armory."
"You exploded a bloody grenade in a room where there were ammo supplies? And you didn't warn us?"
"Hey, so you didn't notice the crates? Do I have to point everything out to you? Besides, it was pretty far away." Randy was staring at John, fighting a smile at the guilty look on his handsome face. "The whole point of this exercise was to stop the threat of the DNA computer. You succeeded, John. You blew it up with the grenade." "We succeeded, despite everything." Peter nodded gruffly, then he smiled.
"Are we ready to go home now?"
For another minute, they continued to study the display as the fire spread through the great old castle. Then Peter banked the chopper in a long, slow circle, preparing to resume their flight southeast toward Paris. John and Randy pulled out their cell phones to make full reports to their bosses. Thérèse leaned back in her seat and sighed wearily. "See those little bright specks in the sky?" Marty asked no one in particular, peering east. Everyone stared as the points of light grew larger. "NATO helicopters," John said. "I count 20 of them." "They're heading for the castle," Randy decided. "Guess your message got through, John." Marty described how he had sent out a coded message from John just before the prototype was destroyed. Suddenly the dark night air seemed full of the aircraft, large troop-carrying helicopters that dwarfed their little Bell Scout. The newcomers were flying in a pack, passing to the north in perfect formation. Moonlight made their rotors look like spinning silver swords. The big choppers landed across the moonlit farmland, still in formation. NATO soldiers jumped out, spread out, and moved at a fast trot toward the burning castle, where the flames licked higher and had spread into what appeared to be half the Chateau La Rouge. Marty sighed. "Peter, we've seen enough. Take us back to Paris. I want to go home."
"Right you are,"
Peter said, and they resumed the journey. It was one of those blue sky, balmy air, sunny June days, for which Colorado is famous, when John walked into the building at the rustic Colorado State University campus that housed the secret CDC U.S. Amrid laboratories, where he and other scientists were laboring to create the world's first DNA computer. A month had passed since John had set foot in the lab. He nodded and greeted the staff, and they said hello back, stopping to say it was great that he was able to return. How was his grandmother?
"Gave us all quite a scare," he said over and over. "Almost died, but she's on the mend now."
He had spent 10 days with Fred Klein, going over everything in detail. Covert-One's files were growing, and each new piece of information, name, location, and comprehension of those who would harm others on scales large and small, was grist for future grinding. At the top of the list was Monsieur Mauritania, who had somehow escaped the devastation at the castle and disappeared. From what John could figure out, a few others of the Crescent Shield must have managed to get out with him. There were not as many dead terrorists as John, Randy, and Peter had speculated in their reports. The corpse of Abu Auda, however, had been found, with several shots to the back. No one knew who had fired those bullets, of course, since no one alive was captured in the burning hulk of the castle. Even the French general, who had been ultimately behind it all, Roland Laporte, was dead. Somehow, he'd had time to dress in his uniform, his chest full of medals and ribbons, before he shot himself in the head. In the aftermath, the various intelligence agencies had circled their media wagons, and the CIA, the Department of Defense, and the Oval Office had stuck to their stories about wizard hackers and brand-new viruses, and the solid strength of the U.S. military and all its communications. Fred Klein had sent a watered-down version of John's report over to Army intelligence as a cover for his supposed employment there. That way, if anyone went looking, they would find that he had been legitimately hired as a freelancer. With time, the ruckus would die completely. People moved on. Other crises happened. Already it was off the front page, and soon it would be firmly, irrevocably, old news. Now, John thought, he could help his fellow researchers walk the path Émile Chambord had blazed. A more peaceful path. He did not have enough of the details of Chambord's masterpiece to be able to give them the answers that would lead to easy reproduction, but he could offer good jumping-off points, hints, thoughts, suggestions. What about using light-emitting molecules for our switches? We've been attaching our DNA to chips. Why not explore solution chemistry? Biomolecular gels. Is there some new gel pack technology we could adapt? If he could not lead, he could covertly guide. Being in the mountains reminded him of Peter. The last time they had talked, Peter was back in his lair in the Sierras, hiding out from Whitehall. They had some new project for him, and he was reluctant. Of course, he would not reveal to John what it was. He was walking alone across the grounds to the cafeteria to have lunch when his cell phone rang.
"Hello, Colonel."
It was Fred Klein, his voice cheerful, a far different tone from the weeks before. "Good morning, sir."
"Talked to Randy lately?"
Fred asked.
"Of course not. She's off somewhere on assignment. But Marty emailed me this morning. He's settled in and swears he'll never leave home again."
Klein chuckled.
"We've heard that before."
"You're checking up on me."
"Am I? Well, I suppose I am. You had a rough time over there."
"We all did. You too. It's tough to be the one behind the scenes, waiting, not knowing." "What about Mauritania? Is there any information about him?"
"As a matter of fact, he was my excuse to phone. An MI6 operative spotted him in Iraq. We'll get him now."
John's mind swept back through the events in his chase of Chambord and the molecular computer to Mauritania's cold-blooded willingness to trade others' deaths for his dreams. "Good. Let me know when you find him. Meanwhile, I'm back in harness here. We've got a DNA computer to build.